It started as a weekend trip. I was never much for camping or hiking, never had the patience for the outdoors. But after a rough few months at work, I figured I could use some distance from the city. Um, my friend Matt had been the one to suggest it. He'd rented a small cabin out in the woods of northern Vermont, somewhere deep in the Green Mountains, miles from the nearest town. He said it was off the grid, a place where the only sounds were the wind and the wildlife, a place to disconnect entirely. I agreed, partly because I wanted a break, partly because the thought of being alone in the woods, even for a few nights, intrigued me. We drove up Friday morning, a bright autumn day that had painted the mountains in orange and gold. The roads became narrower and rougher as we went further from the highway, eventually turning into a gravel trail that twisted between thick clusters of pines and birches. Matt drove with his window down, music playing softly from the speakers, but I noticed even he seemed quieter than usual, glancing out at the trees as if expecting something to move there. When we finally arrived, the cabin was exactly as Matt had described: isolated, small, and old, built from dark wood that had weathered into a dull gray. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, though no one was inside. The surrounding forest was dense, and a narrow path led to a small creek a few hundred feet away. There was electricity, though limited, and a wood stove in the corner of the living room. A sense of relief washed over me when I stepped inside. The cabin smelled of damp wood and pine, and despite its age, it felt sturdy enough. We spent the first few hours unpacking and exploring the immediate area. Matt had brought his camera to capture the scenery, while I wandered along the creek, the sound of rushing water soothing me. By late afternoon, the sky was turning a shade of deep amber, and the forest seemed to close in around us. I started noticing little things, the way branches scraped against the windows, the sudden rustle of leaves with no wind. Matt laughed when I mentioned it, but there was a subtle tension in his eyes, like he was already uneasy with how isolated we were. That night after dinner, we built a fire in the stove. The warmth felt comforting, and the cabin's smallness meant we could hear every crackle of wood and gust of wind outside. Matt suggested we tell stories, just for fun. I laughed and agreed, though I'm not one for ghost stories. He started with a few local legends, abandoned logging towns, missing hikers, strange sightings, but it all felt tame. Still, there was something about the way the shadows moved on the walls, flickering from the firelight, that made my stomach tighten. It was around midnight when I first noticed it. I'd gone to the small bathroom at the back of the cabin and paused at the window, looking out into the dense forest. Moonlight barely penetrated the treetops, but I swore I saw something, a figure, tall and thin, standing among the trees. I blinked, and it was gone. I chalked it up to imagination, the mind playing tricks after hours of staring into the dark. I didn't mention it to Matt, thinking I'd seem paranoid. The next morning, I woke to an eerie quiet. Matt was already outside, chopping wood. He didn't look at me when I came out, just gestured toward the woods, saying, "We'll need this for tonight." I nodded and started helping, though my mind kept wandering back to the figure I'd seen. Around noon, we decided to hike up a trail Matt had spotted earlier. It wound up the mountainside, and the higher we went, the denser the forest became. At some point, the trail split, and Matt stopped, checking a map. That's when I heard it, a soft rustling just beyond the tree line. I froze, convinced someone was watching us, but Matt waved it off. "Probably a deer," he said, but there was no sound of hooves, no cracking of twigs, just silence after the rustling stopped. By the time we returned to the cabin, the sun was low. Shadows stretched long across the forest floor, and the air had grown colder. We lit the stove again, ate in silence, and tried to relax. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound, the wind, the creak of the cabin, the occasional hoot of an owl, made my pulse race. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the softest whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but it seemed like it was coming from the corner of the living room. I sat up, straining to hear, but the cabin was otherwise silent. Over the next day, things escalated subtly. Matt and I explored a bit further into the woods, discovering an old logging road overgrown with moss and fallen leaves. There were remnants of old cabins, their foundations crumbling, windows missing. It was a reminder that this place had once been alive, but now it felt abandoned in a way that wasn't just natural. It was deliberate, as if time itself had decided to forget it. As we walked, I started noticing marks on the trees, strange scratches that looked like they had been made by something sharp and deliberate. Matt didn't seem to notice, or he ignored them, but my unease grew. That evening, we sat by the stove again, trying to shake off the tension. I was about to suggest we go to bed early when we heard it, a knock at the cabin door. Slow, deliberate. We froze. The cabin was miles from the nearest road. There shouldn't have been anyone out here. Matt laughed nervously, trying to sound casual, and went to the door. He swung it open. Nothing. No footprints. No one in the clearing. Just the wind whispering through the trees. He closed the door, shaking his head, and we both tried to laugh it off. The nights only got worse. Shadows moved in ways that didn't make sense. Doors creaked open when we were sure we'd closed them. Footsteps echoed in the cabin, though we were the only ones there. One night, I woke to see a silhouette at the edge of the window, watching. It stood perfectly still, and I couldn't tell if it was human. I didn't move, didn't breathe, until it disappeared, slipping back into the darkness. I didn't tell Matt about this one either. I wasn't sure I would have been believed. By the third night, tension had become unbearable. Matt and I barely spoke, each of us too aware of the presence in the cabin, the way the forest outside seemed alive with unseen eyes. Around midnight, we both woke to a loud banging, like someone pounding on the walls from outside. I grabbed a flashlight, shining it toward the door, but saw nothing. Then, from behind the cabin, I heard a low, guttural sound, something between a growl and a whisper. Matt was trembling, and I realized I hadn't seen him this scared before. The next day, we decided to hike out early, packing quickly. As we walked the logging road, I noticed the scratches on the trees had multiplied, now forming patterns that looked almost like symbols. The further we went, the more I felt a presence following us. Twigs snapped behind us, shadows flickered, but whenever we turned, there was nothing. By the time we reached the gravel road that led back to civilization, both of us were sweating despite the cold. Once back in town, we tried to rationalize it. Local authorities said there was no record of recent trespassers or wildlife aggressive enough to cause such fear. We told ourselves it was stress, paranoia, the isolation playing tricks on our minds. But deep down, I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. Something was in those woods, something that didn't want to be found, something that had been there long before us and would remain long after. Years have passed since that weekend, but I can still feel it. When the wind rustles in the trees late at night, when the shadows shift just a bit too quickly, I remember the cabin, the figure at the window, the whispering in the dark. Matt never went back, and I never did either. People ask me why I don't like camping, why I avoid the woods, and I just smile, shrug, and say it's not my thing. But the truth is, there's a place deep in Vermont, a place where the forest hides things that shouldn't exist, and I know better than to go back. Even now, when I drive past stretches of forest on the highway, I feel that same unease. I sometimes imagine the trees stretching endlessly, the darkness behind them moving, watching. It's a memory that never fades. A reminder that some places are meant to stay empty, meant to be left alone. The cabin isn't haunted in the traditional sense. It doesn't need to be. The forest itself is alive, patient, and it doesn't like visitors. I told myself it was fear, that it was adrenaline, that isolation had tricked my mind. But every so often, late at night, I swear I can hear a knocking at my door, soft and deliberate, just like it was in the cabin. And I know that if I ever returned, I might not come back. The woods remember, and they are always waiting. Story. The end. Marcus had been driving for nearly 6 hours by the time the sun started to dip behind the tree line. The sky was an unsettling mix of orange and gray, the clouds gathering low and heavy like a warning. He had left Denver early that morning with a thermos of coffee, a duffel bag full of clothes, and the key to his cousin's old family cabin that no one had set foot in for over 15 years. It was supposed to be a quiet week away from everything, a chance to clear his head after the breakup and the mess at work. But the deeper he went into the woods, the less that plan seemed like a good idea. The last stretch of the drive was all dirt roads. His old Ford rattled as it rolled over roots and rocks, the headlights catching flashes of deer eyes and branches that looked too much like outstretched hands. The directions his cousin Neil had given him were scribbled on a piece of paper, almost unreadable. Left at the rusted gate, follow the trail until you hit the lake, then cross the bridge, and it's the third cabin on the right. Except when Marcus reached the lake, there was no bridge, just a narrow path of stones half submerged in dark water, slick with moss. He parked the truck, grabbed his flashlight, and decided to walk the rest of the way. The air was colder than it should have been for early September. It had that biting, wet chill that creeps through your clothes. Every sound felt louder out there. The crunch of his boots, the wind in the trees, the occasional splash from the lake. He found the stones, tested one with his foot, and made his way across, balancing carefully as the water lapped just inches away. When he reached the other side, he caught his first glimpse of the cabin through the trees. It stood crooked on the slope, half swallowed by the forest. The roof sagged on one side, and the wood had gone gray with age. A single porch light flickered weakly near the door, which made no sense. Neil had told him the cabin hadn't had electricity in years. Marcus hesitated, scanning the clearing. There were no other cabins around, not even the remains of one. Maybe Neil had meant something else by third one on the right, but this had to be it. The door was unlocked, swinging slightly when he pushed. The smell hit him first, stale air mixed with something earthy and metallic. Inside, dust coated everything. Cobwebs hung in thick layers from the beams, and the furniture looked like it had been left mid-use. An open book on the table, a mug still sitting beside it, and an old flannel jacket draped over a chair. It felt like whoever lived here had just stepped out for a walk and never come back. He set his duffel bag down and pulled the flashlight from his pocket, sweeping it around the room. There were family photos on one wall, black and white ones that looked older than the cabin itself. A man in overalls, a woman holding a baby, and behind them, the same slanted porch he was standing on now. Marcus didn't want to admit it, but something about the place unsettled him immediately. Maybe it was how quiet it was. No insects buzzing, no distant hum of life, just that thick forest silence that pressed against his ears. He lit a candle from a dusty box near the counter and tried to make the place livable. The old wood stove worked after a few minutes of coaxing, and the warmth helped, but the creaking from the rafters didn't stop. It came in small bursts, like footsteps above him. He told himself it was the wind, the structure shifting. Still, when he went to bed that night, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone in the cabin. Around 2 a.m., a sound woke him, a slow, deliberate knock at the front door. He sat up in the dark, heart thudding. The candle had burned out, and the only light came from the dying embers in the stove. 3 knocks, again. Then silence. He waited, breath held, before grabbing the flashlight and walking to the door. There was no one outside, just mist rolling off the trees, the moon caught in the lake below. He stood there for a moment, scanning the clearing, and then he saw something. Bare footprints in the dirt leading from the tree line to his porch. They were faint, wet, and ended right at the top step, but there were none going back. He shut the door and locked it this time. The next morning, he found the footprints were gone. The ground was damp but undisturbed, as if the forest had swallowed the evidence overnight. He made coffee on the stove and tried to convince himself he'd imagined it. Maybe it had been an animal or just his half-asleep mind turning tree shadows into figures. He spent the day fixing up the place, clearing cobwebs, checking the old shed behind the cabin for firewood, trying to keep busy. The shed's door was jammed, but after some pushing, it creaked open. Inside were old tools, a rusted chainsaw, and a row of mason jars filled with something murky. He lifted one. It looked like water, but the bottom had something black and stringy settled in it. He put it back, deciding not to investigate further. By sunset, the forest had gone quiet again. Too quiet. Even the wind seemed to die. He sat on the porch with a beer, watching the last of the light drain away, and that's when he noticed it, a figure standing between the trees across the clearing. It was far enough that he couldn't make out details, but he could tell it was a person. Tall. Still. Watching him. He called out, "Hey, you lost?" No response. The figure didn't move. He stood up, gripping his flashlight, and took a few steps forward. The light hit the trees, but when it reached the spot where the person had been, there was nothing there. Just empty woods. That night, he heard the knocking again. Louder this time. He stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling, every nerve in his body screaming at him to stay still. The knocks came slower, one after another, then stopped. Minutes passed, and then came a sound that turned his stomach, someone whispering his name right outside the window. Marcus. He froze. The voice was breathy, soft, almost playful. He didn't move until dawn. When daylight came, he went outside, scanning the area. Again, nothing. No tracks, no sign of anyone. But near the edge of the clearing, he saw something he hadn't noticed before. A second cabin, barely visible through the trees, half collapsed under its own roof. He grabbed his jacket and went to check it out. The path to it was overgrown. The place was a wreck. Windows shattered, the door hanging open. Inside, everything was rotted, but there were traces of life. A cot, some old newspapers from the 1970s, and what looked like dried blood stains on the floor. He backed out fast, the air inside so heavy it made his chest tight. As he turned to leave, he noticed something carved into the door frame. Letters, deep and uneven, like they'd been gouged out with a knife. Stay out. He didn't sleep that night. He sat by the stove, shotgun across his lap, an old hunting gun he'd found in the shed. Every so often, he'd think he heard footsteps circling the cabin, faint crunches on the leaves, but when he looked out, nothing was there. At some point near dawn, exhaustion must have taken over. He woke to the sound of a door creaking open. His flashlight rolled off the table. He turned toward the noise, heart hammering, and saw the front door was wide open. The morning light spilled across the floor, and on the wooden boards were wet footprints again. This time, they led from the door straight to where he was sleeping. He backed away, breathing hard, following the trail with his eyes. They stopped right next to his bed. The floor was dry past that point, as if whoever or whatever it was had just vanished. He grabbed his stuff, ready to leave, but when he ran out to the truck, his keys were gone. He tore through his bag, his jacket pockets, the porch. Nothing. He even went down to the lake, retracing his steps from the night before. And that's when he saw them again. Prints leading into the water. The lake was still, the surface like glass. But when he crouched to look closer, he could swear he saw something move just beneath it. A shadow. A shape. He stumbled back and ran to the cabin. The woods were silent again, that unnatural kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. He slammed the door shut, sat down, and told himself he just needed to wait until morning, then walk back to the main road. He'd find help, call Neil, tell him the damn cabin wasn't safe. But that night, everything got worse. It started with the whispering again. Not just outside, but inside this time. Soft, overlapping voices like people murmuring in another room. He pressed his ear to the floorboards and thought he could hear them below him, beneath the cabin. He checked for a basement. Nothing, just dirt under the foundation. The whispers turned to laughter, quiet and uneven, echoing through the walls. Then came a sound like nails scraping on wood, moving slowly from one end of the cabin to the other. Marcus grabbed the shotgun and backed into the corner, every hair on his body standing up. The sound stopped near the back wall. Then something knocked from inside it. 3 sharp, hollow thuds. He fired at the wall. The noise stopped instantly. The smoke from the shot filled the air, his ears ringing. When he cleared it, the wall had a hole in it, splinters everywhere. But there was nothing behind it, just empty space between the boards. He didn't sleep at all. When the first light broke, he grabbed his bag and started walking. He followed the dirt road for hours, expecting to hit the main highway, but the woods just went on and on. The path curved back on itself, familiar trees repeating like he was walking in circles. His phone was dead, no signal, no compass. Around noon, he realized he was back at the cabin. The truck was still there. The front door stood open. That night, he built a fire outside instead of going in. He sat by it with his shotgun, listening to the woods shift and groan. He tried to stay awake, but sometime before dawn, exhaustion took him again. He woke to smoke. The fire had gone out and something was burning inside the cabin. He rushed in, only to find the old book that had been on the table now open, pages fluttering like someone had just been reading it. He picked it up and saw the words were handwritten, faded, but legible. It wasn't a book, it was a journal. The entries were from someone named Henry Dalton, dated 1971 to 1973. The first few were mundane, fishing, repairs, notes about the weather. But then, as the months went on, the writing changed. The man started talking about the voices, about someone in the woods who looks just like me and the ones under the floor. The last entry was just one line, scrawled so hard it cut through the paper. If you see me, don't let me in. Marcus dropped the journal. Outside, the wind picked up. The trees seemed to move closer, the creaking of their trunks echoing through the clearing. Then he heard footsteps again, slow, heavy, coming up the porch steps. He turned, shotgun raised just as the door handle started to turn. When the door opened, he nearly pulled the trigger until he saw who it was. It was him. Same clothes, same face, same expression of disbelief. The figure in the doorway stared back, mirroring his every move. Then it smiled. Marcus didn't wait. He fired. The blast lit up the room, the echo rolling through the woods. When the smoke cleared, the doorway was empty. He ran. He didn't stop until his legs gave out miles down the trail. When he looked back, there was no sign of the cabin, no smoke, no light, just forest. He eventually found the main road late the next afternoon, flagged down a ranger, and told him everything. The man drove him back to where he said the cabin was supposed to be, but there was nothing there. Not even a clearing, just dense trees and a lake that looked untouched. When Marcus tried to show him the journal, it was gone from his bag. Weeks later, when he went back to Denver, he called Neil to ask again about the cabin, what it was, who owned it before. Neil was confused. He said there was never a family cabin near that lake. Their grandparents had sold that land decades ago. Marcus doesn't go into the woods anymore. But sometimes late at night, he'll wake to the sound of knocking, 3 slow knocks on the door of his apartment. When he checks, there's no one there, just wet footprints leading away into the hall. Story the end. It was late October when I finally convinced myself that a weekend away in the woods would do me good. My life had become an endless cycle of work and minor disappointments, the kind that slowly erode your sense of self until you barely recognize yourself in the mirror. I wanted to get away from the city, the phone calls, the notifications, the neighbors, the noise. I needed silence, and the deeper the woods, the better. I found the cabin online through a small rental site. It wasn't much, old wood, a single bedroom, a small kitchen, and a stone fireplace, but the photos made it look cozy. Desolate, the listing promised. Perfect. The host, an older man named Harold, called me after I booked. His voice was gravelly, slow, and cautious, like he hadn't spoken to anyone in days. You'll need a good map, he warned, and you'll want to arrive before dark. The road isn't well maintained, and the forest gets thick fast. People get lost out there. I laughed it off, though a little unease wormed through my chest. It was just a forest, right? How bad could it be? I packed my car with blankets, a small camping stove, and enough food for 2 nights. The drive started easy enough, suburban streets giving way to winding country roads, then finally to the narrow, barely maintained forest path Harold had mentioned. Branches scraped the sides of my car, and I had to drive slowly, careful not to slip on the fallen leaves that already carpeted the ground in wet orange and brown. The air grew colder as I drove further in, and the light of the sun began to fade behind the dense canopy. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sky had deepened into a bruised gray. The structure was smaller than it had looked online, the wood dark and weathered, the roof sagging slightly. A thin plume of smoke from the chimney suggested the place had been used recently, but the windows were grimy, and the door creaked loudly when I opened it. The interior was cold and smelled faintly of mildew and old wood. Dust covered the furniture, and the fireplace held the remnants of old ashes. It was quiet. Too quiet. I spent the first hour unpacking and setting up, trying to ignore the way the forest seemed to press in against the cabin walls. There were no sounds of birds or squirrels, just the occasional creak of a branch outside. I started a fire in the fireplace and ate a simple dinner of canned soup. As I ate, I realized how strange it felt to be completely alone. Not just alone in the woods, but alone in a way I hadn't been in years. The kind of isolation that makes your own thoughts feel loud, intrusive. After dinner, I settled into the armchair in front of the fire with a book, though I couldn't concentrate. Every so often, I would hear the snap of a branch or the rustle of leaves outside, and my mind would leap to the worst possible explanation. I told myself it was just the wind, deer, maybe a raccoon. I tried to laugh at myself for being paranoid. The fire burned lower, shadows stretching across the walls, and the cabin felt smaller, tighter, as if the darkness itself was pressing in. Around 10, I decided to call it a night. The bedroom was cold, the old mattress hard and lumpy, but I was too exhausted to care. I drifted into a restless sleep, but it wasn't peaceful. I kept waking to the sound of something outside the window. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a branch scraping, leaves falling, but there was a rhythm to it, deliberate. Pause, tap, pause, tap. I tried to ignore it, pulling the blanket over my head, convincing myself I was safe. Sometime around 2 in the morning, I woke to a loud bang against the cabin door. My heart jumped into my throat. I froze, listening. Nothing. Just the wind. But then I heard it again, a series of soft, deliberate knocks. Someone, or something, was outside. I didn't have cell service. The nearest neighbor was miles away. I grabbed the flashlight on the nightstand and crept toward the door, trying to make as little noise as possible. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but darkness. The forest was pitch black, the trees swaying gently. The knocking stopped. I stared at the door, my pulse hammering, until finally exhaustion overcame my fear. I went back to bed, leaving the door locked, but I didn't sleep. Every creak, every groan of the old cabin made me jump. Morning came with a gray, heavy mist that hung in the trees. I tried to reassure myself. Maybe it was some kid playing a prank, maybe a hiker who had lost his way. I had no proof of anything supernatural, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I made coffee and tried to enjoy the forest from the small porch, but the silence was suffocating. Birds remained absent, and the woods felt unnaturally still. I decided to go for a walk, figuring that fresh air would help. The forest was dense, and the mist clung to the ground. Every step I took seemed louder than it should have been, crunching through the damp leaves. I wandered further than I intended, and when I finally realized how deep I had gone, I turned back and found that the path looked different. Branches that I remembered being on my right were now on my left. The small stream I had passed was gone. I couldn't find the cabin. Panic set in. I called out, my voice swallowed by the mist. I retraced my steps, trying to find anything familiar, and then I saw it. A figure standing among the trees, just ahead. My first thought was a lost hiker, but the figure didn't move. It was tall, thin, dressed in dark, tattered clothing that blended almost seamlessly with the forest. I shouted, and it vanished. I ran blindly until I stumbled through the underbrush and finally saw the outline of the cabin through the fog. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The front door was ajar, the lock broken. I swear I had locked it. My heart raced as I stepped inside. Nothing seemed disturbed. The fire pit was cold, the furniture in place, but the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, had intensified. That night, I couldn't stay in the bedroom. I slept in the living room, fire blazing, doors locked. Around midnight, I heard it again. The taps, the knocks, but this time closer, circling the cabin. I could hear footsteps crunching in the leaves. Slow, deliberate, circling. The sound stopped at the back window. I turned on the flashlight, but the mist outside made it impossible to see clearly. I sat frozen for hours, listening until exhaustion claimed me. The next day, I tried to leave, but when I reached the narrow path that had brought me in, I realized it was gone. The forest had shifted. What had been a clear path was now an impenetrable wall of trees and brush. I tried to backtrack to find another way, but every turn led me deeper into the woods. The sky darkened as clouds rolled in and a cold rain began to fall. I was soaked, shivering, and utterly lost. As night fell again, I returned to the cabin, thinking it was better to face the unknown there than out in the open forest. When I reached it, I noticed something I hadn't before. Scratches on the doorframe, deep and jagged, like claws. My stomach turned. Inside, the cabin felt different. The air was thicker, heavier, and there was a faint smell of something metallic, like blood, though there was none visible. I spent that night awake, clutching a kitchen knife, listening to the forest. The tapping returned, but now it was accompanied by whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but they were urgent, insistent, and coming from all directions. I didn't dare look out the windows. I could feel the presence moving around the cabin, closer and closer. On the third morning, desperation overtook fear. I had to leave. I grabbed my keys, threw a jacket over my shoulders, and ran toward what I thought was the way out. Hours passed. The forest had a cruel sense of humor. Paths I tried looped me back to the same clearing, the same cabin that now seemed even more sinister in the daylight. I realized something terrifying. I wasn't lost in the woods. I was trapped in them. The fourth night, exhaustion and hunger made my senses dull. I could no longer tell if the taps and whispers were real or the product of my own fraying mind. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold. Laughter. Low, guttural, inhuman, circling the cabin. I pressed myself against the wall, knife trembling in my hand, convinced that whatever was out there was deciding how I would end. I don't remember how long I sat there, paralyzed with fear. Maybe hours, maybe a full day. When I finally dared to peek out, the forest was empty. The mist had thickened, and shadows clung to the trees like smoke. My car was gone from where I had parked it. Everything that could have helped me escape was gone, vanished, as though the forest itself had swallowed it. Days passed, or maybe only hours. I lost all sense of time. I survived on the canned food I had left, but hunger and thirst were constant. The taps, the whispers, and the footsteps never stopped. Sometimes, in the brief moments of quiet, I would glimpse something moving between the trees. A tall, thin figure with tattered clothing, watching, waiting. I tried to leave multiple times, but the forest always shifted. Paths looped back, trees moved, the air thickened. I realized that the cabin was not just a place, it was a trap, and I had walked straight into it. My calls for help went unanswered. No one would ever find me here. The silence, the isolation, the constant presence outside the cabin, it became unbearable. I stopped keeping track of days. My mind became a haze of fear and desperation. I would catch glimpses of movement from the windows, shadows that seemed to mirror my own. The forest seemed alive, aware of me, feeding off my terror. The taps at the door became part of my daily routine, as did the whispers circling the cabin. I stopped trying to fight them. It was pointless. At some point, I understood that no one would come for me. No one would know where I was. The forest had claimed me. The cabin, once a cozy refuge in the photos, was now a prison. And the presence outside, whatever it was, never left. It was patient. It was waiting. And I, trapped and desperate, had no choice but to endure, watching, listening, knowing that escape was impossible. I write this now in case anyone ever finds these words, though I doubt anyone will. If you see a rental listing for a cabin in the woods, think twice. The forest is patient. The cabin is patient, and they are waiting for someone like you to arrive. Story the end. The drive had been long and quiet, winding through the mountains of northern Vermont, past dense pines and misted ridges. I had taken the trip on a whim, needed a weekend alone, away from work and the constant drone of emails and phone calls. My friend had mentioned a cabin deep in the woods he used to rent, secluded enough that you wouldn't see another human for miles. Perfect, I thought. I packed light, bringing just a few changes of clothes, some food, a thermos, and a flashlight. The map on my phone led me through narrow logging roads, most of which looked they hadn't seen traffic in decades. Occasionally, I'd spot a collapsed fence or an abandoned cabin hidden behind overgrowth, but otherwise the forest seemed untouched. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was starting to dip behind the tree line. The cabin was small, wooden, and rustic, with peeling paint and a sagging porch. The sign near the driveway read "Whispering Pines" in faded letters. I felt a shiver, not the cold exactly, though it was brisk, but something about being completely alone out here. The parking area was just a patch of dirt overgrown with weeds. I left the car running for a minute, looking at the trees, and realized that the forest around me was unnervingly silent. No birds, no squirrels, just the faint whisper of wind through branches, the kind of quiet that feels almost alive. The door creaked when I opened it, and inside the air smelled of damp wood and mildew. The cabin wasn't furnished much, just a sagging couch, a small table with 2 chairs, a wood stove, and a bed in the corner. There was a faint layer of dust on everything, as if no one had been here in months. I set my bag down and lit a few candles I found on a shelf, the flames flickering shadows across the walls. I sat on the couch, listening to the silence, the sound of my own breathing filling the room. I decided to start a fire in the stove. The pile of wood was damp and heavy, but after a while, I managed to coax a flame that grew into a small, steady fire. The warmth helped ease the unease that had been gnawing at me since I arrived. I made a cup of instant coffee, sat back, and looked out the window. Darkness was settling in fast, and the trees outside were just silhouettes against the dim sky. For a while, everything was normal, quiet, lonely, but not threatening. Then I heard it. At first, I thought it was the wind, a faint scraping sound like something dragging across the wooden floorboards outside. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped. My heart was beating a little faster, but I told myself it was just a deer or a branch brushing against the cabin. I poured another cup of coffee, trying to shake off the feeling. I went to check the windows. Everyone was intact, and there was no sign of anyone outside. Night came fully, and the forest around the cabin turned into a black wall. The only light came from the stove and the candles, their flames casting long, dancing shadows. I went to bed early, hoping that sleep would erase the creeping unease. But as I lay there, I realized I wasn't alone. It was subtle at first, a faint sound of breathing, not my own, coming from the corner of the room. My pulse spiked. I sat up, listening. Nothing, just the crackle of the fire. I told myself I was imagining things, that the cabin and the isolation were playing tricks on my mind. I lay back down, trying to sleep. Then I heard it again, louder this time, a soft, deliberate footstep on the wooden floor. It was coming from the living area. I couldn't see anything from my position on the bed, and the shadows outside the window seemed darker, heavier. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand and turned it on, sweeping the room. Nothing. The room was empty. My stomach twisted. I tried to call someone, anyone, but the phone had no signal. The isolation I had come for now felt like a trap. The scraping and shuffling sounds returned, now from the direction of the front door. I grabbed a heavy chair and slowly got out of bed, approaching the door. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking. Nothing. The cabin fell silent again, but the silence now felt loaded, as if it were waiting. I gripped the chair tighter, my hands trembling. Suddenly, the chair shook violently in my hands, as if someone, or something, had pushed against it from the other side. I stumbled backward, dropping it, and the sound of scraping turned into rapid, heavy steps running across the floorboards outside. I backed into a corner, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped. Dead silence again. But now I felt it, a presence, a weight pressing down on me, as if the air itself had grown heavier. I spent the next few hours sitting in the corner of the room, clutching a candle, listening to the house groan and creak with the wind. Every now and then, I would hear a faint whisper, like someone calling my name just beyond comprehension. I couldn't tell if it was real or my imagination, but it made me too terrified to sleep. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the shadows near the stove. A shape, tall and thin, that seemed to watch me from the edge of the room. I blinked. Gone. I felt my sanity starting to fray. Morning light finally broke through the windows. I hadn't slept, hadn't left the corner I'd claimed as a safe zone. I decided to leave, pack up, and get the hell out of there. The car was just as I had left it, but as I turned the key, I realized the engine wouldn't start. Panic set in. I tried again. Nothing. I got out, banging on the hood, checking the fuel. Everything was fine, but the car refused to turn over. Then I noticed footprints in the mud leading away from the cabin toward the woods. Only they weren't mine. They were too large, uneven, and their spacing was wrong, as if the creature that made them didn't walk like a human. I debated following the path, hoping for a road, a sign of civilization, but the forest looked endless. And then I heard it, a voice, faint and low, coming from somewhere deep in the trees. It was my name, stretched out, almost moaning. I froze. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. The voice came again, closer this time. "Help me," it whispered. "Come closer." My mind raced. It could be anyone or anything. The rational part of me wanted to ignore it, but another part, that desperate part, felt a compulsion to move toward the sound. I turned back to the cabin. The front door, which I was sure I had locked, now hung open, swinging slightly in the wind. And in the doorway, I saw it. A figure, hunched and tall, thin almost to the point of being skeletal. Its face was obscured, shadowed, but I could feel its eyes on me. It didn't move, just watched. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The figure seemed to dissolve into the darkness, leaving only the sense of being stared at, pursued. I ran into the woods, following a vague trail that seemed to appear just as I needed it. The trees pressed in around me, their branches clawing at my clothes and skin. I heard whispers all around me now, coming from every direction, echoing my own terrified breaths. Branches snapped behind me. Something, or many things, were following, keeping pace without ever showing themselves. I ran until my legs burned and my lungs screamed for air, and finally stumbled onto an old logging road, broken and overgrown, but unmistakably human-made. I ran along the road until I found a small, dilapidated ranger station. I pounded on the door until an elderly man answered. His eyes were cautious, wary. I stammered, trying to explain, but he just shook his head. "The cabin? Whispering Pines? You shouldn't have gone there," he said quietly. "People disappear out there. Always have." I asked him why. What happens there? But he wouldn't answer. Only that I should leave the area, never return, and be careful on my way back to the main road. I eventually got a ride back to the nearest town. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling that same weight of eyes, as if the forest itself remembered me, remembered my presence. I didn't sleep well for weeks. Dreams of that cabin, of the whispers, of the skeletal figure, haunted me, and every time I closed my eyes, I could hear faint scratching just beyond the walls of my own house, like the cabin was still out there, waiting somewhere deep in the woods. Even months later, when I told friends and coworkers about it, I could feel their disbelief. That didn't matter. What mattered was the memory, the suffocating isolation, the quiet that had never truly left me. I know I wasn't imagining it. I know something watches from the trees, something patient, ancient, and malevolent. And I know that if I had stayed even a few hours longer, I might not have returned at all. The thing about Whispering Pines isn't just that it's isolated, it's that once it finds you, it doesn't let go. The forest seems normal to everyone else, but there's a boundary there, invisible yet tangible. Cross it and the world changes. The shadows move differently. The air gets heavier. You feel a presence pressing down on you, whispering, laughing, waiting. You see movement in your periphery, and every time you look, there's nothing. Until there is. I haven't gone back, and I never will. I've avoided that part of Vermont entirely. But sometimes when the wind is right, I think I can hear the trees calling, soft and low, repeating my name. And I remember what the ranger said. People disappear out there. Always have. I know I was lucky. Or maybe they just weren't done with me yet. Every night when the house is quiet and I'm alone, I remember the scraping, the whispers, the way the darkness seemed to thicken around the cabin. I remember the figure in the doorway, and I remember the voices urging me to come closer. It wasn't my imagination. I can still feel the weight of it, and I know that somewhere out there the cabin waits, and it will wait for the next person to wander too far into the woods, to cross the boundary that separates the safe world from whatever that place is. I don't think I'll ever feel truly alone in my life again. Even now, years later, I'm careful when I walk in the forest. I check the trees, the shadows, I listen. Sometimes, just sometimes, I think I hear it again, the soft scraping, the whisper of a name, the low, deliberate breathing of something unseen. And I know that Whispering Pines is out there, patient, waiting, still calling. Story the end. It started as a weekend getaway, nothing more than a quiet retreat from the chaos of city life. I'd found the cabin online, a listing tucked deep in the northern woods of Maine. The photos made it look like something out of a travel magazine. Rustic timber walls, a stone fireplace, a wraparound porch overlooking dense pine forest. The description promised solitude, privacy, and a true wilderness experience. It was exactly what I needed after months of deadlines, cramped subway rides, and the constant hum of office noise. I drove through the late afternoon sun, the car slicing through endless miles of winding roads and towering trees. GPS had trouble keeping signal after a certain point, leaving me to navigate instinct, road signs, and the thin threads of a map I'd printed from a sketchy website. The farther I drove, the quieter it got. No more passing cars, no faint hum of distant towns, just the whisper of wind through pines and the occasional scuttle of a deer across the road. By the time I reached the turnoff to the cabin, the sky was bruised with dusk. The gravel path leading to the property was uneven, littered with rocks and fallen branches, forcing me to drive slowly. The cabin itself emerged from a cluster of trees like it had grown there, untouched by modern life. The porch light flickered faintly, powered by a small generator I later learned was under the floorboards. Inside, the air smelled faintly of wood smoke and dust, as though no one had been there for months. The interior was modest but inviting. A small living room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen stocked with bare essentials, a bedroom with a thick wool blanket folded neatly on the bed. There was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, no distractions from the forest beyond the windows. I felt a thrill at the isolation. For the first time in a long while, I could breathe. The first night passed uneventfully. I read, cooked a simple meal over the old stove, and listened to the wind scratching against the cabin walls. But as darkness deepened, I noticed something that didn't sit right. There were sounds outside, footsteps, soft and deliberate, moving around the cabin perimeter. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or a raccoon. But the steps were too steady, too methodical. They circled the cabin slowly, paused, and then retreated. I convinced myself it was my imagination and tried to sleep. The next morning, I explored the area around the cabin. There was a small clearing, a stream trickling a short distance away, and a narrow trail that disappeared into dense woods. I wandered for a few hours, taking photos of the scenery, noting the wildlife, the serene quiet. The forest felt alive in a way that was beautiful, but also subtly menacing. The trees were too thick, the shadows too dark, and the silence too absolute. Something about it made me uneasy, though I couldn't put my finger on why. That evening, I sat on the porch watching the sun bleed through the treetops. As darkness fell, the footsteps returned, soft, deliberate, circling the cabin again. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, shining the beam into the trees, but I saw nothing. The footsteps stopped the moment I shined the light. My pulse quickened, but I told myself it was probably the wind moving branches, or maybe a raccoon moving across the ground. Still, I made sure to lock the cabin doors before going to bed. The third day, I decided to hike further into the woods, following the faint trail I had noticed the first day. I walked for hours, taking note of the natural beauty, the occasional deer darting between trees, the bird song that seemed to echo through the forest. But then I noticed something strange. The trail began to loop unnaturally, doubling back in ways that didn't match the map. I realized I might be going in circles, but every tree looked different, every path slightly altered, as if the forest itself was shifting. Panic started to creep in. I turned back toward the cabin, only to realize the path had disappeared. The more I tried to retrace my steps, the more disoriented I became. The sun dipped lower, and soon the forest was cast in twilight shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees. I began running, pushing through underbrush and snapping branches, my lungs burning, until finally I stumbled onto the clearing near the cabin. Relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. The porch light was out. I remember that clearly. The faint glow from the night before was gone. I rushed inside, bolted the door, and checked the windows. Everything seemed untouched, but the sensation of being watched was overwhelming. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind against the walls, felt like footsteps circling inside the cabin. By the fourth day, I decided to explore the inside of the cabin more thoroughly. I hadn't really looked around beyond the main living spaces. As I checked the cupboards and drawers, I found something unsettling. Small, shallow scratches in the wood, concentrated near the corners and edges of rooms. They weren't fresh, but they were too precise to be random. Some looked like claws, others like they had been made with a small knife. I tried to dismiss it as the work of animals. Maybe a raccoon had gotten in at some point. But then I noticed something worse. There were symbols scratched into the wooden floorboards near the fireplace. Simple, primitive marks, almost runic, arranged in a pattern that felt deliberate. I had studied ancient symbols in college as part of a minor in archaeology, and something about these scratched symbols set off alarms in my mind. They weren't from any culture I could identify, but the intent behind them was unmistakable. Warning. That night, the footsteps returned with more intensity. Not just circling outside, but moving along the floorboards inside the cabin. I sat in the corner with a baseball bat, straining to hear every sound. The cabin felt alive, like it was breathing around me. Then I heard it, a voice, soft and low, whispering my name. Michael? Michael. I froze, heart pounding. The voice was coming from the corner of the living room, a place where shadows pooled thickly. I shone the flashlight, and for a brief second I thought I saw a figure, tall, thin, impossibly still. Then it vanished. I spent the rest of the night on the floor by the fireplace, eyes wide, clutching the bat and repeating to myself that it was just my imagination. But I knew it wasn't. The fifth day, I decided I couldn't stay any longer. I packed my things quickly, keeping the bat close. I tried to start the car, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I jumped out and tried to push it, but it felt like the forest itself resisted me. When I turned back to the cabin, I saw movement in the trees. Figures, dozens of them, standing just beyond the tree line, silent and watching. Panic overtook me, and I ran. I ran blindly, crashing through underbrush, tripping over roots and rocks until I reached the main road. I flagged down a passing car, barely able to speak. The driver stared at me, wide-eyed, as I tried to explain the cabin and the forest, the footsteps, the whispers. They nodded slowly, then said something I didn't want to hear. "You're lucky you made it out. Most people don't. That place, it's been abandoned for decades. People say it's cursed. Nobody goes in there and comes out the same." I didn't need more explanation. I drove away as fast as I could, glancing in the rearview mirror and seeing the dark outline of the forest stretching endlessly, hiding whatever had been inside. It's been months since that weekend, and I still wake up at night, heart racing, hearing soft scratches on the walls or whispers in the corner of my room. Friends ask why I don't travel anymore, why I avoid quiet places. I tell them I prefer cities, bright lights, noise, but they don't understand. They can't, because the forest is patient. It waits, it watches. And somewhere deep in those woods, the cabin still stands, waiting for the next person who thinks solitude is a simple thing. I've tried to rationalize it, wildlife, stress, imagination, but the scratches remain burned into my memory. The voice calling my name in the dark, the feeling of being surrounded by eyes that aren't human. And I know with a certainty that terrifies me that it's still there, inside the walls of that cabin, waiting. Every time I close my eyes, I see it. A figure tall and thin, emerging from the shadows, its face obscured by darkness, standing at the edge of the clearing, staring. It doesn't move. It doesn't speak. It simply waits. And when I think of the forest of that cabin, I know the truth. Some places aren't meant to be visited. Some places are alive. Some places remember. I don't know how it chose me, or if it even did, but I know this: I will never go back. The forest doesn't let go, and the cabin doesn't forgive. I can feel it, even now, through the thin walls of my apartment, through the city streets, through the hum of my refrigerator at night. I can feel it patient and silent, waiting for the moment when I might slip and forget, even for an instant. I've told myself that leaving was enough, that distance would save me, but deep down I know it isn't. That cabin is more than wood and stone. It's something else, something that exists between the trees, in the wind, in the shadows. I've heard stories of hikers who vanish, of campers who scream in the night. They all talk about the same thing: the feeling of being watched, the footsteps, the whispers. The forest doesn't forget. And neither does the cabin. I still drive past the roads that lead to it sometimes, though I never stop. The GPS signal dies, the trees close in, and I see it in glimpses through the window. The clearing, the porch, the dark outline of a figure just at the edge. And I know, without doubt, that one day it will call me back, because it always calls back. I warn everyone I know, but no one believes me. They laugh, they say I need therapy, they say it's the stress of the city or a bad weekend trip. But I can't lie. I know what I saw, I know what I heard, and I know that the forest is alive, patient, and hungry. That cabin is a doorway, and once it sees you, it never forgets. I never told anyone about the scratches in the wood or the symbols near the fireplace. I didn't tell anyone about the whispering voice calling my name. Not even the authorities. Because who would believe me? And deep down, I fear that speaking of it gives it power. That every time I recount the story, it waits just a little longer. Sometimes at night, I hear footsteps outside my window. I tell myself it's nothing, that it's the city, the neighbors. But then I remember the cabin and the forest and the figures just beyond the tree line. And I know it's patient. I know it's waiting. I know it hasn't forgotten. Even now, writing this, I can feel the cold, wet wind of the Maine forest brushing against my skin. I can feel eyes on me, following me, waiting for the moment I let my guard down. The cabin is still there, standing silently in the darkness, in the trees, in the shadows of the night. And I know, with the same certainty that has haunted me for months, that it's only a matter of time before it calls again. Story the end. It had been a long week in the city, and the thought of a weekend getaway in the woods seemed like the perfect antidote to stress. Emily had always been drawn to solitude, the quiet stretching out like a balm over her frazzled nerves. She found the cabin on a listing that promised isolation, nature, and total privacy. The pictures showed a rustic structure set in dense woods, far from any other signs of civilization. It wasn't fancy, just a log cabin with a small porch and a wood-burning stove, but it was exactly what she thought she needed. Her car was packed with groceries, a stack of books, a bottle of wine, and a backpack filled with essentials, all set for a 2-day retreat. The drive was longer than she expected. The last 10 miles were gravel and dirt, winding through trees so thick that the sky seemed to vanish. Emily's GPS signal kept dropping, and at one point, the navigation device simply went blank. She followed the vague directions she had scribbled down from the listing. Turn right at the fallen pine, then left at the fork with the 2 boulders. Her excitement was mingled with a creeping anxiety she tried to push aside. The woods felt alive in a way that the city never had. Birds flitted between the branches, and the wind whispered through the trees in a voice she couldn't place. When she finally saw the cabin, relief washed over her. It was exactly as advertised, a lone structure surrounded by thick pines and oak trees, with a faint trail leading to a small creek in the distance. The air smelled crisp, almost antiseptic in its purity. She parked the car on a patch of uneven dirt and stepped out, stretching her arms over her head. The silence hit her like a weight, oppressive yet comforting. No cars, no people, just the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional caw of a crow. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of dust and aged wood. The furniture was sparse but sturdy, a wooden table, 2 chairs, a small couch, and a bed with a thick quilt. The stove looked like it hadn't been used in weeks, but there was a stack of firewood neatly piled nearby. Emily unpacked her things, setting the wine and snacks on the table, then stepped out onto the porch. She could hear the creek now, the sound of water trickling over rocks, distant and calming. She took a deep breath and smiled. This was exactly what she needed. The first night was uneventful. She lit a fire in the stove, poured herself a glass of wine, and settled into her couch with a book. Outside, the wind rose, rattling the trees, but inside, she was warm and safe. At some point, she heard the soft thump of branches against the cabin roof, but it was the kind of noise she had grown used to in the woods. She told herself it was just the wind, curled up under the quilt, and drifted off to sleep. Morning came with an unsettling stillness. Emily noticed how quiet it was, how the usual morning chorus of birds was muted, almost absent. She stepped outside, expecting to see the sun filtering through the trees, but instead mist clung to the forest floor like a living thing. The creek was gone from view, hidden behind a veil of fog that made everything look more sinister than serene. Shaking off the unease, she brewed some coffee, planning a hike through the woods. She left the cabin and followed a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest. The further she walked, the thicker the trees became, their branches intertwined like skeletal fingers, and the light from the sky dimmed. It was late morning when she noticed something strange. There was a faint path, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding undergrowth, that seemed to loop back toward the cabin. She turned back to retrace her steps, but the trail had vanished. The trees all looked the same, and she realized with a sinking feeling that she had no idea which way she had come. Her heart rate quickened. She could hear the creek somewhere nearby, but its direction was impossible to discern through the fog. Panic set in. She called out for herself, but only her own voice echoed back at her, swallowed by the dense woods. She wandered for what felt like hours, trying to stay calm. Every tree looked identical, every shadow seemed to shift as she passed. When the fog finally began to thin, she caught a glimpse of the cabin through the trees. Relief surged, but as she approached, something felt off. The cabin door was slightly ajar, even though she was certain she had locked it. Her fingers trembled as she pushed it open, expecting to find everything as she left it, but the interior had changed. The stove had been lit. The fire smoldered low, ashes scattered on the floor. The table had been rearranged, the wine bottle moved closer to the edge. Her books were stacked in a different order. Emily's pulse raced, and she called out, her voice shaking. Hello? Is anyone here? No reply. She checked every corner of the cabin, every shadow, but found nothing. Nothing except the cold draft seeping through the slightly open window. She decided she must have imagined it, some residual anxiety manifesting in hallucinations. She cleaned up, locked the door carefully this time, and tried to ignore the gnawing sensation that someone or something was watching her. The second night was worse. The sounds outside had grown more pronounced, louder, closer. At first, she dismissed it as animals, raccoons, deer, maybe coyotes, but the noises were too deliberate, too rhythmic. She lay in bed listening to them, her mind refusing sleep. At one point, she heard footsteps on the porch. Heavy, deliberate, pacing back and forth. Her eyes widened as she reached for the flashlight she kept on the bedside table. She aimed it at the window. Nothing. Then came the scratching. Nails or claws dragging across the wood of the porch. She could feel the vibrations through the floorboards. Her breath caught, and she pressed herself against the wall, trying to make herself as small as possible. She wanted to scream, but the sound seemed like it would draw the entity closer. Minutes stretched into hours. Every time she thought it had stopped, it would start again. Moving around the cabin, scratching, pacing, always just out of view. By the time the first hint of dawn touched the sky, she was trembling, drenched in sweat, her mind teetering on the edge of hysteria. When she finally dared to step outside, the cabin's surroundings had shifted. The trail she had walked yesterday had vanished, replaced by a thick tangle of brambles. The creek she had admired was nowhere to be seen. She tried to follow the direction she thought led to the nearest road, but every path seemed to circle back, trapping her within the forest's oppressive grip. The sun climbed higher, but the light felt weak, filtered through the dense canopy like water through a sieve. She realized with a sinking heart that she wasn't just lost, she was trapped. Over the next few hours, Emily's sense of time warped. She wandered, tried to retrace her steps, and repeatedly returned to the same clearing where the cabin stood. Each time the cabin seemed slightly different. Sometimes the door was shut, sometimes ajar. The fire would be burning or completely cold, the furniture slightly rearranged, the air thick with the scent of smoke, even when the stove was unlit. She began marking trees with scratches and notches, hoping to track her path, but each mark disappeared as if it had never been made. Fear gnawed at her, insidious and unrelenting. By nightfall, she had barricaded herself inside the cabin, too afraid to step outside. The scratching returned, louder and more persistent. She could hear breathing now, low and ragged, circling the cabin in the darkness. Shadows shifted in ways that made her stomach churn. At one point, she saw a figure in the corner of the room, thin, almost translucent, watching her with hollow eyes. She blinked, and it was gone. She told herself it was exhaustion, dehydration, stress, but the rational explanations did nothing to soothe the terror. The next day, Emily attempted to leave again. She picked a direction and ran, sprinting blindly through the trees, over roots, through brambles, following the faint sound of running water she thought might lead to the creek. Hours passed. Her legs were scratched, her clothes torn, her skin bleeding in patches. But no matter how far she ran, she kept ending up at the cabin, and each time it felt colder, darker, more hostile. Something began leaving marks inside the cabin, symbols scratched into the walls with deep, precise cuts. Messages, perhaps, but they weren't in any language she recognized. Sometimes she would wake to find objects moved, placed in odd configurations, pointing toward corners or the door. A sense of being watched never left her. Emily stopped talking aloud, stopped crying. She barely ate, barely slept, the fear hollowing her from the inside out. On the fourth night, she heard a whisper, low, sibilant, almost imperceptible, "Leave." Her heart skipped. "Leave." It hissed again, closer this time. She spun around, flashlight shaking in her hand, and the beam landed on a figure standing just beyond the doorway. It was tall, thin, faceless in the shadows, its presence radiating malevolence. Emily screamed, stumbling backward. The figure moved forward with unnatural speed, and she felt its coldness seep into her bones. She bolted out the back door, running blindly into the trees. She ran until her lungs burned, until her vision blurred. She tripped over roots, fell into a muddy creek, and struggled to her feet, but the forest seemed endless. Every direction was wrong. The whispers followed her, taunting, coaxing, angry. When night fell again, she found herself back at the cabin. It was empty, silent, yet somehow alive. The shadows inside seemed to stretch, beckoning her in. She knew with an instinctive certainty that the cabin wanted her. Days blended together. Emily lost track of time. Food ran out. She survived on creek water, drank sparingly, ate handfuls of berries when she could find them. The scratches on the walls grew more elaborate, some forming shapes that seemed to shift when she looked away. Footsteps pattered in rhythms that matched her own heartbeat. Shadows moved in ways that defied explanation. She began to talk to the figure, asking why it was keeping her, what it wanted. There was no answer, only the relentless presence, always just behind her, always watching. She tried burning the cabin down. She piled wood high in the stove, lit it with matches, and watched flames lick the walls. The fire roared, smoke choking her, but when she stumbled outside, the cabin stood as it always had, untouched, indifferent. The forest around her had shifted too. Paths erased, trees twisted into shapes she didn't recognize. Panic clawed at her sanity. The realization hit her. The cabin was never meant to be destroyed. She was its prey. Nights stretched into an unmeasurable void. Emily could no longer tell day from night. The figure would appear in flashes, always at the edge of vision, sometimes in mirrors or the blackened windows, sometimes in the corner of the room when she thought she was alone. She stopped trying to escape, stopped marking trees. She moved with careful steps, almost obeying some unspoken rule, following routines she didn't understand, hoping to survive another night. Then, one morning, or what she assumed was morning, she noticed something different. The door was open, wider than she remembered, and the path to the creek seemed clearer. The fog had lifted slightly. Desperation overrode fear. Emily ran, moving fast, never looking back. The air smelled fresher, lighter, the sun stronger. She ran for hours until the forest thinned, until she saw a dirt road in the distance. Her lungs burned, her legs ached, but she kept moving. A passing car eventually spotted her. She stumbled toward it, waving her arms, screaming until someone stopped. A man jumped out, helped her into the vehicle. She couldn't stop shaking, couldn't explain what had happened. She just kept pointing, trying to show him the forest, the cabin. But when they reached the edge of the woods, it was gone. Not burned, not overgrown, not hidden. It simply wasn't there. Just trees, dense and unbroken, like it had never existed. Emily never returned to the woods. She tried to speak about it, but friends and family dismissed her as delirious, the stress of city life and exhaustion manifesting in hallucinations. Yet she knew the truth. The cabin was real, and it had wanted her. And somewhere, deep in the heart of the forest, it waited for the next person who wandered too far, drawn by the promise of solitude and silence. Even years later, she would dream of it. The dark cabin, the whispering trees, the faceless figure. Sometimes she thought she could still hear the scratching at her window at night, soft, insistent, a reminder that the cabin never forgot, never let go. And she knew, with bone-deep certainty, that it never would. Story the end. It was a Friday afternoon when I decided to leave the city behind. I'd been working 12-hour shifts for months, buried in fluorescent lights, paperwork, and the endless hum of computers. The stress had started to feel like a second skin, sticky and suffocating. The idea of a weekend in the woods, far away from everything, was almost too appealing to resist. I had found a listing online for a small cabin in northern Maine, completely isolated, no cell service, a real chance to disappear for a couple of days. The pictures were rustic but cozy, and the description promised solitude. That was exactly what I needed. I drove through the late afternoon, the city giving way to small towns, then to miles of pines and birches, their trunks stretching into an overcast sky. I kept glancing at the GPS, though I knew the cabin was deep in the woods, miles off the main road. The further I drove, the more the radio sputtered, finally cutting out entirely. That was fine. I didn't need music or signals. I needed silence. The final turnoff was a dirt road, barely visible under the overgrowth. My rental car bounced along ruts and puddles left by a recent rain. A tingle of unease ran down my spine, but I chalked it up to anticipation and the sheer remoteness of the area. Eventually, the road narrowed even further, and I had to slow to a crawl. That's when I first saw it. A low, dark cabin, almost hidden by a ring of tall pines. It wasn't luxurious, but it was sturdy, with a steep roof and a stone chimney. Smoke curled lazily from the flue, which surprised me. Maybe the last renter had left a fire going, I thought. The front door was unlocked. I pushed it open, stepping inside. The cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and mildew. Dust motes floated in the beams of the late afternoon sun that filtered through grimy windows. There was a small living area, a stone fireplace, a kitchenette, and a loft bedroom. I set my bags down and wandered around, running my hands over the wooden surfaces. Everything felt solid, but worn, lived in, abandoned, and forgotten all at once. I started a fire in the fireplace and made myself a cup of instant coffee. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, and an occasional bird called in the distance. It was quiet, quiet in a way that felt almost unnatural. I sat by the fire, sipping my coffee, listening to the forest. It was then I noticed the small scratches along the doorframe, thin, shallow, and irregular. They looked like they could have been claw marks. My stomach twisted, but I told myself I was just seeing things. Animals, maybe raccoons or squirrels, had done it. I poured the coffee down the sink and decided to take a walk before dark. The woods were dense, tangled, and eerily still. I followed a faint path broken by roots and fallen branches. Every now and then, I heard a snap behind me, footsteps, or a branch breaking under some unseen animal. I kept telling myself it was the latter, but my heart kept picking up speed. The sun was sinking, turning the sky a deep orange, and shadows stretched like black fingers between the trees. I decided to head back. When I returned, the cabin seemed different. Not in structure, but in presence. The air felt heavier, and the fire I had left in the fireplace had died down more than I expected. I stoked it back to life, shaking off the unease. I figured I'd eat and get an early night. I unpacked some granola bars, a small can of soup, and sat in front of the fire. That's when I heard it, the first real sound that didn't belong, a low, dragging scrape from somewhere outside. It was deliberate, slow, and heavy. My body stiffened. I stood up, listening, but the noise didn't repeat immediately. Maybe I had imagined it. The isolation had to be playing tricks on me. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure. I told myself I was being paranoid, but the tension wouldn't leave my chest. I tried to watch some videos on my phone, but there was no signal, no Wi-Fi, nothing. Darkness approached, and I felt an almost primitive fear settle over me. I went up to the loft, thinking sleep would calm me, but the wooden ladder creaked under my weight. The loft was small, a single mattress on the floor. I lay down, the firelight flickering below, casting shadows on the walls. Then I heard it again, a soft thud against the cabin. Not a branch falling, but a deliberate thump, followed by another. Something was outside. I froze, straining my ears. The thumps continued, slow and measured, moving around the cabin. My breath caught. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer, or something larger. I didn't want to think about the alternative. I held a flashlight in my hand, keeping it close to me. The thumps stopped, and silence settled back in. Hours passed like that, sleep eluding me. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined shadows moving in the trees, shapes creeping along the edges of my vision. Morning didn't bring relief. The sun rose pale and gray, filtering weakly through the mist that had crept in overnight. I stepped outside cautiously, circling the cabin. The forest was quiet, deceptively normal, but the ground told a different story. Around the cabin were footprints, not human, larger, uneven, and clawed. They led into the woods, but none returned. My stomach turned. I snapped pictures with my phone, hoping to analyze them later, but my unease grew. Something had been around here. Maybe still was. I debated leaving immediately, but the dirt road was washed out in places and the rental car sat low, risking getting stuck. I had no choice but to wait a few hours until it dried. I spent the day keeping a watchful eye on the tree line, moving nothing outside the cabin. The scratches on the doorframe now seemed deliberate, like someone or something had been trying to get in. The fire in the fireplace kept me company, but the shadows it cast seemed too alive, stretching and twisting in impossible ways. I tried calling someone, anyone, but there was no signal. Panic started to gnaw at the edges of my mind. By evening, I couldn't ignore it any longer. Whatever had been here last night wasn't gone. That night was worse. The dragging, thumping noises started early, circling the cabin in a slow rhythm. I couldn't sleep. I kept a kitchen knife in my hand, moving only when necessary. At some point, I swore I heard breathing just outside the door, ragged and low, like someone had been running and stopped right next to the cabin. I whispered into the dark, "Who's there?" No answer. I shined the flashlight toward the sound. Nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind, or what I hoped was the wind. Then a single scratch, long and deep, against the outer wall. I jumped, heart hammering, and in that instant realized there was a smell. Something metallic, coppery, like blood. My mind raced. My rational side told me it was probably the wind catching debris, or an animal. But the smell didn't lie. I stayed in the loft that night, knife ready, listening. At some point, I thought I heard voices, whispers just beyond the tree line, words I couldn't understand. I dared not speak, fearing that acknowledging them would provoke whatever it was. The night dragged endlessly, and when dawn finally came, I was exhausted, trembling, and paranoid. I needed to leave, but the tracks from last night had multiplied. Some circled the cabin, others stopped at the edge of the woods. No footprints led to a road. It was as if something had been watching, pacing, waiting. The day passed slowly. I kept busy inside, repairing what I could, shoring up doors and windows, and trying to reason with myself. I convinced myself I had been imagining things, that the stress and isolation had gotten to me. But when I stepped outside to gather firewood, I found fresh scratches on the trees, almost symbols in their randomness. I swear they weren't there yesterday. And the footprints, different from before, larger, more deliberate, leading closer to the cabin this time. Night fell again, and with it, dread. I didn't hear just thumps or dragging noises anymore. There were now knocks, rhythmic, deliberate, against every wall of the cabin. The fireplace went out on its own, and I could feel a coldness creeping in from every corner. My flashlight flickered despite fresh batteries. I stayed in the loft, gripping the knife, listening as the sounds of movement grew louder, closer, circling, then stopping. Silence, then a whisper, soft but clear. Out! I screamed into the darkness, yelled for whoever it was to leave me alone. The whispers grew, overlapping from every direction at once, indecipherable and maddening. I couldn't think, couldn't see clearly. Then a shadow appeared on the loft wall, enormous, shapeless, moving against the light of the cabin. I tried to swing the knife blindly at it, but it didn't stop, didn't react. It just stretched, leaning closer, almost pressing through the wall itself. Panic made me crawl to the far end of the loft, and the whispers intensified, screaming now, not in words, but in an unbearable cacophony. I don't know how long it lasted, but eventually the sun came again. I didn't sleep. I packed what I could carry, loaded it into the car, and left. The cabin receded behind me, hidden again among the trees, quiet, serene, as if nothing had happened. I didn't dare look back. The tracks disappeared as I drove, though I still smelled that metallic tang in the air, lingering like a stain on my senses. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, where people moved and talked, and the world felt normal again. Weeks later, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was exhaustion, stress, imagination. Maybe wild animals had been curious about the cabin, or some prankster had been playing games. But when I closed my eyes at night, I could still see the scratches on the doorframe, feel the cold creeping through the walls, hear the whispers that seemed to follow me in memory. I never returned, and I never told anyone in detail, because who would believe it? Yet the unease stays with me, an echo of the woods and the cabin that waits, patient and unseen, for the next visitor. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I swear I hear a scratching at the window, soft and deliberate. I live in a city now, far from that forest, but the memory is too strong. I never thought isolation could feel alive, could feel hostile, but it does. It waits. And if you wander too far into the wrong woods, you'll understand. You'll hear the dragging footsteps, the whispers, thumps circling your home. You'll feel the cold that comes through the walls, the presence that leans over you while you sleep. And there's no escaping it, not really. Story, the end. The sun had barely risen when I finally pulled my beat-up Jeep onto the dirt path that led to the cabin. It was tucked deep into the Adirondacks, miles from the nearest town, a place where cell service was a luxury, and civilization felt like a faint memory. I'd driven hours on roads that were little more than rutted trails, twisting through dense stands of pine and birch that seemed to close in the further I went. The GPS had given up miles back, and I followed the faint markings on an old paper map I'd picked up at a gas station. I wasn't sure why I was even doing this. My friends had laughed when I said I was going to spend a week alone in the woods, But something about the isolation called to me. Something about proving that I could handle it, that I could endure solitude in a place that most people avoided. The cabin appeared like a mirage among the trees, a dark silhouette against the morning fog. It was small, with weathered logs that had darkened over decades, moss creeping up the sides. A thin plume of smoke curled from the chimney, but I couldn't tell if it was recent or some lingering residue from the previous occupants. I parked and got out, stretching, listening to the crunch of my boots on the frost-hardened ground. The air was sharp and smelled faintly of wet pine needles and decay. The cabin was silent, almost too silent. No birds, no rustle of small animals, just the wind in the trees and the distant creak of branches swaying. I had expected dust and cobwebs, maybe the faint odor of mothballs or rot, but the cabin smelled surprisingly clean. Wooden floors creaked under my weight, and the windows were thick with grime, filtering the sunlight into muted, ghostly beams. There was a fireplace with a half-burned log, a kitchen area with a cast-iron stove, and a single bedroom with a sagging mattress. The walls bore the scratches and marks of age, and I found old newspaper clippings taped haphazardly, yellowed with time. One article mentioned a missing hiker in these very woods. Another was about a local murder decades ago. I shrugged it off. This was the Adirondacks. History of that kind was everywhere. I set down my bag, unpacked, and decided to stretch my legs. There was a narrow trail leading from the cabin into the trees. I wandered along it, enjoying the crunch of frost and leaves underfoot, the smell of damp earth. The woods were dense, uninviting, yet strangely beautiful. I followed the trail until it dissolved into nothing, a steep slope covered in roots and fallen branches. I turned back, realizing the solitude was absolute. I could see the cabin just barely through the trees, and I felt a flicker of unease. Alone, so utterly alone, I had no choice but to return. That night, after a dinner of canned chili and a beer, I lit a fire and sank into the old armchair by the fireplace. The cabin felt alive in ways I hadn't anticipated. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle from outside seemed amplified in the darkness. I tried to read, tried to convince myself this was a weekend escape, nothing more, but sleep was reluctant to come. I kept thinking I heard someone whispering outside, though when I looked, there was nothing. Just the dark, endless forest pressing in. By the second night, the isolation was gnawing at me. I had no internet, no phone service, nothing but the wind in the trees. Around midnight, I woke to a sound that made my stomach twist. It wasn't the wind, not really. It was a deliberate knock at the door. Slow, heavy, like someone was testing whether I was there. I froze, listening. Another knock, and then nothing. My rational mind argued it was just a branch falling or an animal, but the sound had been too purposeful. I got up, grabbing a flashlight from the counter. My hands shook as I approached the door. I peered out, but the beam of light only revealed darkness, thick trees, and the empty yard. Nothing moved, nothing breathed. I convinced myself it was my imagination and went back to bed, leaving the light on. The third night, the sounds grew bolder. Footsteps dragging slowly around the perimeter of the cabin, faint whispers I couldn't make out. I started hearing them during the day, too, subtle at first, like a soft echo of movement just beyond the tree line. I tried calling for help, but of course, there was no signal. I considered leaving, even in daylight, but the map showed only dense forest in every direction, and the nearest road was miles away. Something about this place made it hard to navigate, as if the forest itself resisted escape. I began keeping a knife on the bedside table, checking locks and double-checking windows. The scratching began. At first it was faint, like nails on wood. Then it became more insistent, moving along the walls of the cabin, circling the living space. I never saw anyone, never glimpsed a shadow, but the presence was undeniable. I started hearing whispers at night, soft, almost teasing, repeating words I didn't understand. I remember one night in particular, I woke to a voice right by my ear, a low, raspy whisper that said, "Leave." The voice didn't come from outside, it was inside my own head, or so it seemed. I bolted upright, heart hammering, flashlight trembling in my hand. Nothing. Just the fire crackling and the cabin groaning as the wind pressed against it. Sleep became impossible. My mind, isolated, started playing tricks. I began seeing fleeting shapes at the edge of my vision, shadows that moved independently of the light. One afternoon, while trying to gather firewood, I saw a figure through the trees. Tall, unnaturally thin, completely still. It vanished when I blinked. That evening, I found scratches on the outside doorframe, jagged and deep, as if claws had dug into the wood. I had no pets, no tools that could make such marks. The unease settled into a gnawing terror I could not escape. By the fifth day, I was hallucinating, or at least that's what I kept telling myself. I would wake to find the furniture slightly rearranged, the newspaper clippings I'd left flat now taped to the walls in crooked patterns. Things would disappear and reappear in impossible places. I began marking doors and windows with chalk, hoping to see if they were being tampered with while I slept. Every morning, the marks were smeared, sometimes replaced with lines or symbols I couldn't understand. The air felt heavy, oppressive, and the darkness seemed to linger even in daylight, clinging to the corners of the cabin, the shadowed edges of the yard. I tried talking to the forest, to the idea of whatever was there, reasoning with it, joking to myself to ease the fear. It didn't work. If anything, it seemed to respond. A tree branch would snap, a whisper would rise just beyond comprehension, and I felt watched, hunted, studied. The nights were the worst. I stopped trying to sleep in the bed, instead curling up in a corner with the knife, flashlight, and a pile of firewood for warmth. Every creak, every sound became magnified. I could hear the breathing sometimes, slow and deliberate, not my own. The sixth day, I found something new. Outside in the yard, there were footprints. Not human. Too elongated, too narrow, toes splayed in odd directions. They led to the tree line and vanished into the underbrush. No exit point. Nothing to explain them. Panic set in. I considered leaving immediately, but fear had paralyzed me too much to plan. That night, the scratching returned, louder, more aggressive, followed by the whispering. I didn't recognize the language, if it even was language, but the cadence was unmistakably threatening. I could feel it pressing against my skin, the air vibrating with something malevolent. I was exhausted, starving, and trapped in a nightmare I hadn't imagined possible. By the seventh day, I knew I had to leave. I packed hastily, dragging my bag to the jeep, ignoring the whispers and the shadows that seemed to stretch and follow. As I started the engine, I saw them, figures standing at the edge of the tree line, black, tall, impossible. They didn't move in any human way, just waited. I felt their eyes on me, their gaze burning, and something in the back of my mind screamed that they had been there all along, watching, learning. I drove fast, dirt and stones kicking up, the cabin shrinking in the rearview mirror, until the trees thinned and the road opened into asphalt. Only when I reached the highway did I let myself breathe fully, though the feeling of being followed never left. Even now, back in my apartment in the city, I can't shake it. I dream of that cabin, the whispers, the scratching, the shapes. Sometimes late at night, I think I hear them in the wind outside. The cabin was real. The forest was real. And whatever was there waiting still exists in that desolate place, patient, eternal. I can't tell anyone. They'll think I'm insane. But I know the truth, and the truth is a weight that follows me everywhere. Some places are meant to be left alone. Some woods are not meant to be entered. I will never go back, and yet I know that if I ever do, I won't be alone. Story the end. The first time I saw the cabin, I didn't think much of it. It was tucked away at the end of a gravel road that didn't appear on any of the maps my GPS recognized. The trees grew thick around it, trunks twisted and gnarled like the fingers of some ancient sleeping giant. The air smelled of wet pine and decay, damp from weeks of rain. I'd driven past it while exploring the area just out of curiosity, nothing more, but there was something about the way it sat there, like it had been waiting for me to notice it. I was a writer at the time, though not a very good one. Freelance work had dried up and my rent was due, so I told myself a weekend in the woods, away from phones, email, and the constant buzz of the city, would help me find inspiration. I found the cabin online through a listing that made it sound charming. Rustic, secluded, perfect for a writer's retreat. The photos showed a small log structure with a stone chimney and a dirt path leading to it. In reality, it looked smaller than the pictures, more worn than rustic. The wood had dark streaks, the roof sagged in one corner, and the door creaked as if the hinges themselves were groaning under years of neglect. I drove down the gravel road in my old sedan, the tires crunching over loose stones until I reached the cabin. My first thought was that no one had been here in years. The weeds were knee-high, the porch boards warped, and a thin layer of moss had claimed part of the roof. I left the car running and stepped out, my boots sinking slightly into the muddy ground. The silence hit me immediately. Not the kind of silence where you just don't hear people talking, but the kind that feels alive, as though it's pressing against your ears, filling every space around you. Inside, the cabin smelled of mold and old wood. Dust hung in the air in little motes that caught the afternoon light through the grimy windows. I set my bag down on the kitchen table, a rough slab of wood stained dark with age. There was a small stove, a few chipped mugs on a shelf, and a tin can of salt that had rusted at the seams. It was functional, but bare. I could tell whoever had stayed here last had left in a hurry, or maybe just stopped caring. The first night, I made a fire in the stone fireplace and tried to write. I had brought my laptop, but the Wi-Fi didn't reach this far into the woods and cell service was non-existent. So I switched to pen and paper. I wrote a little about the scenery, about the weight of the trees and the smell of rain-soaked soil. Around midnight, I noticed a sound outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it wasn't the wind. It was slower, heavier, deliberate, like someone walking through the underbrush. I froze, listening, but the noise stopped. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just imagining things. Still, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear soft footsteps circling the cabin. I didn't want to check. I didn't want to know if someone or something was out there. By the second day, I was trying to explore the surrounding area. The forest was dense, each tree seemingly older than the last. I wandered down what looked like a path at first, but soon the underbrush swallowed it, leaving only the sound of my own footsteps and the occasional snap of a branch underfoot. I found an old well hidden behind a curtain of ferns, covered with a rotting wooden lid. I looked inside with a flashlight. The shaft was deep, dark, and smelled damp and rotten. I didn't want to see what was at the bottom. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were louder, more confident. I could hear twigs snapping underfoot, but they didn't follow any logical path. They stopped, started, and moved in circles around the cabin. I tried calling out, but my voice felt swallowed by the forest. Then I heard it, a faint tapping at the window. I froze. My stomach dropped. The sound came again, soft, deliberate. My mind raced, imagining someone standing just outside, watching me, smiling. I grabbed a flashlight and shined it through the grimy glass, but there was nothing. Just the dark trees, motionless in the moonlight. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon, a deer, or something bigger. But the tapping continued intermittently throughout the night. I didn't sleep. I kept the fire going, watching shadows dance across the walls, imagining faces in the warped planks of the ceiling. On the third day, I started noticing other things, small things at first. The knives in the kitchen had been moved. A book I had left on the table was open to a different page. I blamed myself at first, thinking I had done it and forgotten. But then I heard whispers, soft, incomprehensible, coming from the corners of the room. I thought I was going insane. I started recording audio on my phone, hoping I could catch the source. When I played it back later, there was nothing, just static. The forest around the cabin seemed to change too. Paths I had walked the day before weren't there anymore. Trees that had been on the edge of my vision were closer, or maybe they had grown overnight. I tried leaving, thinking I would drive back to the main road, but every time I walked the path, it curved back to the cabin. No matter which direction I took, I ended up back where I started. By the fourth day, I was exhausted, physically and mentally. My food supply was dwindling, and I hadn't seen another human in days. I thought about leaving in the middle of the night, but fear kept me rooted to the cabin. The tapping at the window had turned into pounding, and sometimes I could hear faint voices calling my name. I stayed mostly inside, keeping the fire alive. The whispers grew louder, forming words I couldn't understand. Sometimes I thought I saw shapes moving in the corners of the room, figures that weren't there when I turned my head. I began sleeping in the kitchen, with my back against the wall, knife in hand, just to feel a semblance of control. On the fifth night, I woke to the sound of breathing, heavy, ragged, right outside the door. I couldn't see through the small window panes, but I could hear it, almost sniffing the air around the cabin. I pressed myself against the wall and stayed perfectly still. Then the door handle turned, slowly. I held my breath as it rattled back and forth. The handle didn't stop. I ran out the back door, into the trees, into the dark. I didn't care about the mud, the branches tearing at my clothes, the thorns cutting into my skin. I ran and ran, hearing footsteps behind me, always just behind, keeping pace. I reached a clearing and stopped, gasping for air, expecting to see someone or something. But there was nothing. Just the forest. The trees swayed gently, and the moonlight glinted off wet leaves. I thought I was safe. I thought I could find my car and drive away. But when I reached the gravel road, I froze. My car was gone. The road stretched endlessly in both directions, straight and unbroken, but there was no sign of it. It was as though the forest had swallowed it. I ran for what felt like hours, trying to find the main road, trying to find anything familiar. I kept thinking I saw the cabin in the distance, but every time I reached the spot, it wasn't there. Only trees, endless trees, pressing in from all sides. My legs burned, my lungs ached, and the sun was starting to rise when I collapsed near a small stream. I drank water and rested for a few minutes, trying to think. That's when I heard it. Soft, whispering voices coming from the tree line. "You can't leave," they said. "You can't leave." I scrambled to my feet, panic rising, but the forest shifted around me. The path I thought I had taken was gone. The stream curved back in on itself, and I realized I had been moving in circles for hours, maybe days. By the time I stumbled across what looked like a familiar section of the road, night had fallen again. The cabin was there, waiting, as if it had never been gone. The same dark wood, the same sagging roof, the same silent, watching air. My first thought was to keep running, but something drew me closer. Fear? Curiosity? I don't know. I tried the door. It opened easily, though I had locked it before I left. Inside, nothing looked different. The fire pit was cold, the furniture untouched. Why? But there was something new. Scratches on the walls, deep gouges, as though someone or something had been trying to get in. And in the corner of the living room, I saw footprints in the dust, small, bare, and impossibly close to mine. I backed away slowly. The whispers returned, louder now, urgent, almost pleading. I didn't understand the words, but the tone was clear. I wasn't supposed to leave. I ran again into the forest until I collapsed from exhaustion. I must have passed out because the next thing I knew, I was waking in the morning, the cabin nowhere in sight. I eventually found my way to a main road. A passing driver gave me a ride to the nearest town. I reported my experience to the police, thinking maybe it was a case of someone's old hunting cabin being squatted in by someone else. They didn't find anything. The cabin wasn't listed on any maps, and no one in town had ever heard of it. I drove back to the area a few weeks later, determined to prove it had been real. The road ended abruptly at a wall of trees, the gravel path swallowed by brush. No cabin, no road, nothing. I've tried to forget it, tried to tell myself it was stress, sleep deprivation, or some kind of hallucinatory fever, but I haven't been able to. I still dream of the cabin, of the dark, gnarled trees, of the whispers calling my name. I avoid forests now, especially at night, and I never take back roads. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I hear faint tapping at my window. I don't look. I know what it is. I know it's waiting. Story the end. The first time I saw the cabin, I didn't think much of it. I'd been driving through northern Vermont on a solo trip, a week-long escape from the suffocating city life in Boston. My plan was simple. Rent a cheap cabin, disconnect from everything, read, hike, maybe fish if the mood struck me. I found the place through a small online listing, and the photos looked quaint, almost rustic in a way that made it seem untouched by modern life. The price was low, the area secluded, and the host promised peace, quiet, and nature. I didn't expect to be perfect, but I wanted solitude more than perfection. The road to the cabin was narrower than I anticipated. The GPS kept recalculating, trying to force me down dirt tracks and overgrown paths. At some point, I had to leave the car and walk the last half mile, my feet sinking slightly in the damp earth. The trees around me were dense, old-growth pines and maples, stretching high enough that the sunlight barely reached the forest floor. There was a smell in the air, rich and loamy, with hints of moss and decaying leaves. The air was thick but clean in a way I hadn't breathed in years. When I first saw the cabin, it was a squat wooden structure, probably built in the 1940s or 50s. its logs weathered dark by decades of rain and snow. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and moss clung to the shingles in uneven patches. Smoke curled lazily from the stone chimney, which suggested someone had been here recently, or perhaps it was left on for me, a welcoming touch. There was no other house in sight. No power lines, no roads, nothing but the dense forest stretching in all directions. My gut told me I had made the right decision to get away. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of pine and dust. The furniture was basic: a sagging couch, a couple of wooden chairs, a table with 4 mismatched chairs. There was a small wood-burning stove, and above it hung an old cast-iron kettle. The kitchen had the bare minimum: a couple of plates, mugs, and utensils. There was a single bedroom with a double bed, the mattress thin but seemingly clean, and a bathroom with a clawfoot tub. The electricity was non-existent, which I had expected, and there was no cell service. I felt a strange excitement at that, the total absence of the world I had left behind. The first night was quiet, almost unnaturally so. The wind rustled the leaves outside, and the occasional snap of a twig punctuated the silence. I read for a while by flashlight, the cabin's shadows deep and dark, curling around corners like living things. I slept fitfully, waking to the sound of something scraping against the cabin's exterior. I told myself it was a branch, or a raccoon, or a deer. I had to tell myself that there was no other explanation. The second day I decided to explore the surrounding woods. I kept the cabin in sight, leaving markers of broken twigs to ensure I could find my way back. The forest was dense, the underbrush thick. I felt eyes on me, though I never saw anything. Sometimes I caught glimpses of movement, a shadow flitting between the trees, but every time I looked, there was nothing. By mid-afternoon, I stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center was a pile of stones stacked haphazardly, almost like a crude altar. The sight unsettled me, though I didn't know why. The clearing was otherwise empty, the forest pressing in on all sides. I took a picture with my phone, though the battery was low. I wanted to remember it, maybe even dismiss it later as an old hunter's marker or a cairn left for hikers. That night, the scraping returned. Louder this time, more deliberate. It was as if someone or something was circling the cabin. I wanted to stay calm, to tell myself it was wildlife. But the sound had a rhythm, a deliberate pattern. I sat on the couch, clutching a flashlight, listening. The scraping paused occasionally, then resumed in another spot. I called out, my voice sounding weak and absurdly small against the vastness of the forest. Nothing answered. The following morning, I discovered something that chilled me more than the night sounds ever could. On the porch, someone or something had left footprints. They were large, bare, and smeared with mud. I had shoes, and I had been alone. The prints led to the tree line and then vanished. My rational mind told me they must have been from a deer or a bear, but their shape was wrong, human-like, but distorted. The toes too long, the heels too narrow. I photographed them, but the image didn't capture the menace I felt staring at them in the early morning light. I tried to leave that day, but the forest seemed to conspire against me. The path back to the main road was gone. Trees and underbrush that hadn't been there the day before blocked my way. Every direction I turned led me deeper into the woods. My phone's GPS was useless. It showed I was somewhere outside civilization, and it refused to recalibrate. Panic set in as the realization hit me. I was trapped. By the third night, the scraping was joined by something else. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, circling the cabin at night. At first I thought it was in my head, but then I started noticing other things: scratches on the wooden door, marks on the windowsills, smears of dark substance on the porch steps that looked suspiciously like dried blood. My heart raced, my mind searching for any logical explanation, but there was none. I considered leaving, even if it meant getting lost in the forest, but a paralyzing fear rooted me to the cabin. I couldn't move. Sleep became impossible. Every creak, every whisper of wind felt amplified. Shadows seemed to move independently, shifting when I wasn't looking directly at them. I caught glimpses of figures at the edge of the trees, always fleeting, always disappearing when I focused. My mind wavered between disbelief and terror. I started hearing whispering at night, low and guttural, like words in a language I almost recognized. I never understood what they were saying, but the tone was unmistakably hostile. I began trying to document everything. I wrote notes, took photos, even tried recording audio. The files were strange, distorted, as if some interference had warped them. I thought about leaving in daylight, following the sun, but the forest never stayed consistent. Trails looped back on themselves. Landmarks shifted. The cabin itself seemed to move slightly when I wasn't looking. Doors I remembered closing would be ajar in the morning. Furniture shifted. I couldn't trust my memory. I couldn't trust reality. One night, I woke to the sound of breathing right outside my bedroom window. I froze, counting my own breaths against the harsh, irregular inhale-exhale outside. The scraping had stopped. I felt more than saw a presence pressing against the glass. And then, a whisper, right by my ear, "Don't leave." My blood ran cold. I bolted upright, but the window was intact, no sign of anyone outside. The forest was silent. Too silent. By the fifth day, I started seeing things in the cabin itself. Shadows that didn't align with the light. Faces in the wood grain of the walls. I'd find objects I didn't leave in new places, sometimes stacked in strange patterns, sometimes broken. The whispering voices had grown louder, echoing from inside the walls, from the corners of the rooms. Sleep was impossible. I barely ate, barely moved. The forest outside seemed to pulse with a life of its own. In a panic, I tried to climb out a window during the sixth night, desperate for any escape. When I looked out, the forest was impossibly dense, the trees impossibly close. The moonlight revealed hundreds of footprints around the cabin, bare, elongated, some dragging marks behind them. They all pointed inward, toward the cabin. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to cooperate. The next day, I stayed inside, barricading myself in the bedroom. That's when I first heard the knocking from inside the walls. Slow at first, then frantic, as if something was trapped or trying to get out. I pounded back, yelled, threatened. The knocking stopped, replaced by silence. A suffocating, thick silence that pressed down on me harder than anything else. On the seventh day, I gave up rationality entirely. I packed a small bag with anything I could carry and tried to leave again. This time, the forest seemed different, almost malevolent. The trees bent slightly as I passed, branches grasping at my clothes, at my skin. Shadows moved in tandem with me. I ran blindly, following instinct rather than memory. Hours passed. I tripped, fell, and scraped my hands and knees on roots and rocks. I couldn't tell if I had made progress or circled the cabin endlessly. By nightfall, I found a road, a real paved road, though it appeared out of nowhere, lined with distant lights. I stumbled onto it, screaming for help. A passing car slowed. I flagged it down, exhausted, bleeding and shivering. The driver didn't ask questions, just handed me a phone and drove me to the nearest town. I tried to explain what happened. They didn't laugh, but they didn't understand either. A sheriff came to the cabin the next day with me, and when we returned, it was gone. The cabin, the clearing, the forest path I had taken, everything looked like an empty patch of overgrown woods. No signs of the cabin had ever existed. I showed them the photos, the videos, the footprints I had taken, but nothing appeared there either. Not one trace. The landowner confirmed no one had rented a cabin there. No permits existed, no history of construction. The stones in the clearing had always been there, natural formations. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what had happened. Since then, I've stayed away from the North Vermont woods. I've read accounts of others disappearing in the area, stories dismissed as myths or cautionary tales. I still have nightmares of the cabin, of those elongated footprints, the whispers, the moving shadows. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I feel eyes on me, and I swear I hear the scraping just beyond the edge of consciousness. I don't know what I encountered that week. I don't know if it was some supernatural force, a psychological breakdown, or something else entirely. But I know I left a part of myself in that forest, and I know it waits there, patient, in the shadows. And I know that if I ever went back, I wouldn't leave a second time. Story. The end. It was a late October afternoon when I first arrived at the cabin. The sun had begun to lower behind the dense line of pines that bordered the gravel road, and a chill in the air hinted at the approaching winter. I had rented the cabin for a week, hoping to escape the city, the noise, the constant demands of work, and the emptiness that had settled over my life after my recent breakup. The cabin was advertised as isolated, perfect for solitude, the listing had said. I hadn't realized just how isolated until I turned off the main road and followed the narrow path that cut through the woods. By the time I pulled up, the sky was already tinged with the pink and gray of dusk, the trees casting long, dark shadows over the path. The cabin itself was modest, an old single-story wooden structure with a stone chimney and a sagging porch. It looked sturdier than I expected from the pictures, but there was an unmistakable air of abandonment about it. The wood was weathered, the paint peeling in places, and the windows were slightly grimy. I shrugged off the unease, blaming my imagination. I had spent my life in cities, and these quiet, open spaces were new to me. I tried to convince myself that the isolation was exactly what I needed. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of damp wood and old smoke. The interior was sparsely furnished, a worn couch in the living area, a small dining table, a few chairs, and a wood stove in the corner. There were 2 bedrooms and a tiny bathroom. The kitchen was functional but outdated, with a small refrigerator, a stovetop, and an old sink that dripped slightly when you turned it on. I set my bags down, took a deep breath, and decided to make a fire in the stove. I found some kindling in a small shed behind the cabin, along with a stack of firewood that looked dry enough to burn. That first night, I made a simple dinner and settled onto the couch with a book. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and the occasional hoot of an owl punctuated the silence. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in years, and for a moment I allowed myself to relax. But when I tried to sleep that night, I found the quiet oppressive. Every creak of the cabin's floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded unnervingly close, as if someone or something was moving just beyond my field of vision. I told myself it was the house settling, the woods doing what woods do, and eventually drifted off. The next morning, I explored the area around the cabin. The property was larger than I expected, with dense woods all around and a small, frozen-over creek nearby. As I walked, I noticed something odd. The ground around the cabin seemed disturbed, like someone had been digging, though there were no footprints leading to or from the area. I shrugged it off as an animal, maybe a raccoon or a stray dog. Still, a gnawing sense of unease had settled over me, a feeling I couldn't quite shake. The days passed slowly. I kept busy chopping firewood, cooking simple meals, and hiking the trails that snaked through the forest. Each evening, the isolation felt heavier. By the third night, I was noticing sounds that hadn't been there before. Footsteps outside, low whispers in the wind, and occasional tapping on the windows. I told myself it was just the wind, or perhaps small animals, but deep down I knew the feeling in my gut. I was not alone. On the 4th night, things escalated. I was reading by the fire when I heard a knock on the door. Not a soft tap, but a deliberate, forceful knock. I froze, convinced it was some kind of joke, but when I peered out the window, there was no one there. My phone had no signal, of course, and I couldn't call for help. Heart racing, I locked all the doors and windows and tried to calm myself. I convinced myself it was probably a lost hiker or someone else passing through, but there were no trails visible from the cabin that led to the main road. Whoever had knocked would have had to bushwhack through the woods. I slept poorly that night. Every noise seemed amplified. The wind rattling the windows, the creaking of the old beams, the soft scratching of something outside. Around 3 a.m., I was woken by the sound of heavy breathing just outside my bedroom window. I sat up, my body tense, staring into the darkness, convinced I would see a face, but there was nothing, only shadows. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching a kitchen knife and listening. The next day, I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe it was a neighbor playing tricks, or perhaps the isolation was affecting my mind. I ventured further into the woods, hoping to distract myself, but the feeling of being watched only intensified. I found more signs of disturbance near the creek, footprints that weren't mine, deep indentations in the soil, and a pile of branches stacked unnaturally, almost like someone had been marking the area. I took pictures with my phone, hoping to convince myself it was nothing, but as I looked closer at one of the images, I swore I saw a figure standing just beyond the tree line. That night, I decided to stay in the living room instead of my bedroom. I moved the couch near the stove, piled blankets around me, and kept the fire going. Around midnight, the tapping started again. It was slow at first, then faster, more insistent. I grabbed the knife and stood, straining to see through the darkness. A shadow moved past the window, tall, thin, and impossibly still. I shouted, "Who's there?" but the figure didn't respond. It just stood, staring at me until I blinked and it was gone. By the fifth night, I was exhausted, paranoid, and genuinely frightened. I barely ate, barely slept, and every sound sent me into a panic. Around 2 a.m., I heard a soft creak from the bedroom. Something or someone was inside. I froze, clutching the knife, my heart pounding. The sound came closer, slow and deliberate, like someone dragging their feet across the floor. I whispered, "Go away," hoping for some rational explanation, but the steps stopped right outside the living room. I didn't see anything, didn't hear anything else, but I knew it had been there. The next morning, I found a note on the kitchen table. It was written in a crude, jagged hand. "You shouldn't be here." My hands trembled as I dropped it. There was no explanation, no signature, just the message. My first instinct was to leave, to drive back to civilization, but then I realized something terrifying. The keys to my car were missing. I had left them on the counter the night before, and now they were gone. The doors were still locked from the inside, which meant whoever had taken them had been inside. Panic set in. I searched the cabin from top to bottom, calling out, but there was no one there. The keys were nowhere to be found. I considered hiking out through the woods, but the isolation made it clear that without proper equipment or a map, I would get lost. I was trapped. Over the next 2 days, the occurrences escalated. The tapping and scratching became constant, moving from window to window, door to door. Shadows seemed to shift in the corners of the rooms, sometimes forming shapes that looked vaguely human. At night, I could hear whispers, soft and unintelligible, coming from all directions. I started seeing footprints inside the cabin, barefoot, large, and wet, though I had no idea how they got there without leaving a trail outside. On the seventh night, I was sitting by the fire when I heard a voice clearly whisper my name. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it came again. John, my name, perfectly clear. I jumped up, knife in hand, and screamed, "Who's there?" Silence. Then, from the bedroom, I heard the soft shuffle of feet moving toward me. I couldn't see anything, couldn't hear breathing, only the subtle, almost gliding movement across the floor. I ran out the front door into the cold night, intending to just run through the woods and find the road. But the trees seemed endless, the darkness absolute. I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands and knees on the underbrush. Then I heard it behind me, a low, guttural growl, inhuman, coming from just beyond the tree line. I looked back and saw a shadow dart between the trees, impossibly fast, too large to be a human. It was watching me, moving silently but with intent. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, collapsing near the frozen creek. I sat there, shivering, listening. The sound of footsteps circled me, but I couldn't see anyone. The shadows in the trees shifted, elongated, and seemed to stretch toward me. I tried to call out again, but my voice was gone, swallowed by the cold, the darkness, the fear. Eventually, I forced myself to crawl back to the cabin, hoping against hope that the doors would still be locked. They were, but inside, everything had changed. The fire had died completely. The room was colder than it should have been, and the shadows were thicker, darker, almost tangible. I saw footprints leading from the windows into the living room, stopping right in front of the fireplace. And on the wall, scrawled in what looked like blackened soot, "Stay." I barricaded myself in the bedroom, using the furniture to block the door. I could hear them moving in the other room, whatever they were. Scratching, shifting, whispering. It was constant, like the walls themselves were alive, breathing around me. I didn't sleep, didn't eat, didn't move, just stayed huddled in the corner with the knife, waiting. By the 10th day, my mind was unraveling. I had stopped checking the windows, stopped trying to leave. The cabin was no longer a place of retreat. It had become a prison. I could feel it watching me, studying me, waiting. I would hear voices, sometimes my own, repeating things I hadn't said, calling my name, mocking me, and always the shadows, moving just beyond sight. On the 12th day, I woke to find the front door wide open, though there had been no way for it to be unlocked. The woods outside were empty, still and silent, but the air was heavy, like something was standing just out of view, waiting for me to step into it. I didn't. I stayed inside, barricading myself further. On the 15th day, I realized I hadn't seen the sun properly in days. Time had lost all meaning. I had stopped keeping track of meals, of sleep, of the outside world entirely. All I could do was survive the night, survive the sounds, survived the shadows. I started leaving small notes for myself around the cabin, reminders that I was still here, still human, though my hands shook too violently to write legibly. Then, on the 17th day, I saw it clearly for the first time. A figure standing in the corner of the living room, its features obscured, shifting like smoke. It was tall, impossibly thin, and its head tilted unnaturally. I froze, unable to move or scream, as it slowly raised a hand, pointing at me. The shadows seemed to ripple around it, swallowing light, consuming sound. I understood then that it had always been here, in the corners, in the trees, in the floorboards, waiting. I had walked into its world, and there was no leaving. The next morning, I disappeared. Search parties found nothing. No tracks, no sign of struggle, no evidence that anyone had been at the cabin. The police assumed I had wandered off into the woods and succumbed to exposure. Locals whispered about the place, saying it had always been cursed, that those who stayed there too long never returned. The cabin still stands, hidden among the trees, waiting for the next person seeking solitude, seeking escape, seeking peace. And it will wait, and it will watch. And the shadows will never forget. Story the end. The road leading to the cabin was narrow, overgrown, and barely more than a track carved through the pines. Dust rose in lazy clouds behind the tires of my old Jeep, coating the windshield as I drove. I had been warned about the isolation. Friends from the city had joked about cabin fever and the ghosts of past travelers, but I needed the solitude. The stress of my job, the constant noise of city life, had left me fraying at the edges, and this trip had been my idea of therapy. One weekend alone in the woods, away from everyone and everything. The GPS had lost signal miles ago, and I was relying on a crumpled paper map I had printed weeks earlier. At some point, the dirt road became so narrow I had to squeeze past low-hanging branches. The last time I saw another car was hours ago, and even the crows that had been circling earlier had disappeared. The silence was thick, almost physical, pressing against my chest as I pulled into the cabin's small clearing. The cabin itself was older than I expected. Weathered wood planks darkened by years of rain, moss creeping along the roof, a chimney crooked and crumbling at the top. But it had character, a rugged charm that suggested someone had cared for it once. I parked, grabbed my backpack, and stepped onto the creaking wooden porch. The smell of pine mixed with damp earth filled my nose, grounding me, and for a moment I felt at peace. Inside, the cabin was sparse but livable. A small kitchen with an old cast-iron stove, a dining table scratched from years of use, and a tiny living area with a sagging couch and a wood-burning fireplace. A spiral staircase led to a loft bedroom with a single mattress and a window that overlooked the forest. I dropped my bags, lit a fire, and sank into the couch. The stillness was almost hypnotic, and I let my eyes drift closed, listening to the wind brushing through the trees. Night came quickly. The cabin's walls, thin and weathered, seemed to hum with the sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the distant crack of branches, the hoot of an owl somewhere far off. I tried to read a book, but my mind wandered, picking up on subtle noises, shadows flickering in the firelight. Around midnight, I heard something else, a slow, deliberate creaking from the back of the cabin, like footsteps on the floorboards above. I froze, straining to hear. There was no wind inside the cabin, no drafts near the loft stairs. The sound repeated, slow and deliberate, moving toward the living area. My heart hammered in my chest. "It's just the cabin settling," I whispered to myself, though my voice sounded weak even in my own ears. I reached for the fireplace poker, holding it loosely in front of me as I scanned the dim room. The creaking stopped. I tried to sleep, but the rustling continued outside, in the woods. Every branch snapping under some invisible weight made me flinch. I told myself I imagined things. Wildlife, deer or raccoons, but my gut told me something wasn't right. Around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of scratching on the window. Slow, deliberate scratches, as if someone or something was dragging its fingers along the glass. I froze, then forced myself to move toward the window. Peering into the dark, all I saw was the black mass of the forest. The moon had disappeared behind thick clouds, leaving only faint starlight. My breath fogged the glass as I leaned closer, heart racing, until I realized there was nothing there. Nothing but the trees, and maybe the wind. The next morning, I tried to shake it off. I spent hours exploring the surrounding area, taking pictures of the moss-covered rocks, the winding creek, and the scattered remnants of what looked like old fire pits. There was an eerie beauty in the isolation, and for a moment, I convinced myself the previous night had been my imagination. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, something just beyond sight, waiting. That afternoon, I ventured further down the trail, curious about a clearing I had spotted from the cabin window. As I walked, the forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, branches scraping my arms. When I reached the clearing, I found a small stone structure, maybe a well or a makeshift shrine, covered in moss and small carvings. I crouched to look closer, brushing aside the moss. Beneath it, I noticed faint, reddish streaks. My stomach churned. It looked like old blood. I ran back to the cabin, heart pounding, and locked the door behind me. I told myself to calm down, that I was alone in the woods and hallucinating from stress and exhaustion. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. That night, the noises returned. Footsteps on the porch, whispers that seemed to echo inside the cabin even when I was alone. I stayed awake, huddled near the fire, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard a knock at the door. Slow, deliberate, as if someone was testing my resolve. I didn't answer. I didn't move. The knocking continued for what felt like hours, though I'm sure it was only minutes. Eventually, it stopped. I slept fitfully in a chair near the fire, wrapped in blankets, gripping the poker like a lifeline. The following day, I tried to leave. The Jeep started, but as soon as I hit the dirt road, it stalled. I tried again, and the engine refused to turn over. Panic set in. I was trapped. I went back inside, thinking I might be able to get help by hiking, but the forest seemed different now, denser, darker, the trees almost alive with a malevolent energy. That night, the sounds escalated. Footsteps on the roof, scratching at the walls, low guttural murmurs that seemed to come from the shadows themselves. I stayed in the loft, shivering, clutching the poker. The whispers became words, faint but discernible. My name. Over and over, spoken in a voice that wasn't human, dragging the syllables out in a way that felt unnatural. I tried to sleep, but the visions came. Shadows moving in the corners of my eyes, figures standing just beyond the tree line when I glanced out the window. Every so often, I thought I saw someone or something inside the cabin, reflected faintly in the window glass, only to turn and find the room empty. By the third day, I was losing track of time. The boundaries of reality felt thin. I couldn't tell if the whispers were real or in my head. I stopped going outside. I barricaded the doors with furniture. I burned anything that seemed like it might hold a scent, old papers, blankets, anything that might attract attention. Yet every night, the noises came. Louder, closer, more confident. One evening, I decided to explore the cellar. The cabin had a small trapdoor hidden beneath a rug. I pulled it open, the wooden ladder creaking under my weight as I descended into the darkness. The air was damp, musty, and the smell of rot was overwhelming. I swept the flashlight across the room. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of preserved food, all covered in thick dust. But in the far corner, something moved. A shadow, darker than the rest of the room, slithering along the wall. I froze. It didn't have a shape, at least not a human one. Just a presence. Malevolent. Sentient. It watched me, and I felt it, not just with my eyes, but with every nerve in my body. I backed up the ladder, stumbling, and slammed the trapdoor shut. The sound of scraping followed, as if something on the other side had been clawing at the wood. The nights after that were worse. The whispers turned into screams, shrill and horrifying, echoing inside the walls. I began to see things more clearly. Figures standing at the foot of the bed, staring silently. Hands pressed against windows from the outside, though the snow-covered ground showed no footprints. I stopped trying to rationalize, stopped trying to sleep. I kept the fire going constantly, throwing logs on as quickly as I could. On the fifth night, I saw it. Not a shadow, not a fleeting figure, but a person standing in the doorway of the loft. Its face was obscured, featureless, but its posture was deliberate, confident. I froze, unable to scream, unable to move. It raised a hand slowly, pointing at me, then faded as if it had never been there. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the presence itself. By the sixth day, I was a shell of myself. I hadn't eaten, barely slept, and I was constantly on edge. I tried the Jeep again. It started. I drove, desperate, down the dirt track. But the road seemed to stretch endlessly, turning back on itself, the forest closing in as if mocking me. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes, and I found myself back at the cabin. The place hadn't changed, but I knew I had. I couldn't leave. The final night was unbearable. The cabin was alive with noise. The walls pulsed with whispers, the floorboards groaned under invisible weight, and the shadows moved like they were breathing. I barricaded myself in the loft, but they found a way in. Figures filled the corners of the room, silent but oppressive. One of them reached toward me, and I felt its cold fingers brush my arm. I don't remember much after that. I woke up in the morning outside the cabin, the sun shining innocently through the trees. The Jeep was gone. I stumbled down the dirt road, eventually finding a ranger station where I could call for help. When I returned later with authorities, the cabin was abandoned. No signs of anyone, nothing out of place except the lingering sense of wrongness. I don't go back. I don't talk about it much. Friends think I had a breakdown, a hallucination caused by stress and isolation. Maybe they're right. But I know what I felt, what I saw, and I know, somewhere out there, the forest still waits, patient, for the next person foolish enough to seek solitude in that place. I never stayed in a cabin alone again. I never went into the woods after dark. Sometimes when I lie awake at night, I hear a faint scratching at my window or a whisper of my name carried on the wind. And I remember the feeling of eyes on me, unblinking, patient, watching from the darkness. The cabin is still there, waiting. Story the end. It was the middle of October when my cousin Jake called me with a proposition I couldn't refuse. He had inherited a small cabin in the Allegheny National Forest from a distant relative who had passed away under strange circumstances. Jake didn't give me the full story, only that the cabin had been empty for years and that he wanted someone to come with him for the first weekend he planned to stay there. I agreed immediately. Partly out of curiosity, partly because I knew he needed company in what he jokingly called the middle of nowhere. We left late Friday afternoon, driving from Pittsburgh into the thick of Pennsylvania's forested hills. The roads narrowed as we went deeper, winding past ancient oaks and maples whose branches reached over the asphalt like gnarled fingers. By the time the GPS stopped working, it was dusk and the forest seemed to swallow what little light remained. When we finally found the cabin, I understood why it had been abandoned for so long. The structure was small, 2 stories at most, built from old pine that had grayed over decades. A stone chimney leaned slightly to the side, and the windows were grimy, some cracked. Yet there was a strange allure to it, a sense of isolation that was both peaceful and unnerving. Inside, the air was stale but not unpleasant, carrying the faint scent of pine, mildew, and something else I couldn't identify, something faintly metallic like rusted iron. The furniture was sparse, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a couch with torn fabric, and a narrow bed in the bedroom upstairs. There were signs that someone had lived here recently, half-burned candles, an empty bottle of whiskey, but nothing that suggested anyone still remained. We unpacked, started a fire in the stone fireplace, and sat around it talking. Outside, the wind rattled the trees, and shadows stretched across the clearing, long and black. By nightfall, the forest was quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you hyper-aware of every sound, the snap of a twig, the flutter of leaves. Around midnight, I woke to a faint scratching. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe a branch brushing against the cabin, but it continued. Slow, deliberate scratches at the door. Jake slept through it, exhausted from the drive, but I couldn't ignore it. My stomach knotted as I strained to listen. The scratching stopped, and then I heard something else, footsteps circling the cabin, soft but heavy, pacing back and forth. I whispered Jake awake. "Do you hear that?" I asked. He frowned, rubbed his eyes. "Probably just a raccoon or a deer." But even as he spoke, the footsteps seemed to respond, moving faster around the cabin. I could feel my pulse quicken. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the door. The porch was empty, covered in a thin layer of frost that hadn't been there when we arrived. I shone the light into the woods, but there was nothing, only dark trees, their branches swaying in the wind. We decided to lock the doors and stay in the main room for the rest of the night. Hours passed, each sound amplified by the silence of the forest. Scratches, thumps, something dragging across the floor outside, even the occasional low groan that seemed impossibly human but distorted. Neither of us slept. By morning, the sun brought no relief. The forest felt oppressive, heavy, watching. We tried to explore the area during the day. The cabin sat in a clearing, but beyond it, the trees were dense, old, and uninviting. Every step we took was met with the sound of dry leaves snapping underfoot, and sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I thought I saw movement, figures among the trees that disappeared whenever I looked directly. That evening, as night fell, the real terror began. We had started a fire in the fireplace, trying to settle ourselves, when we heard a loud banging from upstairs. The bedroom. We hadn't gone upstairs at all that day, so the sudden noise was alarming. It sounded like someone or something was slamming itself against the walls. Jake and I exchanged a terrified glance, but gathered courage and crept up the stairs, flashlights in hand. The room was empty, but a chair had been overturned, and the window was cracked as though something had tried to push its way inside. We backed down the stairs, hearts racing. The door to the cabin rattled violently, and a low, guttural growl echoed through the clearing. Something large was outside. It circled the cabin, thumping against the walls, dragging its weight across the porch. I could see imprints in the frost. The shape was humanoid but distorted, too long-limbed, the feet angled wrong, like as if the creature had been stretched. We didn't speak. We just watched, frozen in place as the creature prowled around us, testing the walls, sniffing the air. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it retreated into the trees. Silence returned, but it wasn't peaceful. It was tense, expectant, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Neither of us slept that night. The wind carried sounds that could have been anything, whispers, rustling, the faint clatter of something being thrown. By dawn, we were exhausted, pale, and terrified. We debated leaving immediately, but our car was stuck in the frost and mud near the edge of the clearing. We tried to make breakfast, talking quietly, but the air in the cabin felt charged, oppressive. I kept glancing at the windows, certain that something was watching from the tree line. Then we heard it, a soft, deliberate knock at the front door. 3 knocks, slow, measured. We froze. The door had been locked, and there was no sign of anyone on the porch. Another knock, this time louder. Something wanted in. I grabbed a hatchet from the corner, Jake a wrench, and we inched toward the door. We held our breath, listening. Silence. Then the knocking returned, this time coming from the roof above us. The heavy thumps of something moving across the shingles, circling, testing the structure. The cabin shuddered with each impact. We realized we couldn't stay. We had to leave, even if it meant risking the forest in daylight without knowing what was out there. We grabbed what we could carry and made a run for the car. The forest seemed alive, the shadows deepening as we sprinted through the trees. Branches clawed at our faces, roots tripped us, but we didn't stop. When we reached the car, I noticed the frost-covered prints all around it, too big, too long, not human. They led away into the forest, back toward the cabin. My stomach dropped. Whatever had been circling us wasn't following, yet. It had been watching, patient, calculating. We sped away, leaving the cabin behind, the trees, the prints, and whatever had haunted us there. We didn't speak much on the drive home, both of us too exhausted, too shaken. Weeks later, Jake called me in a panic. He had received a letter in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph of the cabin. In it, a figure stood at the window, watching, unblinking. The frost-covered porch was pristine, except for the footprints circling it, leading in impossible loops. I never went back to that forest. Jake hasn't either. But sometimes late at night, I swear I hear that low guttural growl just beyond my window, and I know that the cabin, the forest, and whatever lurks there are still out there, patient, waiting for the next curious visitor, foolish enough to wander into the middle of nowhere. Story the end. I'd been driving for nearly 6 hours when I realized the GPS had stopped updating about 20 miles back. The blue dot was frozen on the screen, hovering somewhere over a blank stretch of forest. My phone read no service in the top corner, and for the first time that day, I started to wonder if this whole trip was a mistake. The idea had been simple enough. A weekend away from everything. No emails, no work calls, no noise. Just a small cabin I'd rented through a local listing. Cheap, old, and supposedly charming in a rustic way. I was burned out. After losing my job and going through a breakup in the same month, I needed distance. So when I found the listing online, buried under dozens of lake house rentals, the quiet isolation sounded perfect. The description mentioned it was deep in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, with a dirt road leading to it and no nearby neighbors. A great spot for solitude, the host had written. Now, staring through my windshield at the endless pine trees, I wasn't so sure I wanted solitude anymore. I slowed down as the dirt road narrowed into something more like a trail, the gravel giving way to packed mud and leaves. My rental car, an old Subaru with a whining transmission, groaned as I climbed a shallow hill. The late afternoon light filtered through the trees in pale gold streaks, and the sound of wind was the only thing that moved. Eventually, I saw it, a faded wooden sign nailed to a tree that read Miller's Crossing. That was the landmark mentioned in the host's directions. Supposedly, from there it was another mile until the turnoff to the cabin. But as I kept driving, I realized the path was becoming more overgrown, like no one had used it in years. When I finally saw the cabin, I almost didn't notice it. It blended right into the forest, its roof dark with moss, the logs faded gray. There was a small porch sagging in the middle and a narrow chimney leaning just enough to make me nervous. The clearing around it was choked with weeds and wild grass. There wasn't a driveway, just a patch of dirt wide enough to park on. I turned off the car and stepped out. The silence was heavy. No birds, no insects, just the faint rustle of wind through pine needles. The air smelled damp, earthy, and faintly metallic, if like old water. Inside the cabin, it was colder than outside. Dust hung in the air like fog, swirling through the weak shafts of sunlight that came through the cracked window panes. The living area was small, a couch with torn cushions, a wood stove, a crooked bookshelf, and a table with a single chair. Everything looked untouched for years, maybe decades. Still, it felt authentic in a way that was oddly comforting. I'd come here to be alone, and it was exactly that, completely and utterly alone. I spent the first hour unpacking and getting a fire started in the stove. The logs in the wood box were dry enough to catch easily, and soon the place smelled faintly of smoke and pine sap. There was an old kettle on the counter, so I made some instant coffee and sat on the porch, watching the light fade behind the trees. It was peaceful at first, the kind of quiet that almost presses against you, but not yet in a bad way. I could hear the distant creak of the woods, maybe an owl calling somewhere far off. The cold deepened fast once the sun was gone, so I went back inside, locked the door, and curled up with a blanket on the couch. That first night, something woke me around 2 a.m. It wasn't a sound I could easily describe. It wasn't an animal or the wind. It was more like something dragging slowly against the outside wall. A soft scraping, deliberate and steady, that moved from one side of the cabin to the other. At first, I told myself it was a branch scraping in the wind. The trees were close, after all. But when I sat up, the fire in the stove was still glowing faintly, and I could hear my own heartbeat thumping too loud in the silence. The sound moved again, around the back this time, a slow, gritty drag that made the wood creak faintly. I stood there for what felt like forever, just listening. When it finally stopped, I waited another 5 minutes before I dared look through the nearest window. Nothing. Just trees and the blackness between them. The next morning, I found tracks in the mud behind the cabin. At first, I thought they were from a deer, but they weren't. The shape was wrong. They were long, almost human, but not quite, like someone had stepped in the mud barefoot, but with only 3 toes showing clearly and a deep, narrow indentation where the heel should have been. I stared at them for a long time before convincing myself it was probably an animal, maybe a bear or some kind of deformity in the print. I didn't want to think about it too much. The day passed quietly. I tried to hike down to the creek mentioned in the listing, but I never found it. The woods stretched endlessly in every direction, and no matter how far I walked, the trees all looked the same. The air was damp and still, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. When I got back, I noticed something strange. The chair at the table, where I'd left it tucked neatly under, was turned slightly toward the door. It was subtle, but I was sure of it. I hadn't moved it. I told myself maybe I had without realizing it. Maybe I brushed against it. But later, when I went out to bring in more firewood, I looked back through the window and saw it again. The chair was now facing the window directly. That night, the scraping came back. It started at the back wall again, a dragging noise like fingernails or claws against wood. then a dull, slow thump as if something was pressing or leaning against the wall. I grabbed my flashlight and crept toward the window. The beam cut through the dark, catching flakes of dust floating in the air. I aimed it outside, but all I saw was the reflection of the light bouncing back. Then came another sound, this one sharper. A distinct tapping right against the glass beside me. I jerked back. The tapping came again, steady and deliberate. I forced myself to look, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. Nothing was there, just the forest and the faint shimmer of moonlight. By morning, I barely felt rested. I checked outside again and saw fresh marks along the wall, thin scratches that hadn't been there before, running vertically down the planks. Whatever made them had claws or long nails. By the third night, I was on edge. I barely left the cabin during the day. The silence outside was different now, heavier. The woods felt like they were holding their breath. Every time I glanced toward the trees, I half expected to see someone standing there. It was just before sunset when I noticed something strange near the tree line. At first, it looked like a dark shape against the brush, tall, unmoving. I stared at it for a while, thinking it might be a stump. But then, just before the light faded, it shifted slightly. I froze. My stomach turned cold. It wasn't a person, at least not exactly. The shape was too long, too thin, its limbs uneven like they'd been stretched wrong. It stood there for maybe 10 seconds before it stepped back into the shadows and disappeared. I didn't move for nearly an hour. When I finally did, I barricaded the door with the table and dragged the couch in front of it. The night that followed was worse than the others combined. The scratching started earlier, before midnight. It came from all sides of the cabin now, circling slowly like something was testing each wall. The sound would stop for a few minutes, then start again somewhere else. At one point, I heard something heavy brush across the porch, then the faint creak of the steps. When the handle on the door rattled, I stopped breathing. It wasn't wind. It was deliberate, slow, metallic clicks as something turned the handle back and forth. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I just sat there, clutching the flashlight and the rifle, staring at the door. After what felt like forever, the noise stopped. The silence afterward was unbearable. I didn't sleep at all. When dawn finally came, I went outside again. The prints were back, this time circling the cabin entirely. I followed them for about 10 feet before I realized they led straight into the trees and vanished into the underbrush. I was done pretending this was fine. I packed my bag, loaded the rifle into the car, and tried to leave. But the road wasn't the same. The path I'd driven in on, clear and straight, was now half blocked by fallen branches and mud. It looked older, less defined. I drove for nearly 20 minutes, but the trees seemed endless, the turns repeating themselves. Every time I thought I recognized something, I'd end up back at the same spot, facing the same faded sign nailed to a tree, Miller's Crossing. No matter which direction I turned, I kept looping back. By afternoon, I gave up and returned to the cabin. My phone still had no service. I couldn't even get GPS to open. I tried the old radio by the stove. It crackled faintly, then went dead. As the light started to fade again, I felt that deep, familiar dread settling back in. The air grew still, the woods darker and quieter than they should have been. I didn't light the fire that night. I sat in the dark, hoping maybe if I stayed quiet enough, it wouldn't come back. But it did. The sound started as faint scratching again, then something heavier. Footsteps, slow and dragging, circling the cabin. At one point, they stopped right outside the window nearest to me. I could see the faint outline of something tall moving past the glass. My heart seized. Whatever it was standing upright. Its shadow moved oddly, as if it had too many joints, bending in the wrong places. Then, a whisper. It wasn't clear, not a voice exactly, but the sound of air moving in a way that almost formed words. It was close, right outside the wall, like someone murmuring through the wood. I wanted to run, to get in the car and floor it, but I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body locked up. I could hear it breathing. Slow, deep, deliberate breaths. And then, suddenly, the door handle rattled again. Hard this time, like something was trying to force it open. The entire cabin shook. The windows creaked under the strain. I fired the rifle once, straight into the door. The sound was deafening. When the echo died, everything went still. I didn't hear anything for the rest of the night. Just the slow ticking of the cooling rifle in my hands. When morning came, the door was splintered where the bullet had hit. There were no footprints this time, no marks, no scratches. Everything looked almost normal, except for one thing. On the porch, carved into the wood with something sharp, were words. Leave. I didn't hesitate. I threw my things into the car and drove as fast as I could down the road, branches scraping against the sides, the tires kicking up mud. This time I didn't look back. I just kept going, turning wherever I could until I finally hit pavement. By the time I found service again, it was afternoon. I called the sheriff's department in Alpena, told them about the cabin, about what happened. The dispatcher paused for a long time before she said they'd send someone to check, but that might take a while. 2 days later, I got a call back. The deputy said they found the place, but it didn't look like anyone had been there in years. The door was half off its hinges, the inside filled with fallen leaves and broken glass. There were no signs of gunfire, no signs anyone had stayed there recently. They even said there hadn't been a cabin listed for rent in that area for at least a decade. I thought maybe they'd made a mistake until the deputy added something else. "We did find one thing," he said slowly. "A carving on the porch. Looked old. Said leave. Weird part is, it was nearly rotted over." I hung up without saying much else. That night, when I finally tried to sleep back home, I woke up around 3 a.m. The room was dark, quiet. But just as I started to drift off again, I heard it, faint and deliberate, something dragging slowly against the wall outside my apartment. Story the end. The first time I heard about the cabin was from a friend of mine, Paul. He'd gone on and on about how cheap it was to rent, how peaceful and untouched the area was, and how it was the perfect place to unplug from life for a few days. At first, I brushed it off. I wasn't much of an outdoors person, and the idea of being alone in the woods didn't really appeal to me. But after a few rough months, work stress, a breakup, and an endless stream of city noise clawing at my nerves, I finally caved. Paul said he could give me the contact of the guy who owned it, a reclusive older man named Henry. "You'll love it," Paul had said. "It's dead quiet, no neighbors for miles." Henry didn't ask a lot of questions when I called him. He gave me vague directions. Miles of dirt road after the last highway sign, then a left at a tree with a red ribbon tied around it. "Don't come after dark," he warned me in a voice that was thin and raspy. "The roads can get confusing out there at night." I laughed it off, thinking he was just some old man overplaying the creep factor of his cabin. It was already late afternoon by the time I left the city. The drive was long, and the further I went, the more the road narrowed and the trees closed in. Cell reception dropped off completely about an hour before I arrived, and by the time I reached the dirt road, the sun was low, a golden haze filtering through the branches. The cabin itself looked like it had been sitting there for 100 years. It was small and squat, with a sagging porch and peeling paint. The trees pressed in tightly from all sides, making it feel like it was being swallowed whole by the forest. When I opened the door, the smell hit me first, a mix of damp wood, old smoke, and something faintly metallic I couldn't quite place. Inside it was sparse but functional. One room with a small kitchen area, a worn-out couch, and a narrow bed pushed against the far wall. A stone fireplace dominated one side of the room, its blackened interior still holding the ghosts of old fires. There was a single small window looking out onto the trees. I spent the first few hours trying to settle in, lighting a small fire in the fireplace, unpacking my bag, and cooking some canned soup on the old gas stove. By the time darkness fell, the woods outside had turned into a wall of black. No stars, no moonlight, just darkness. It was the kind of quiet that feels unnatural. In the city, there's always some kind of background noise, cars, people, sirens. Out here, there was nothing. No wind, no animals, just an oppressive silence pressing against the thin cabin walls. It made me feel like the entire world had vanished, leaving me completely alone. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. At first, I didn't know why. Then I heard it. Something moving outside. Slow, deliberate steps crunching in the undergrowth. Not a deer, not a raccoon. The sound was steady, careful. It circled the cabin once, then stopped. I lay there in the dark, holding my breath, straining to hear anything else. After a minute, the steps started again, this time closer to the window. I sat up slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't dare go to the window. The thin curtain moved slightly, as if something had brushed against it from the outside. I told myself it was the wind, but there was no wind. I sat there for what felt like hours, listening, waiting. Eventually, the steps faded and silence returned. The next morning, I found tracks outside the cabin, bare footprints in the damp earth, human footprints. They led around the cabin, stopping beneath the window, then disappearing into the trees. My stomach turned. I tried to tell myself it was just a hiker who had gotten lost, maybe someone messing with me, but there were no roads for miles, no trails, no signs of anyone else out there. I wanted to leave, but it was early and the road back was long. I told myself I'd stick it out for one more night, lock the door, and just sleep. I kept busy during the day, walking the perimeter of the cabin, chopping some wood, anything to keep my mind off the unease gnawing at me. But every time I looked at the tree line, I swore I saw movement, something just out of sight. That night, the footsteps came back. This time they were louder, heavier. They circled the cabin twice before stopping at the door. I could hear breathing, slow, deep breaths just on the other side of the wood. I held my breath, heart pounding in my throat. Then, without warning, the doorknob started to turn. Slowly, deliberately. I lunged off the bed and grabbed the fire poker from the fireplace. The door rattled once, then stopped. Silence. I waited, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep hold of the poker. Then, softly, a voice whispered my name. Not shouted. Whispered. My blood went cold. I had never told anyone I was coming here. Not even Paul knew exactly when I'd be here. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the corner, staring at the door until dawn finally broke. The light filtering through the window felt weak and gray, but it was enough to get me moving. I packed my things as fast as I could and bolted for the car. But the road back wasn't the same. It twisted and wound in ways it hadn't before, splitting off into paths I didn't remember. I drove for hours, but every turn seemed to bring me deeper into the woods. My GPS still showed nothing. My phone was dead. At one point, I stopped the car, got out, and screamed into the trees. My voice echoed back at me in a way that didn't sound quite right, like it was coming from farther away or closer than it should have. Then, from deep in the forest, something answered. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't even human. But it called my name. I don't know how I finally got out. One moment I was lost, the trees crowding in on all sides. The next, I was on a paved road again, my heart pounding and my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. I didn't look in the rearview mirror the entire drive home. That was 3 months ago. Since then, strange things have started happening. I wake up at night to the sound of footsteps in my apartment. Bare footprints appear on my hardwood floors in the morning, damp and muddy. Sometimes in the dead of night, I hear it, my name whispered from somewhere just beyond the bedroom door. I know I left the cabin, but I don't think the cabin left me. Story. The end. It was mid-December when I decided to take a trip out of state. I needed to get away from the city, away from work, away from everyone who seemed to expect something from me. I found a listing for a small cabin in the mountains of Vermont, advertised as remote, secluded, and perfect for a winter retreat. The photos showed a cozy wooden cabin tucked among snow-covered pines, smoke curling from the chimney. It looked perfect. The drive up was long and treacherous. Snow had been falling steadily for days, and the roads were narrow, twisting through the mountains. At some point, phone lost signal entirely, leaving me relying solely on the directions the listing had provided. By the time I arrived, night had fallen, and the sky was black, except for the occasional flash of a car's headlights on a distant winding road. The cabin itself looked even smaller than I had imagined, a single story of dark wood, the windows glowing faintly from the inside lights. A narrow path had been shoveled from the road to the front door, though snow was already beginning to drift back over it. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood smoke and something else, something faintly metallic like rust or iron. The interior was small but functional. A wood stove, a small kitchen, a couch that sagged in the middle, and 2 bedrooms. The electricity worked, but the lights flickered slightly. I shrugged it off as old wiring and decided to start a fire. The stack of firewood next to the stove was dry, though covered in a thin layer of snow. As I fed the kindling into the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That first night, the isolation felt different than I expected. In the city, silence is rare. Out here, it was overwhelming. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the house settling sounded magnified in the cold air. Around midnight, I thought I heard something outside, a crunching of snow, as if someone were walking along the edge of the woods. I peered out the window, flashlight in hand, but all I could see was the blackness of the trees and the white of the snow reflecting the moonlight. I told myself it was an animal and went back to bed. The second night was worse. I woke to the sound of the front door creaking, slow and deliberate, though I had locked it myself. My heart pounded, and I grabbed the baseball bat I had brought for protection. I tiptoed to the door, listening. Nothing. No footsteps outside, no shadows moving in the snow. I chalked it up to the wind, or maybe to nerves, but when I returned to my bedroom, I noticed something strange. The door I had locked from the inside now had a scratch along its frame, deep and fresh, as if someone had tried to force it open. Over the next few days, the occurrences became more frequent. I would hear footsteps in the hallway when no one was there, soft whispers that seemed to come from the walls, and objects would be out of place even though I had left them carefully arranged. Once, I found the couch cushions moved, stacked on the floor, though I had not touched them. I began to dread nighttime, when the cabin seemed to come alive with its own eerie logic. One evening, I was in the kitchen preparing when I noticed a figure outside the window. At first, I thought it was a reflection, but the shadow lingered, tall and thin, standing among the trees, watching me. I froze, heart racing, unable to move. When I blinked, it was gone. I checked every window and door, locked, secure, but the feeling of being watched only intensified. By the fifth night, sleep had become nearly impossible. Every creak, every whisper, every gust of wind sounded like footsteps, like breathing, like someone or something moving just beyond my vision. I started keeping a small journal, writing down every noise, every shadow, every odd occurrence. Sometimes I would write a note and find it moved in the morning, or the words smeared as though something had tried to read it. On the seventh night, the real terror began. I was sitting by the fire when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps coming up the stairs to the bedroom. My bedroom was on the other side of the cabin, and no one was supposed to be here. I grabbed the bat, heart in my throat, and called out, "Who's there?" The footsteps stopped. I strained to hear, holding my breath. Then from the kitchen I heard the floorboards creak again, slow, deliberate, circling, as if someone were pacing, waiting. I stayed awake all night, huddled near the fire, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard the front door slowly open. The wind was minimal, the snow was still falling. Whoever or whatever was outside had opened the door without a sound, and I could feel a presence just beyond the living room in the shadows. The smell hit me first, metallic, coppery, like blood. And then I saw it, a figure, half hidden in the dark, tall and impossibly thin, moving toward me. Its movements were fluid, unnatural, like it didn't walk so much as glide. Its face was obscured, but I felt its eyes on me, boring into my skull. I ran. I don't remember exactly how I managed it, but I ran out the back door into the snow, but I stumbling through the deep drifts, adrenaline keeping me moving even as my body screamed for rest. I didn't look back, though I could feel it following, silent, relentless. The woods seemed endless, the darkness absolute. Eventually I tripped and fell, breaking through a thin layer of ice into a small creek. The icy water shocked me awake, and I scrambled out, shivering violently, bleeding from cuts and scrapes. I didn't stop until I saw the lights of the main road. When a passing car finally slowed and picked me up, I tried to explain, but I sounded crazy, rambling about shadows, whispers, and a figure in the woods. The driver didn't ask questions, he just got me to a hotel in the nearest town. My phone had signal again, and I called the authorities, explaining where I had been, but when they went to the cabin, no one was there. The snow had covered all tracks, and no footprints led to or from the cabin. Locals whispered that the cabin had been empty for years, that anyone who stayed there alone often disappeared. I never went back. Even now, months later, I wake up at night hearing whispers in the corners of my apartment, footsteps behind me when no one is there, and sometimes, just sometimes, I see a tall, thin shadow in the reflection of my windows. I never tell anyone, because they won't believe me. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me. And I know that cabin deep in the Vermont woods is still waiting for the next person foolish enough to seek solitude there. Story the end. It started as a simple plan, a weekend trip for some peace and quiet. I had always loved hiking and wanted to escape the chaos of the city. I convinced my two friends, Lisa and Derek, to join me, and we found a cabin online tucked deep in the forests of Maine. The listing called it completely secluded, perfect for a digital detox. That sounded ideal to us at the time. The drive was long, winding through back roads and overgrown trails, and by the time we reached the cabin, the sun was already low in the sky. The forest around us was dense, old-growth trees stretching high, their branches tangled like the fingers of some ancient creature. The cabin itself looked welcoming from a distance, weathered wood, a stone chimney, a small porch. But as we got closer, it seemed to hunch over, almost hiding itself among the trees. Inside it was dark, smelling faintly of damp wood and dust. There was a fireplace, a small kitchen, and a loft above with two beds. The only light came from an old lantern we found on a shelf. No electricity, no internet, no cell signal. At first, it was peaceful, the quiet settling over us like a warm blanket. The first night was uneventful, just laughter, drinks, and card games by the fire. But around 2 a.m, I woke to a sound I can't forget, the soft, deliberate tapping of fingernails against wood. At first, I thought it was the wind or a branch scraping the roof, but then I realized it was coming from inside the cabin, from the loft above us. I nudged Lisa and Derek awake, but they thought I was imagining things. The tapping continued for a few minutes, then stopped suddenly. We stayed awake, huddled together, listening, hearts racing, but nothing else happened. Eventually, we fell asleep, though none of us slept well. The next morning, we went for a hike to shake off the unease. The forest was beautiful, but oppressive, thick with mist and the smell of decaying leaves. We followed an old trail that twisted deeper into the woods, and that's when we saw it, a small clearing, and in the center, a circle of stones arranged perfectly, as if someone had spent hours placing them. There were markings on the stones, scratches that looked like symbols, jagged and primitive. I shivered, feeling eyes on us, though no one was there. We returned to the cabin before sunset, but something felt wrong. The door, which we were sure we had locked, was slightly open. We had all checked it, and the keys were on the table inside. Fear settled over us like a heavy fog. We searched every room, upstairs and down, but found nothing. Outside, the forest seemed too still, the trees unmoving even in the light breeze. That night, the noises escalated. At first, it was tapping, then footsteps moving across the floorboards above us. We stayed in the living room, lanterns lit, whispering nervously. Then came the scratching, slow and deliberate, moving around the cabin's walls. The loft door creaked open on its own, and I could swear I saw a shadow step inside. We froze, holding our breath, but when we dared to look, the space was empty. By the third night, panic was taking hold. Derek wanted to leave, but the rain had turned the dirt road to mud, and our car was stuck. We were trapped. That night, the tapping turned into something heavier, thudding like someone dragging their feet across the floorboards. Then came the breathing, low, raspy, coming from everywhere at once. Lisa screamed when she saw it. A figure crouched in the corner of the room, hunched and shadowed, eyes reflecting the lantern light, too large and dark to be human, its head tilted in a way that made my stomach churn. It didn't move, didn't speak, but its presence was suffocating, oppressive. We tried to barricade ourselves in the loft, but the stairs groaned under weight that wasn't ours. The door slammed repeatedly, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. I remember looking at Lisa and Derek, realizing we were trapped in a nightmare we couldn't wake from. Hours, or maybe minutes, I can't tell, passed. When the first light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the cabin, the figure was gone. The thudding stopped, the breathing ceased, but Lisa and Derek were missing. Their beds were empty, the blankets undisturbed. My panic gave way to raw terror. I ran outside, calling for them, but only the wind answered. The forest was silent, mocking. I spent the day searching, stumbling through the woods, calling their names until my throat burned. The forest seemed endless, the trees closing in around me, shadows flickering at the edges of my vision. I found nothing. No footprints, no sign of struggle, no trace of my friends. Just the same circle of stones from before, now with fresh scratches that hadn't been there the day before. That night I returned to the cabin, exhausted and soaked from the rain. I needed shelter, but the cabin no longer felt safe. Inside, the lanterns were still on, though we had left them off. The floorboards creaked with each step, and I could hear whispers just below the edge of hearing. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. By the fourth day, I realized I had no choice but to leave. The rain had slowed, the mud softened, and I managed to push the car free. But as I drove away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror. The cabin disappeared among the trees, but sometimes I could swear I saw a figure standing on the porch, watching, waiting. Weeks later, I tried to report what happened, but there was no record of the cabin ever existing. No online listing, no property records, nothing. The roads I drove in no longer led anywhere. They ended in thick forest or crumbled into dirt tracks that seemed to vanish. People told me it must have been a hallucination, that the stress and isolation had made me see things. But I know better. Sometimes late at night, I hear tapping on my windows, soft and deliberate. Shadows move just beyond my doors, and I can feel eyes on me. I've stopped hiking, stopped taking trips, stopped going anywhere alone. I don't leave my apartment after dark. But the worst part is knowing that whatever I saw in that cabin is patient. It waits. It knows how to find people who are tired, who want to escape, who think they can disappear for a weekend without consequence. And it waits always until the next person steps to the forest, into its world, and it takes them. I can't forget Lisa and Derek. I can't stop thinking about what it did to them, if they even exist in any recognizable form anymore. And I know one day it will come for me, because it's patient and it doesn't let go. Even now, when the wind whistles through the trees outside my apartment, I hear it, faint but unmistakable. Footsteps, scratching, breathing. It's waiting, watching, and I can't escape. Story the end. It started as a solo trip. I needed to get away from everything, work, the city, people. I found a cabin online, a tiny listing tucked deep in the mountains of Maine, far from the nearest town. The description promised seclusion, silence, and a chance to reconnect with nature. It sounded perfect. I booked it for a long weekend, thinking a few days alone would be good for my head. The drive was long, the roads twisting and climbing into thick forests. By the time I reached the last mile, the paved road ended, and I was following a narrow dirt track that seemed barely wide enough for a single car. The forest pressed in on both sides, the trees so dense they almost blocked out the late afternoon sun. I started to feel the first twinges of unease, but I shrugged it off. I told myself it was just the unfamiliarity of being alone. When I finally saw the cabin, I stopped the car. It was smaller than I expected, built from dark timber that had weathered gray over the years. A thin plume of smoke rose from the chimney, but there was no one outside. The air smelled of damp pine and soil, and the silence was almost suffocating. I stepped inside and felt a strange mix of relief and unease. The interior was sparse. A small living room with a wood stove, a tiny kitchen, one bedroom, and a bathroom. Everything was clean but old, as if no one had lived here for months. I spent the afternoon unpacking and exploring. Outside, the forest stretched endlessly in every direction. The sun dipped lower, and shadows stretched long across the clearing. I made a fire in the stove and sat by it, listening to the wind rustling through the trees. As darkness fell, I noticed something odd. The forest seemed unnaturally still. No birds, no squirrels, not even the usual creaks and groans of trees, just silence. Around 10, I decided to turn in early. I set my phone on the table, though I knew the signal was weak, and crawled into bed. I didn't expect to sleep well. The isolation made me uneasy, but I didn't expect to wake up. At first, I thought it was a dream. I opened my eyes to see a faint glow coming from the living room. Someone was standing there, tall, featureless in the dim light. My heart stopped. I froze, too terrified to move. Then, slowly, it turned and walked toward the back of the cabin, disappearing into the darkness of the bedroom doorway. I sat up, my mind racing. There was no logical explanation. No one else was supposed to be here. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it around the room. Empty. I checked all the doors and windows, locked, just as I had left them. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, exhaustion, or stress, but the unease didn't fade. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. There was a narrow trail leading into the forest, winding up a hill. I followed it for a few hundred yards, the trees so dense the sunlight barely touched the ground. Then I saw it. a small clearing with a circle of stones half covered in moss. In the center was a patch of earth, freshly turned, like someone had dug there recently. My stomach twisted. I turned to go back, but the trail behind me had changed. Or maybe I had. The path seemed longer, twisted in ways it hadn't before. Panic set in. I ran, branches scraping my arms, until I finally burst back into the clearing near the cabin. By evening, I was on edge. I built the fire again, checked every lock, and tried to stay calm. Around midnight, I heard it, scratching at the door, slow, deliberate. My pulse raced. I grabbed my flashlight and went to the door. Nothing. Just the wind, or so I told myself. Then I heard it again, this time coming from the bedroom. I didn't dare look. The scratching grew louder, accompanied by a low, almost human whispering, but I couldn't make out the words. I spent the night in the living room, flashlight in hand, staring at the dark corners, waiting for dawn. The next morning, I considered leaving immediately, but my car was parked a mile down the dirt track, and I didn't want to risk wandering through the forest alone. I decided to explore one last time, hoping to find something rational, some explanation. I walked along the creek behind the cabin. The water was dark and still. Then I saw footprints, bare footprints, muddy, leading from the forest to the cabin. They were human-sized, but no human should have been out there. I followed them, my heart hammering, and they led me back to the cabin's side door. The door was slightly ajar, though I had locked it. Inside, nothing seemed out of place at first. Then I noticed the floorboards near the bedroom were scratched, gouged deep, as if someone or something had been clawing at them. My flashlight flickered, and I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, but the room was empty. I grabbed my bag, ran to the car, and didn't stop until I was back on the main road. Even after I returned to the city, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I dreamed of the cabin, of the figure standing in the darkness, whispering things I couldn't understand. Friends joked about forest demons, or my imagination, but I knew it wasn't a joke. Years later, I passed through Maine again. Curiosity got the better of me. I took the turnoff toward the cabin's location, but the road had been overgrown, almost erased by the forest. I parked and walked, pushing through underbrush. The clearing where the cabin should have been was gone, swallowed by trees. But I saw the circle of stones, moss-covered and weathered, and the soil in the center was freshly turned again. I stepped back, heart pounding, and heard the whisper, soft and deliberate, coming from the woods. I ran, never looking back. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't camp, don't hike, don't take trips anywhere that's too isolated. The figure from that cabin is still out there, patient, watching, waiting. And I know that if I ever go back, I might not come out. Some places aren't meant for humans, and some forests don't like visitors. I carry that memory like a weight, a warning to myself and anyone who listens. There are places in the world where the darkness is alive, where isolation has a mind of its own, and where curiosity can be deadly. Story the end. It started as a simple trip. I had always loved the idea of escaping into the wilderness, of being alone with nothing but the sounds of the forest and the smell of pine. After months of planning, I rented a small cabin tucked deep in the mountains of northern Vermont. The road to get there was long and narrow, winding through old farms and dense woods, barely wide enough for one car. My plan was to spend the week alone, hiking during the day, reading by the fire at night, and leaving behind the constant noise of the city. When I arrived, the cabin looked like something out of a postcard. Weathered logs, a stone chimney, a little porch with a rickety swing. It was quiet, impossibly quiet. The kind of silence that feels like it's pressing against your ears. I carried my bag inside and immediately noticed the smell. Damp wood, old pine, and something else. Faint but undeniable, like decay. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the smell of an old cabin. The first night was peaceful. I had a small fireplace, and I burned some wood I had found stacked nearby. I read a book and fell asleep to the soft creak of the cabin settling. But at some point during the night, I woke. There was a faint sound like someone walking on the roof. I froze, listening, but it stopped after a few seconds. I told myself it was an animal, a raccoon or a squirrel, and drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was dense and green, the ground littered with fallen branches and leaves. I followed a small trail up the hill behind the cabin and discovered an old, abandoned logging road. The trees along it were enormous, some fallen, some leaning in strange angles, as if nature had tried to push them over. I hiked for a couple of hours, enjoying the solitude, until I realized I couldn't remember which way led back to the cabin. I wasn't lost, exactly, but the forest seemed to shift, trails looking unfamiliar, landmarks I thought I recognized suddenly gone. I eventually found my way back, shaken but not overly concerned. That night, the cabin felt different. The air was heavier, the shadows longer. I was cooking dinner when I heard it, a scraping noise at the back door, slow, deliberate, dragging across the wood. I froze, knife in hand, and listened. The noise stopped. I convinced myself it was a branch falling, the wind, anything but what I feared. But when I went to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was outside, watching. By the third day, things had escalated. I started noticing signs that someone or something had been in the cabin while I was gone. The firewood I had neatly stacked was scattered. The porch swing had been moved, and there were footprints in the mud leading around the cabin, too large and uneven to be mine. I tried to dismiss it as a local kid playing a prank, but the footprints didn't resemble human shoes. They were elongated, like claws had dragged along the ground. That night, I woke to a sound that made my blood run cold. Tapping on the windows, slow, methodical, coming from every direction. I couldn't see anything through the condensation and shadows, but I knew whatever it wasn't human. The tapping stopped after a while, but I lay awake for hours, listening to faint whispers in the dark. They didn't form words I could understand, just low, guttural sounds that seemed to come from everywhere at once. On the fourth day, I ventured further into the woods, trying to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. I found a small clearing with a ruined shack, long abandoned, its walls covered in moss. Inside, the floorboards were broken, and there were strange symbols carved into the walls. I didn't recognize the language, but the shapes were jagged and violent, like they had been etched by someone angry or in pain. I left quickly, a sense of unease settling into my chest. That night, the whispers were louder. I could hear them circling the cabin, sometimes stopping just outside my door. By the fifth day, the presence became undeniable. I woke to find that the back door, which I was certain I had locked, was wide open. The mud around it had fresh footprints. I grabbed my keys and flashlight and ran outside to inspect. Nothing was there, but I could feel eyes on me just beyond the tree line. The air felt thick, almost solid, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. I spent the next night in terror. The whispers never stopped. The tapping returned, louder this time, and came from all directions. At one point, I saw a shadow move across the living room wall, impossibly fast, stretching and bending as it went. I ran outside into the rain, screaming, but the forest swallowed my voice. Something brushed past me in the dark, cold and wet, leaving a scent of decay. I ran until I collapsed in the mud, shaking, soaked, and gasping for breath. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay. I packed hastily, dragging my bags to the car, and drove off the winding road as quickly as I could. As I left the forest behind, the sense of being watched didn't fade. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see something standing at the edge of the trees. I didn't, but I could feel it. The forest remembered me. Weeks later, I couldn't shake the experience. I tried to tell people what happened, but they laughed it off, assumed it was stress or imagination. I still have nightmares. I dream of the cabin, the darkened woods, and the shadows that move in impossible ways. Sometimes I wake to scratching at my window, or whispers so faint I can barely hear them. I know deep down that the cabin still exists and that the things in the woods still remember me. I will never go back. I will never speak of it in detail because the memory alone is enough to make me shiver. Some places aren't meant to be visited. Some forests are alive in ways you can't understand, and they don't like intruders. And that cabin in Vermont, no matter how innocent it seemed in the daylight, is a trap. It waits, silent, patient, watching for the next person foolish enough to wander too deep. Story the end. The storm hit just as I was finishing the last stretch of road into the small town of Ashwood, Maine. I had been driving all day, fleeing the city, chasing a desperate need for isolation and quiet. My old Jeep bounced over potholed roads, headlights cutting through sheets of rain and mist. Ashwood wasn't exactly a town. It was more a scattering of houses and abandoned storefronts pressed against the edge of the forest. Somewhere out there, past the last set of streetlights, a cabin waited. I had found the listing online, an old wooden cabin, secluded and peaceful, it promised. The photos were charming, if a little rough. I hadn't imagined the forest closing in so quickly, the way the trees grew thick and dark, branches scraping against the sides of the Jeep. I'd missed a turn somewhere and had to navigate a narrow dirt trail that twisted and dipped into shadows. By the time I arrived, night had fully settled, and the rain had slowed to a heavy drizzle, dripping from pine needles onto the mud. The cabin was everything the listing had said: old, rustic, quiet, but there was something immediately unsettling. The porch sagged under the weight of years, and the windows were opaque with dirt and condensation. A single lantern flickered inside, though the place was supposed to be unoccupied. I parked and approached cautiously, stepping on rotting boards that creaked under my weight. The door was unlocked. That was my first mistake, not questioning why a supposedly private, isolated cabin would have a light on and an open door in the middle of a storm. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood and mold. The furniture was sparse: a table, a couple of chairs, a small stove, and a loft that served as a bedroom. On the table lay a single candle, partially melted, and beside it, a notebook. I picked it up, flipping through pages of handwriting, messy and slanted. The entries were odd: fragmented thoughts, paranoid warnings, sketches of trees and shadows, repeated words like, "Don't look, they are close," and "It waits in the forest." The last page had a name, scratched in heavy, trembling letters: Thomas. I dismissed it as someone who had previously stayed here, maybe a writer. I tried to settle in, lighting the stove and making a cup of instant coffee. Outside, the wind whipped and rain pelted the roof like heavy stones. It was cold, dark, and utterly silent except for the storm. But then I noticed something: the sound of something tapping lightly against the walls. Not rain, not wind, but a deliberate, slow tap, as if fingernails were drumming from the outside. I went to the window. Nothing, just rain and shadows moving in the trees. I tried to convince myself it was the wind, the branches scraping. I poured another cup of coffee, telling myself the storm was playing tricks on me. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the tapping, moving around the cabin, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, as though circling, testing. The next morning, the storm had cleared slightly, leaving a heavy fog that pressed against the trees. I decided to explore. A trail led down from the cabin into the dense woods, barely visible, overgrown. I followed it cautiously, noticing broken branches and patches of disturbed mud, footprints that didn't match any shoe I had, and furrows in the earth like something had been dragging across it. A low, gurgling sound carried through the mist, distant, then closer, then gone. I turned back to the cabin, and something stopped me cold. A figure, tall and thin, standing at the edge of the tree line. It didn't move, didn't blink, just watched. The shape was human, but wrong. Too long in the limbs, face hidden under shadows, standing unnaturally still. I blinked, and it was gone. The fear that had been simmering since the night before became a sharp, stabbing panic. Back in the cabin, I tried to call for help. No signal. My phone battery was dying. The house felt smaller, tighter, more oppressive. I noticed then that the furniture had shifted subtly from where I'd left it. Chairs slightly rotated, the table moved an inch. I started hearing things in the corners of my ears. Footsteps pacing, whispering, moving from room to room. I wasn't imagining it. That night, the tapping started again, faster, more insistent. I barricaded the door with a chair, clutching a heavy flashlight like a weapon. I sat in the loft, sweating and shaking, listening to the rhythm of the footsteps moving outside, circling, circling. And then came a knock, sharp, deliberate, 3 times, like someone testing my resolve. I called out, "Who's there?" The silence that followed was oppressive, but then a voice, hoarse and close, whispered from the other side, "You shouldn't be here." I couldn't sleep. I couldn't leave. Every time I tried to get to the Jeep, I found the path swallowed by fog and trees that weren't there before. It was as if the forest itself was alive, shifting, reshaping, trapping me. Days passed, or maybe it was hours. I had no sense of time. Hunger and thirst gnawed at me, but the fear was more pressing, more immediate. I began to notice small things: scratches on the walls, symbols etched into the wood, faint footprints in the dust that didn't belong to me. At night, the whispers became clearer, more urgent. Names called from the dark, faces glimpsed in shadows. I started leaving notes in the notebook I had found, trying to tell someone, anyone, that I was trapped. The writing became shaky, almost illegible. I had no hope anyone would find them. One evening, or perhaps it was morning, I couldn't tell, the cabin door burst open. The wind howled, throwing rain and debris inside. A figure entered, tall, thin, features obscured. I froze, my mind screaming to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure moved slowly toward me, almost gliding, silent but impossible to ignore. It stopped a few feet away, and I realized it wasn't human. Its eyes were empty hollows, its limbs unnaturally long, moving in a way that made no sense. A whisper slithered into my ear: "The forest hungers." Panic overcame me, and I ran, down the stairs, out the back door, into the fog. The forest was different now, alive in ways I couldn't comprehend. Trees bent toward me, roots seemed to reach, the shadows of the storm forming shapes that were never still. I ran blindly, tripping, cutting my hands on branches, mud sucking at my shoes. Every turn, every path led me back to the cabin. I screamed, sobbing, desperate, but no one answered, and then I heard it behind me. Footsteps, pacing, deliberate, circling, whispering my name, mocking me. I stumbled into a clearing and saw something that froze me in place. Dozens of figures, thin, elongated, moving in unnatural ways, surrounding the cabin, watching, waiting. I collapsed to my knees, realizing the truth. The cabin wasn't just a building. It was a trap, a lure, a living thing. The forest was alive, patient, and it didn't care about escape. It only cared that I understood my insignificance, that I was prey. I tried to run again, but the fog swallowed me, and the figures moved silently, closer, closer. I woke, or thought I did, inside the cabin again, curled up on the floor. The notebook lay beside me, open. The words had changed. New entries in a hand I didn't recognize. He is here. He sees. He waits. I screamed, but no sound came out. The wind carried whispers through the broken windows. The shadows moved in ways that defied logic. I realized then that time was meaningless here. The forest had me, the cabin had me, and the things in the dark were patient. Eternity stretched before me, and I could never leave. I don't know how long I've been here. Days, weeks, years. The figures walk the forest, pacing, circling. Sometimes I see shapes at the edge of the clearing, watching. Sometimes they whisper my name. I know now that I am part of the cabin, part of the forest, trapped in a nightmare that cannot end. Every attempt to leave only brings me back. The storm never truly ends, the fog never lifts, and the whispers are constant. If anyone ever finds this, know that the cabin waits. It will lure you, trap you, and feed on your fear. The forest is alive, the shadows are patient, and the cabin is hungry. I am still here, still trapped, still listening to the footsteps, circling, always waiting. Story the end. The first time I saw the for rent sign outside the old farmhouse, I didn't think twice about it. It was early spring, and I had been searching for a place far enough from the city to finally breathe. The house was on the outskirts of a small town in Maine, set at the end of a winding dirt road, surrounded by fields that stretched into dense forest. The paint was peeling, the roof sagged in places, and the windows were grimy, perfectly abandoned looking. The landlord told me it had been empty for years and that I'd be the first tenant in over a decade. The rent was cheap, too cheap, and I didn't question it. The first night in the farmhouse was quiet in a way that made my ears ring. I hadn't realized how loud the city had been until the silence here pressed against me. I unpacked quickly, trying to shake off the creeping feeling in my chest. Around midnight, as I was brushing my teeth, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of someone walking across the floor upstairs. The farmhouse had 2 floors, and I knew I was alone. My first instinct was to call the landlord, but my phone had no signal. I grabbed a flashlight and crept up the stairs, each step creaking under my weight. When I reached the top, the hallway was empty. Nothing moved. I tried to convince myself it was the house settling. Old houses do that, right? But as the nights went on, the sounds became more deliberate. Footsteps pacing in the hall, the faint scrape of nails across the wooden floors, whispers that I couldn't quite catch. I started locking my bedroom door at night, but that didn't help. Sometimes I'd wake to the door slowly creaking open, though I was certain I had locked it. One evening, I was in the kitchen cooking when I noticed something odd in the corner of the room. Shadows shifted unnaturally, as if the corners of the room were bending. And then I saw it, a figure, pale and thin, with hollow eyes that reflected the dim light. It stood perfectly still, watching me. My heart froze. I spun around, but there was nothing there. By the time I turned back, the figure had disappeared. I called a friend, Sarah, and begged her to come stay the night. She laughed it off at first, teasing me about moving into a haunted house, but when she arrived, even she felt the oppressive weight of the farmhouse. We stayed up talking, trying to rationalize everything. But as midnight approached, the footsteps began again. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Sarah froze, her eyes wide, and I knew we weren't imagining it. Then came the knocking. First at the front door, then the back, then the windows. It was soft at first, like someone tapping their fingers, then it became frantic, desperate, and rhythmic. We couldn't see anyone outside, and the air was too still for branches to be making that sound. The knocking shifted, coming from inside the house, from rooms we weren't even in. It moved through the walls, through the floors, and our fear turned into pure panic. I tried to leave, grabbing the keys and throwing open the front door, but the wind slammed it shut before I could step outside. The house seemed to be holding us in. The shadows twisted across the walls, forming shapes that weren't human. The figure appeared again, closer this time, its hollow eyes boring into me. I screamed, and the shadow lunged. I felt a cold, heavy weight press against my chest, making it impossible to breathe. Sarah was screaming too, but there was nothing either of us could do. Morning came, harsh and pale. The house was silent, as if nothing had happened. Sarah and I bolted, leaving everything behind. I never returned. But the nightmares followed me. Every night, I dreamt of the farmhouse, of the shadowy figure, of the footsteps and whispers. And sometimes I'd wake to find faint scratches on my arms, shallow but deliberate, as if something had reached out in the night. Months later, I saw a for rent sign again, this time for a different house, an old farmhouse far from the city. I wanted to warn whoever would go there, but I knew it would be useless. The farmhouse finds its tenants, and once it has you, the shadows never let go. Story the end. It was early October when I first set out for the cabin. I had been cooped up in the city for too long, and my therapist, my friend really, insisted that a weekend in the woods would do me good. The cabin belonged to a distant cousin I had never met, tucked deep into the Appalachians of West Virginia, the kind of place that felt like it existed outside of time. The GPS insisted I was on the right track, but after an hour of gravel roads winding through dense trees, the signal dropped, leaving me to rely on memory, intuition, and the fading sunlight. When I finally saw the cabin, it was worse than I had imagined. Not decrepit exactly, but it had a sense of being untouched for decades. The wooden siding was streaked with black from rain and moss. The windows were clouded with grime, and the stone chimney leaned slightly as though it were exhausted from holding the smoke of long-forgotten fires. I parked my old sedan in the rutted driveway, stepped out, and the air hit me, thick with pine, wet earth, and something else, a faint metallic tang that made the hairs on my arms prickle. I unloaded my bag and studied the cabin. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the faint scent of smoke and rot. Dust coated the furniture like a thin blanket, and the floorboards groaned under my weight. The fireplace was filled with cold ashes, the kind that suggested years without use. I dropped my bag in the corner and ran my fingers over the mantel. The wood was dry and splintered, and the photo frames on the wall were empty, as though the family who once lived here had vanished without a trace. I spent the first few hours exploring. The kitchen had old pots and pans, some rusted, some barely functional, but I found a few clean mugs, and the sink still had running water. Upstairs, the bedroom smelled musty, but was livable. A quilt lay folded at the foot of the bed, moth-eaten but intact. There was a small bathroom, a shower with only lukewarm water, and a window that looked out onto the thickening forest. Beyond that, the cabin seemed to stretch further into the woods, with small outhouses, a shed, and a clearing I imagined could serve as a fire pit. It was rustic, yes, but it felt isolated in a way that made me both excited and uneasy. That first night, I tried to ignore the sounds. There was There was wind rustling through the trees, an owl hooting somewhere far off, and the occasional snap of a twig under what I assumed were small animals. But beneath that, I heard something else. Faint shuffling, soft thumps, and a rhythm I couldn't identify. I chalked it up to the house settling, my imagination, and the unfamiliarity of the place. I poured myself a cup of instant coffee, settled into the couch with a blanket, and tried to read, but sleep came fitfully, my mind conjuring shadows that moved just beyond the corners of the room. By the next day, the unease hadn't left. The sun was bright, yet the forest seemed darker, the trees taller, casting long, unnerving shadows across the yard. I went for a hike, trying to shake the anxiety. The trail I followed was narrow and overgrown, twisting in ways that felt unnatural, as though it had been carved by someone or something that didn't want to be found. I noticed markers on trees, not paint or tape, but shallow scratches, small symbols that looked deliberate. I remembered seeing these on some of the old maps of the region, something about boundary trees left by settlers or, in local legend, by people who wanted to ward off spirits. I laughed it off, but a chill ran down my spine. When I returned, the cabin seemed smaller somehow, as if it had shifted during my absence. I shook my head, thinking the anxiety was making me paranoid. That evening, I tried to make a fire, but the wood was damp, smoky, and stubborn. I gave up and settled near the fireplace with a flashlight. That's when I heard it clearly, the sound of footsteps upstairs, slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth above me. My stomach dropped. The cabin had 2 floors, and I was alone, or so I thought. I called out, my voice cracking, "Hello? Anyone there?" Silence, except for the soft scuffing above. I grabbed a heavy kitchen knife and crept to the stairs. They were empty. I checked the bedroom, the bathroom, every closet. Nothing. I told myself it was a raccoon, a squirrel, anything but human. I tried to laugh it off, tried to convince myself I was safe. But that night, the footsteps returned, this time accompanied by something worse, whispering. It was too soft to make out words, and the tone wasn't angry or sad, just present, insistent, patient. I lay in bed, heart hammering, listening until dawn, waiting for it to stop, but it never really did. Only the daylight seemed to push it back, giving me temporary relief. The following morning, I noticed other things. Small disturbances. A chair slightly moved from where I had left it, the window latch undone, footprints in the dust that weren't mine. I thought about leaving, but part of me wanted to understand. There was a pull, a curiosity that I couldn't deny. I explored more of the property, finding the shed I hadn't noticed before. Inside were remnants of a life long gone. Tools rusted with age, a coil of rope, an old hunting rifle with a broken stock, and journals filled with cryptic notes. The handwriting was jagged, hurried, sometimes looping, and I could barely make out the words, but phrases like "they watch" and "the trees know" were repeated throughout. That night, the whispers came again, louder, closer. I could feel them circling, a presence I couldn't see. I tried to block it out, like pretending I was asleep, but I heard the floorboards creak next to the bed. I opened my eyes to see nothing, yet the air felt heavy, charged with expectation. Then I noticed it. Faint scratches along the wall, thin, shallow lines moving toward the bedroom door. I froze, my pulse racing, feeling the impossibility of it. The scratches hadn't been there before. I grabbed the knife again, my hands trembling, and watched. By morning, they were gone. Days passed, and the cabin began to feel alive in a malevolent way. At first, subtle. Doors left slightly ajar, objects moved, shadows that didn't correspond to light sources. Then, more aggressive. I would wake to the sound of someone breathing behind me, only to turn and find empty space. At times, I could swear I saw shapes moving between the trees outside, tall, dark silhouettes that vanished when I looked directly at them. I stopped hiking alone. I stopped trying to explore. My focus became survival, observation, and understanding. One afternoon, while preparing a meager lunch, I noticed the kitchen window was fogged from the inside. I wiped it and froze. There were handprints on the glass, smudged, tiny, uneven, as if someone or something had been pressing against it from the outside. I ran around the cabin, checking all entrances. Everything was locked, windows latched, and yet the prints remained. I stared at them until my vision blurred, feeling the impossibility pressing down like a physical weight. That night, the whispers evolved into voices, faint but distinct. They didn't speak in words I could understand. Instead, it was the rhythm of language, patterns that teased the edge of comprehension. I couldn't sleep. I sat in the corner with a flashlight, listening as they swirled around the room, circling me, following me, growing bolder. The temperature dropped, my breath visible in front of me. I could see nothing in the darkness, yet I knew I was not alone. I started to notice movement in the corners of my eyes, tiny flashes that vanished when I looked directly. A week in, I realized something terrifying. The cabin wasn't just haunted, it was alive. It knew I was alone, knew my routines, predicted my movements. I would find small traps, twigs positioned in patterns outside, rocks shifted to form crude arrows, subtle signals that I wasn't welcome. I tried leaving, but every time I approached the driveway, I got lost in the forest, circling back without realizing it. The GPS, my car, my memory, all seemed to betray me. It was as if the woods themselves were reshaping to keep me inside. I tried documenting everything, writing in a notebook, taking photos, recording audio. Some entries made sense, others didn't. Photos of empty rooms captured shadowy forms I had never seen with my eyes. Audio recordings caught whispers, but when I played them back, the sound was distorted, almost coded like a language I had never learned. I began to feel paranoid. My own reflection in mirrors seemed altered, fleeting expressions I didn't recognize, the eyes looking back at me sharper, accusing. On the 14th night, the cabin changed. The walls, the ceiling, the floors, they seemed to pulse slightly, breathing with a rhythm that matched mine. The whispers became screaming at the edges of perception, not loud, but penetrating. I tried leaving through the front door. It wouldn't budge. Windows refused to open. Even the back door, which I had left unlocked in desperation, was sealed by some unseen force. Panic surged. I realized I had underestimated whatever resided here. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't just spirits. It was something that used space, that fed on isolation, that warped perception. The next morning, I tried a last-ditch effort. I climbed out the attic window, which led to a rotting roof. I slid down into the yard, but the forest was wrong. The trail I had followed before was gone, replaced with dense, unnatural undergrowth. No direction felt right. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell, and I stumbled upon the shed again. The journals were gone. The handprints reappeared on the cabin window. I screamed, but the sound seemed swallowed by the trees, muffled, distant. I ran blindly into the woods, branches whipping my face, tripping, falling. When I finally stopped, I found myself back at the cabin, standing at the same rutted driveway, the same broken signpost marking the property. I collapsed, breathless, defeated. Night came. The shadows thickened, shapes moved just beyond sight, whispering around me. The air itself seemed alive, pressing against my skin. I realized then that the cabin didn't want me to leave. It wanted me to understand something, though I could not grasp what. Perhaps it wanted me to become like the journals hinted, a witness, a participant, trapped in cycles of observation and fear. The whispering became words I could understand, just barely. Stay, witness, forever. My body shook. I tried to run, but my legs refused. The cabin was patient. The forest was patient. I was nothing but prey in a game I could not comprehend. By the third week, I stopped trying to escape. I moved through the cabin as it wanted me to, sleeping where it commanded, eating what I could find, marking days in a futile attempt to maintain some human sense of time. I spoke less, listened more. The whispers became companions, not friendly, not kind, but predictable. Shadows became guides, sometimes blocking doors, sometimes showing me paths. The sense of outside life faded. My phone, once buzzing with the world, had no signal. My car, once my freedom, was now just a relic outside, useless. I was part of the cabin, part of its rhythm, a human instrument in a living symphony of isolation and dread. I don't know how long I've been here now. Days, weeks, months. Time has lost meaning. The voices are constant but no longer threatening. They are expectation, presence, curiosity. They tell me I am learning. They tell me the forest remembers. They tell me the cabin waits for the next visitor. Occasionally I hear distant sounds, cars, people. But whenever I try to reach them, I end up here again, back at the cabin, back in the rhythm. I have accepted it, not happily, not willingly, but because the alternative, facing the woods alone, unarmed, without the cabin, is far worse. I write this in the hope someone will read it, if ever they find the cabin. It sits alone, hidden, unwelcoming, patient. The driveway looks inviting from the main road, the forest serene, but it is a lie. Step inside, and you will understand what I mean. The cabin watches. The cabin waits. The cabin chooses. And once it does, there is no leaving. Not really. Story the end. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at the rental house was how quiet it was. Not just the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighborhoods late at night. This was the kind of silence that made your own heartbeat feel like a drum in your chest. The house was on the edge of a small town in northern Michigan, surrounded by dense woods, far from the nearest neighbor. I had rented it for a long weekend to get away from work, away from life, away from everything. The interior looked normal at first glance: a small kitchen, a living room with a couch and a TV, 2 bedrooms upstairs, and a narrow staircase that creaked under my weight. Everything smelled faintly of dust and old wood. I shrugged it off, assuming it had just been empty for a while. I unpacked, made myself a cup of coffee, and watched the sun dip behind the trees. By dusk, the quiet was starting to feel oppressive, but I told myself it was just me being paranoid. That night, I heard the first noise, a soft tapping like fingernails against glass coming from the back window of the living room. I froze and listened. The sound stopped. I told myself it was a branch brushing against the glass and went to bed. The upstairs bedroom was colder than the rest of the house, and I wrapped myself tightly in blankets. But sleep didn't come easy. Every few minutes, I thought I heard the same tapping, or a whisper I couldn't quite make out. Around midnight, I woke to a loud crash. Something heavy had fallen in the kitchen. Heart racing, I grabbed the nearest object, an umbrella, and crept downstairs. The kitchen was empty, save for a small stack of plates I had left on the counter. One of them had shattered on the floor. I checked the doors and windows. Everything was locked from the inside. The feeling of being watched crept over me, and I bolted back upstairs, locking the bedroom door behind me. The next morning, I tried to convince myself I was just tired, that my imagination was playing tricks on me. But when I went to make coffee, I noticed the plates I had stacked neatly the day before were scattered across the kitchen floor. Not just the broken one, but all of them. And then I saw the small handprints, faint but visible in the dust on the countertop. I didn't recognize them. They weren't mine. I spent the day trying to ignore it, walking in the woods behind the house to clear my head. The forest was thick, dark, and unnervingly still. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. Just the sound of my footsteps on the dead leaves. I kept telling myself it was just an old house. Old houses make noises. Old forests make you feel uneasy. But the feeling of being followed didn't go away. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I thought I saw movement, a shadow slipping between the trees, just out of sight. That night was worse. Around 2 a.m., I heard whispers, clear, human whispers, but I couldn't make out the words. They seemed to circle the house, coming from every direction. I stayed in bed, paralyzed with fear, listening as the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Then I heard it, the sound of footsteps on the roof. Slow, deliberate, walking from one end of the house to the other. I tried to call 911, but there was no signal. My phone battery was dead. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, flashlight in hand, praying the sun would rise. Every time I dozed off, I'd hear scratching at the windows or the sound of someone pacing upstairs. By morning, I hadn't slept at all, and I was exhausted. I packed my things and drove out, promising myself I'd never return. Weeks later, I learned something disturbing. The previous owner of the house had disappeared. They were never found, not inside, not outside, not in the woods. Locals whispered that the house had a history of people vanishing, of strange noises, of ghostly figures seen in the windows late at night. No one stayed there long. The house was abandoned again, waiting for the next renter, the next curious soul who wanted to be alone. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear the faint whispering again, carried by the wind through the trees, and I remember how it felt to be completely alone in that house, how the shadows seemed alive, how the quiet was louder than any sound I had ever heard. I know one thing for certain: I will never go back. Story the end. I was working as a long-haul trucker, hauling freight across the Midwest. The roads could be empty for miles, especially at night, and I often preferred that solitude. There's a certain rhythm to driving alone: the hum of tires on asphalt, the soft thrum of the engine, the occasional radio static breaking the silence. But there are nights when that rhythm turns into something else, something that makes your skin crawl and your stomach knot. I experienced one of those nights, and I've never been able to shake it. It started on a Thursday. I was driving west on a two-lane highway in Nebraska, somewhere between North Platte and Ogallala. The sky was dark, heavy clouds hanging low, promising rain. I had been on the road since dawn, and by the time I hit that stretch of road, the sun had already disappeared, leaving the landscape washed in shades of black and gray. The highway was empty, the only lights coming from my truck and the occasional reflective marker. About 50 miles from the last town, I noticed something odd in my rearview mirror. A pair of headlights appeared far behind me, flickering like they were struggling. I assumed it was another truck, maybe a car, trying to catch up. But no matter how fast I drove, the headlights stayed at the same distance. I checked my mirrors again, and it didn't seem to be moving closer or further away. My stomach tightened. I chalked it up to fatigue, the kind of trick your eyes play when you stare at darkness too long. A few miles later, the headlights started following my movements. If I slowed, they slowed. If I accelerated, they accelerated. I tried switching lanes, hoping it was a coincidence, but it mirrored me perfectly. My hands gripped the wheel tightly, and I told myself not to panic. It's just another driver, I repeated, but my gut screamed otherwise. The rain started then, soft at first, misting across the windshield. I turned on the wipers, the rhythmic swish echoing in the cab. I noticed that the headlights didn't reflect in the wet asphalt the way normal headlights do. They were too sharp, too bright, cutting through the darkness like blades. The truck behind me made no sound, no engine, no tires, just light. I tried to radio another trucker on the CB, mentioned a strange vehicle following me, but there was only static. The rain intensified, drumming on the roof, reducing visibility to almost nothing. My eyes flicked constantly to the mirror, trying to catch a glimpse of the truck behind me, but it was always just lights. No outline, no body. I tried flashing my high beams, honking, even slowing to a crawl. The lights followed me like a predator. I passed a rest stop and considered pulling in. Maybe I could wait it out, let whoever or whatever it was pass. But the lights swerved as I did, matching my movement with precision that no human driver could manage. My mind raced with possibilities, and none of them made sense. The road stretched out endlessly, and there was nowhere to hide. Eventually, I saw a gas station in the distance, open late. I signaled and exited the highway, praying the lights would continue straight. But when I looked back, they had disappeared. Relief washed over me, and I pulled up to the pumps, my hands shaking. The station was nearly empty, just a clerk inside. I filled up quickly, trying to calm my racing heart. I mentioned the strange lights to the clerk. He didn't laugh, didn't dismiss me. He just nodded slowly and said, "You're lucky you made it here. A lot of people don't. Some things on these roads, they don't like being watched." I asked him to clarify, but he shook his head and walked away. I left as soon as I could, still nervous, still looking over my shoulder. For the next few hours, nothing followed me. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, the stress and fatigue playing tricks. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was had been studying me, calculating my movements, waiting for the perfect moment. Months later, I talked to a fellow trucker about that stretch of highway. He looked at me with a blank stare and said, "You saw it, didn't you? That's the vanishing headlights. People say it follows drivers who get too lonely on the road. Some get away, some don't." I don't know what followed me that night. I still see lights sometimes when I drive alone at night, shadows at the edges of my vision. I avoid that stretch of highway whenever possible, sticking to the interstates. I haven't been back to Nebraska at night since, and I never will. Some nights, when I lie in my bunk in a truck stop, I swear I hear that hum, the faint thrum of tires behind me. And I know that somewhere out there, in the endless dark, those headlights are waiting for the next driver, foolish enough to be alone on the road. Story the end. The first time I heard about the cabin was from a guy I barely knew. We were standing outside a bar in upstate New York, cigarettes glowing in the winter night, when he told me about a hunting lodge way out past Lake Desolation. He said it had been abandoned for decades, sitting on private land that no one seemed to claim. Hunters went missing there. People who stayed overnight came back changed, if they came back at all. I'd laughed it off at the time, chalking it up to drunk folklore, but A year later, after a brutal breakup and a long stretch of depression, the idea of retreating to some lonely shack in the woods started to sound like exactly what I needed. I found the place easily enough. A narrow road of packed dirt, tire tracks long since washed away, winding between black trees whose branches knitted overhead like skeletal fingers. It was colder than I expected for early autumn, the air sharp and damp. The cabin emerged from the fog like a shipwreck, 2 stories tall but listing slightly to one side, its porch sagging, windows crusted with grime. A stone chimney stood cracked but upright, and the roof was patched in places with tin sheets that rattled in the wind. Inside, it was darker than I'd imagined, even with the midday light. The air smelled faintly of iron and wet earth. Dust coated everything: an old stove, a heavy wooden table, a set of antlers mounted above the fireplace. The bedroom upstairs was worse. The mattress collapsed in the center, the walls lined with peeling floral wallpaper. And yet, there was something deliberate about the way things were arranged, like someone had only just stepped out. The fireplace had ash in it. A cup sat on the table, rim crusted with something brown. I told myself it was coffee. I set my bags down and tried to shake off the unease. This was why I'd come here, to face the silence, to be alone with my thoughts, to see if I could handle it. I built a fire, opened a can of soup, and sat on the porch watching the sun go down. The woods seemed to deepen with nightfall. The trees turned black and faceless, the wind carrying faint noises that might have been animals, or might have been something else. By the time I went inside, locked the door, and crawled into my sleeping bag, I was already on edge. The first night, I woke around 2 a.m. to the sound of footsteps on the porch. Slow, measured, deliberate. Not the shuffle of an animal. These were too heavy, too rhythmic. My heart pounded. I stayed still, hoping it was just a deer or my imagination. The footsteps stopped by the door. Then came a soft scrape, like fingernails on wood. I held my breath. Minutes passed. Finally, the sound drifted away, swallowed by the wind. In the morning, there were marks on the door. 3 deep grooves, as though someone or something had dragged claws down the wood. I stared at them for a long time, trying to find a rational explanation. I'd seen no sign of bears or mountain lions, nothing that could make marks like that. But it was easier to believe in animals than in the other thing my mind whispered, that someone had been there. That night, it came closer. I had barely fallen asleep when the noises started again. This time it wasn't just footsteps, but a soft humming, low and tuneless, drifting in through the cracks in the window frames. It circled the cabin. I could hear it at one window, then another, like whoever or whatever was outside was moving, peering in. I clutched my flashlight and knife, my whole body trembling. The humming stopped suddenly. The silence was worse. At dawn, I ventured outside. The woods were eerily still. No birds, no insects, nothing. The air smelled sour, like something dead. I decided to hike out, but after an hour of walking, I realized the path didn't look familiar. The trees were wrong, too dense, their trunks closer together than before, as if the forest itself had shifted in the night. I turned back, but the cabin didn't appear where I expected it. I only found it again after what felt like hours of circling. By the third night, I was barely sleeping. The humming had grown louder, and now it was accompanied by whispering. Not one voice, but many, overlapping, speaking in a language I didn't know. Sometimes I thought I caught words in English, my name, phrases like "come outside" or "open the door," but when I strained to listen, they dissolved into gibberish. The marks on the door had multiplied, symbols now carved deep into the wood, spirals, cross-hatched lines, a crude human figure. I barricaded the door with the table, nailed the windows shut, built a roaring fire in the hearth. None of it helped. Around midnight, something began pounding on the walls from outside. Not knocking this time, pounding, with such force that dust drifted from the ceiling beams. I screamed for it to stop. The pounding ceased, and then from the chimney came a sound I will never forget. A slow, deliberate dragging, as if something were crawling down the flue. I ran to the Jeep, fumbling with the keys, but the engine refused to start. The headlights flickered once, then went out. I could feel eyes on me, from the trees, from the windows of the cabin itself. In the reflection of the glass, I thought I saw shapes. Tall, thin figures with faces like hollow masks, just standing there. I bolted into the woods with nothing but my flashlight. Branches tore at my clothes, roots caught my ankles. The whispering followed me, rising and falling like wind through dead leaves. Every time I turned the light behind me, I thought I saw them. Those same figures, impossibly tall, gliding between the trees, always just out of reach. I don't remember falling. I just remember waking up on the dirt road at sunrise, my flashlight dead, my clothes soaked with dew. The cabin was gone. In its place was a clearing of churned earth and broken branches, as if nothing had stood there in decades. My Jeep was parked nearby, perfectly fine. The keys worked. The engine started. I drove until I hit the nearest town, shaking, filthy, weakly, unable to explain what had happened. I told myself it had been a dream, a breakdown, a hallucination born of isolation and fear. But sometimes at night, when I close my eyes, I hear it again. The low, tuneless humming circling my apartment, moving from one window to the next. Story the end. The first time I heard about the old farmhouse, it was from a coworker named Jim. He told me it had been abandoned for decades, out on a back road in rural Pennsylvania, far from the main highway. Locals whispered that it was cursed, though no one could say exactly what happened there. Some said the previous owners vanished overnight. Others claimed they went insane and killed each other. Jim laughed it off when I asked him, but there was a weird tension in his voice, like he didn't want to say too much. I was living in Philly at the time, stressed out from work and the constant noise of the city. The idea of getting out into the country, even just for a night, sounded perfect. I didn't believe in curses or ghosts, and the idea of staying somewhere abandoned appealed to my sense of adventure. I packed a bag with a flashlight, a few snacks, and my camera, figuring I might get some good photos. The drive was long and quiet. As I left the highway, the road narrowed and the trees grew closer together, blocking out the sky. By the time I reached the last bend before the property, dusk was settling in. The farmhouse appeared suddenly, like it had been hiding behind the shadows all along. It was massive, 2 stories with peeling paint and broken windows, surrounded by overgrown weeds and a fence that was barely standing. The air was unnaturally still, and I swear I could feel it pressing against me, a heavy presence that made my skin crawl. I parked on what used to be a driveway and got out. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, just the soft rustle of leaves. I walked up to the front porch, which sagged under its own weight. The door was slightly ajar, swinging gently in the wind. My flashlight cut through the dimming light as I pushed it open. Inside, dust and rot hit me immediately, mixed with a faint, sour smell I couldn't place. The floorboards creaked under my weight. Old furniture lay toppled or broken. The walls were scratched, with dark streaks running down from the ceiling. I wandered through the main floor, snapping photos. Nothing seemed alive, just old and decaying. But then I noticed something strange. On the living room wall, someone or something had written in a dark, smeared substance, "Don't stay." My stomach turned. I stepped back, telling myself it was old paint or some prank from years ago. But the words seemed too fresh, too deliberate. I moved to the kitchen. The air felt colder here, and the floor was damp. My flashlight flickered, and I heard it, a soft whisper, almost too faint to recognize. I froze, straining to listen. It came again, just behind me. "Go now." The voice was low, cracked, almost like someone had been screaming underwater. I spun around, shining my flashlight across the room, but nothing moved. I tried to convince myself it was the wind, that the house was settling, that my imagination was playing tricks. But as I reached for the stairs to the second floor, the whispering became louder, insistent. The air grew thick, like walking through water. My skin felt tight, my chest heavy. I hesitated, but curiosity, or stupidity, pushed me forward. The stairs were rickety. Each step groaned under my weight, echoing through the empty house. On the second floor, the hall stretched long and dark. Doors lined either side, some hanging off their hinges. I walked slowly, trying to keep calm. Then I saw it, the bedroom at the end of the hall. The door was open, and inside the walls were scratched with long, claw-like marks. A mattress lay in the corner, stained and torn, and I could see faint footprints in the dust leading to the far wall. I moved closer. Something was written on the wall in the same dark substance. "You will never leave." My heart slammed against my ribs. I stumbled back, tripping over the torn rug. The whispers turned into low, guttural growls, echoing from all around the hall. I swung my flashlight wildly, but the beam caught nothing. And then I saw it. A shadow, tall and thin, flicking across the end of the hallway, moving impossibly fast. I ran. Down the stairs, out the front door, and into the yard. The moment I hit the grass, I realized something was wrong. The farmhouse seemed to stretch, longer than it had been when I arrived. The windows glinted with a dark shine, like eyes staring at me. I could hear footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, even though I was sprinting. My car was gone. In its place, the dirt driveway was empty, just a path leading into the overgrown weeds. I turned to look back at the house, and the door slammed shut with a sound like metal on metal. Shadows pooled at the windows, moving as if something inside was shifting. A voice, deep and rasping, called my name. I froze. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't my imagination. It was real. It was coming from the house. I ran into the woods, dodging trees, hoping to find the road I came in on. But the forest seemed endless, the trees stretching higher and closer together. Every time I turned around, the farmhouse appeared again, just at the edge of the trees, always closer than it should be. Hours, or maybe minutes, later, I stumbled onto a dirt road, gasping for breath. My car was back, parked exactly where I had left it, as if nothing had happened. I drove away without looking back. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 30 minutes later. Shaking, sweating, unable to speak. I told no one where I had been. I've avoided that area ever since, but sometimes when I drive past rural roads late at night, I swear I see it. Shadows moving in the distance, windows catching the faintest glimmer of moonlight. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear faint whispers just at the edge of hearing, telling me I'm not safe, telling me that I shouldn't have gone in. The farmhouse is still out there. It waits, it's patient, and it doesn't forgive. And I know that one day, if I'm not careful, it might call my name again. Story the end. It was late October when Mark decided to take a solo trip into the mountains. He had been feeling the suffocating weight of his job in the city and thought a weekend alone in nature would clear his mind. The place he chose was a small cabin tucked deep into the Appalachian wilderness. The listing was sparse, claiming only that the cabin was isolated, accessible by a narrow dirt road, and perfect for solitude. Mark packed his car with camping gear, food, and a thermos of coffee, imagining peaceful hikes, quiet nights by the fire, and a break from the constant noise of urban life. The drive out of the city was long and winding, the kind that made him grateful for music and podcasts. As the streets gave way to winding two-lane roads and then to gravel paths, the world seemed to shrink. Trees closed in around him, their branches brushing the sides of his car. The sun was beginning to dip behind the peaks when he finally spotted the cabin. It was smaller than he imagined, a single-story structure with weathered wood, a stone chimney, and a porch that sagged slightly. There were no neighbors, no streetlights, no sign of life at all, except the distant rush of a creek. Mark parked and stepped out, breathing in the crisp mountain air. The silence was immediate and deep, pressing down in a way the city never could. He moved quickly to unload his things, making sure everything was set for the night. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood, mildew, and smoke. A fireplace dominated one corner, a stack of firewood neatly piled beside it. The furniture was minimal, a table, a few chairs, a couch, and a bed in the corner. He unpacked his bag, set down his flashlight, and decided to explore the surrounding area before dark. The forest behind the cabin was dense. Mark followed a narrow trail that twisted up the slope, the underbrush thick with fallen leaves. Birds called in the distance, and the occasional rustle of an animal broke the silence. He thought he noticed something moving between the trees. A shadow, perhaps. But when he blinked, it was gone. Shaking his head, he chalked it up to fatigue. The city had dulled his senses. The woods were alive in ways he wasn't used to. Returning to the cabin as dusk fell, Mark built a small fire and cooked a simple meal on the stove. The wind began to pick up, rattling the windows and whistling through the gaps in the walls. He told himself it was normal that the cabin's age caused it to creak and groan. As he settled in with a book, he thought he heard a faint tapping on the window. He froze, listening. Tap, tap, tap. No wind could produce such regularity. Slowly he stood, gripping the flashlight. The beam swept the clearing outside, but nothing moved. Heart racing, he told himself it was a branch, that he was imagining things. Night in the mountains came quickly. Mark tried to sleep, but the tapping continued intermittently. now accompanied by a low, dragging sound outside. Something, or someone, was circling the cabin. He pressed himself against the wall, flashlight in hand, listening as the sound moved closer, then further away, almost as if it were playing with him. He considered calling someone, but his phone had no signal, and the nearest road was miles away. There was nothing to do but wait. Hours passed, and finally exhaustion claimed him, leaving him in a fitful, half-conscious state. He woke to the sound of breathing in the room. Shallow, deliberate, right beside his ear. He bolted upright in bed, swinging the flashlight wildly. Nothing. The window curtains were still, the door closed, the fire had died down to embers. His chest pounded. "Get out!" he whispered to himself, but the words felt powerless. Mark spent the next day exploring, trying to keep his mind occupied. He climbed the hills, followed the creek, and kept notes on the trail, hoping to remember the path out. But the woods played tricks on him. Trails looped back on themselves, trees seemed to shift positions, and familiar landmarks disappeared. He began to feel like he was being watched constantly, every shadow hiding eyes that tracked his movement. That night the tapping returned, louder and more insistent. Mark barricaded himself inside, using the table and chairs to block the door. The dragging sound resumed, circling the cabin with a patience that chilled him. Then came the scratching, sharp, frantic, moving across the walls and ceiling, sometimes above his head. Mark screamed, pounding on the table, demanding it stop, but it only intensified. He spent the following hours crouched on the floor, breathing shallowly, listening as the cabin seemed to come alive. He saw shapes in the darkness, figures just at the edge of vision, flickering in the corners, vanishing when he looked directly. The air grew colder, smelling faintly of rot and smoke. He realized that whatever was outside wasn't just watching him, it was feeding on his fear. Days passed, though he couldn't tell how many. Food ran low, and sleep became impossible. Mark tried leaving once, venturing into the woods in a desperate attempt to escape, but no matter which direction he ran, he always ended up back at the cabin. The forest had trapped him in a loop, a living maze that toyed with his mind. Each time he returned, the cabin looked slightly different. Doors that had been closed were now open, objects were moved, shadows shifted unnaturally. By the fifth night, Mark's mental state was fraying. He began talking to the figures in the corners, pleading, bargaining, trying to understand what it wanted. There was no response, only silence and the ever-present scratching and tapping. He tried burning the cabin down, but the fire refused to take, the wood wet and unyielding, as if the cabin itself were resisting destruction. The final night came with a storm. Rain hammered the roof, wind howled through the trees, and lightning lit the cabin in harsh, jagged flashes. Mark huddled in a corner, listening as the storm merged with the sounds outside, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. The scratching grew frantic, almost desperate, and the figure appeared again, taller, closer, its faceless form looming over him. Mark screamed and ran, but the forest swallowed him, twisting paths and trees until he was lost completely. Weeks later, a group of hikers found the cabin. It was empty, quiet, seemingly untouched. They noted a few signs of recent use, footprints, a small pile of ashes in the fireplace, but no one was around. Mark was never found. Those who came near the cabin afterward reported a feeling of being watched, a low whispering just beyond hearing, and shadows that seemed to move independently of light. Some say if you stand on the porch at night, you can still hear the tapping and scratching, like the cabin itself is alive, waiting for the next person to wander too far, too close, too alone. The mountain road remains open, inviting, quiet, and empty, but no one who has stayed in that cabin has ever returned unchanged. Mark's story became another warning whispered among locals, that some places in the woods are not meant for humans, that solitude can become a trap, and that the forest sometimes hungers for more than just silence. Story the end. It started with the road. I was driving north through rural Pennsylvania in late November, just after the first heavy snowfall of the season. The kind of snow that makes the world eerily quiet, each flake dulling sound, isolating you in a bubble of white. I had left work late, the office having run me into overtime, and the thought of a long drive home was exhausting. I chose a back road to save time, a stretch of highway that twisted between dense stands of pine and oak. Somewhere around mile marker 47, the road seemed to narrow, then vanish entirely into a forest tunnel of skeletal trees. My headlights cut through the darkness, but even they couldn't chase away the feeling that I was being watched. I had been alone for nearly 2 hours when I saw it. A small cabin, seemingly abandoned, tucked between two hills like it had been swallowed by the forest. Smoke curled faintly from the chimney, thin and pale, almost like a wisp of fog. Curiosity, or maybe foolishness, pushed me to pull over. The snow crunched under my tires, loud in the quiet night. I parked and stepped out. The cold was sharp, biting through my coat, and the forest felt oppressive, closing in around me. The cabin itself was old, wooden, sagging slightly under years of neglect. The windows were dark, but I could make out faint movement inside, a shadow shifting near the fireplace. I hesitated, telling myself it was someone home, maybe a hermit. But something about it felt wrong, too silent, too still, like the cabin was waiting for me. I approached the door. It opened with a groan when I pushed it, revealing a single room. Dust coated the floor, a thick layer over the old rug. The fireplace had been used recently. Embers glowed faintly, casting shadows that danced across the walls. Inside, the air was warm, almost unnaturally so, and it smelled of smoke and something metallic, coppery. I called out, voice echoing off the walls. "Hello? Anyone here?" No answer. My eyes adjusted, and I could see the room was furnished minimally. A table, two chairs, a bed pushed against the far wall, and shelves filled with jars of strange dried substances, roots, herbs, and what looked disturbingly like animal parts. I frowned, unease creeping up my spine. This wasn't just abandoned. Someone or something had been here recently. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. Panic surged. I ran to the door, yanking it, but it wouldn't budge. Then I heard it. The scraping. From the corner of the room, faint at first, like claws on wood, then louder, deliberate. I spun around. Nothing. Only shadows. My breath was fast and shallow. I banged on the door, screamed, anything to get out, but it remained shut, immovable. And then I saw her. A figure emerged from the corner where shadows pooled darkest. A woman, or something resembling one, with long black hair that hung like wet seaweed around a pale, gaunt face. Her eyes were wide, black pits reflecting the firelight. Her mouth moved, opening and closing, but no sound came out, only a wet, sucking noise, like air being pulled through tight lips. She tilted her head, watching me, unblinking. I felt my knees lock. My voice wouldn't come. The shadow moved closer, gliding rather than walking, the floorboards beneath it untouched. I stumbled backward, crashing into the table. The jars rattled, some breaking, spilling powders and dried petals across the floor. The woman stopped. I swear she smiled, though it was more like the pulling apart of skin than a human expression. Her voice came then, a whisper inside my head, not spoken aloud. "You shouldn't be here. No one should be here." I scrambled for a window, threw my shoulder into it. Glass shattered, cutting my arm. Cold wind rushed in, carrying snow and the faint sound of branches snapping. I rolled out, landing hard on the snow-covered ground. Pain shot through my leg, but I didn't care. I ran, not looking back, through the forest, the cabin disappearing behind the trees as if it had never been there. I kept running until the road reappeared, tires tracks faint in the snow. I flagged down a passing car, bleeding, frozen, shaking, barely able to speak. They took me to the nearest town. The officer who came with me back to the spot only found nothing. No cabin, no tracks, no sign of fire or habitation, just untouched snow and trees. I tried to tell people what I saw, but no one believed me. Friends suggested stress, exhaustion, hallucinations, maybe sleep deprivation. I tried to move on to rationalize, but the dreams started that night. In the dreams, I am back in the cabin. The woman waits. Every night she comes closer. Sometimes I see the jars on the shelves, and inside them, tiny figures, screaming silently, pressed against glass. I run, always running, but the cabin never ends. Every exit leads to another room, another corridor, another shadow. I wake up with scratches on my arms, bruises forming overnight. Weeks passed, and I noticed her in the periphery of my life, even awake. A shadow across a hallway, a black figure at the edge of a photograph, a reflection in windows where no one else stands. She watches, patient, deliberate, waiting. I can't go back to the forest. I can't return to the road. And yet she finds me anyway. I quit my job, I moved cities, changed my number, avoided the roads I once traveled. But I am not free. I feel the pull of the cabin in my bones, in my chest, in the space between heartbeats. Sometimes at night, I hear the scraping of claws on wood, soft at first, then insistent, and I know without a doubt that it is her, still waiting, still whispering inside my mind, "You shouldn't be here. No one should be here." I don't know how long I can keep running. Sometimes I think the cabin is already inside me, that wherever I go, it exists. The snow, the shadows, the whispering. She is always there, always watching, always waiting. And one day, I fear, I will stop running. Story the end. It was late September when I finally got the weekend off from my teaching job in Ohio, and the thought of a quiet cabin in the woods felt like salvation. I had been staring at my computer screen for months, grading papers, responding to parents, and managing endless emails, and I desperately needed a break. My friend Mark had suggested this small rental cabin up near the Appalachian foothills in West Virginia. He assured me it was completely off the grid, quiet, and peaceful. I was sold. The idea of no cell service, no internet, just the forest and a log cabin seemed heavenly. I packed my car with essentials: canned food, bottled water, a small propane stove, and enough firewood to last the weekend. I also brought my journal and a couple of novels, thinking that alone time in nature might help me reflect and recharge. The drive itself took longer than I expected, winding through narrow, uneven roads lined with dense trees that blocked out the sun. My GPS kept trying to reroute me through places with names that sounded more like ghost towns than actual towns: Dry Creek Hollow, Pine Gap, Hollow Ridge, but I followed it anyway. The cabin was nothing fancy. It was a small, single-story wooden structure, aged and weathered, tucked between tall oaks and pines. A small stone chimney jutted out from one side, and the porch sagged slightly, as if it had grown tired over the years. Mark had warned me it wasn't luxurious, but it was perfect for solitude. I parked my car in a dirt clearing and stepped out. The air was crisp, smelling of damp earth and pine needles, the kind of smell that felt both clean and wild. The interior was even smaller than I expected. There was a combined living and dining area, a tiny kitchen with a propane stove and a small fridge, a bathroom with a clawfoot tub, and one bedroom with a narrow bed. The windows were small and thick with dust, but clean enough to let in sunlight. There was an undeniable musty smell, like damp wood and old fabric, but it didn't bother me. This was part of the experience. The first evening passed uneventfully. I started a fire in the fireplace, cooked a simple meal, and read for a while before the darkness of the woods began to seep into my awareness. I was sitting in the living area when I first noticed it, a rustling sound outside. At first, I thought it was the wind or a small animal. The cabin's windows rattled slightly, and shadows of branches swayed across the walls, but then the rustling became more deliberate. I froze, listening. Footsteps? Maybe, but heavy, careful ones. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped onto the porch. The woods were dense, the canopy so thick that the moon barely broke through. Nothing moved. I called out, "Hello," but my voice felt weak, swallowed by the vast silence. Eventually, I went back inside, telling myself it was just a deer or raccoon. I went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside made me tense. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of something dragging across the porch. My heart raced as I slowly sat up in bed. The light from my flashlight lay on the floor, and I debated going to check. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate tapping at the door. Not knocking in the usual sense, but a rhythm, like someone testing the wood. I froze, convinced I was imagining it, but then it stopped, only to start again a few seconds later. I grabbed my phone to call Mark, but of course there was no service. The nearest town was miles away, and I realized for the first time just how isolated I was. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Animals? The wind. But there was something unnerving in the rhythm of the tapping. It didn't feel natural. Eventually, the sounds stopped, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. Morning brought a false sense of relief. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows that seemed friendly in contrast to the darkness of the night. I went for a short walk along the overgrown trail leading from the cabin, trying to shake off the lingering tension. The forest was beautiful, the kind of scenery that made you forget about time, but there was also a strange emptiness. I saw no birds, no squirrels, just the constant whisper of the wind through the leaves. The second night was worse. I had barely eaten dinner when the tapping started again, but this time it was joined by scratching. Something was moving along the walls, circling the cabin. I held the flashlight in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, trying to convince myself to look outside. But every time I peered through the dusty windows, nothing was there. The scratching continued, relentless, echoing in the small space. Then I heard a voice, soft, almost inaudible, calling my name. James, it whispered, barely above the sound of the wind. My blood ran cold. I ran to the door, thinking maybe someone had broken in, but it was locked. I checked the windows, all were closed and intact. I realized then that whoever or whatever was out there knew I was alone. The night stretched on like a living thing. The sounds came in waves, scratching, tapping, whispers, then silence, then a sudden bang on the door that made me jump. I could hear breathing outside, slow and deliberate. My rational mind fought against the fear, but there was no logical explanation. I stayed awake all night, knife in hand, flashlight sweeping the room, eyes darting to every shadow. By morning, I was exhausted and tense, my nerves frayed. I decided to hike down the trail to see if anyone lived nearby, hoping for some reassurance. The forest seemed different in daylight, less threatening, more ordinary, but the isolation was absolute. I hiked for nearly 2 hours, the trail growing narrower and more overgrown. When I finally reached a clearing, I saw the remnants of an old campfire and a small, abandoned hunting shack. It had clearly been unused for decades, windows broken, the door hanging off its hinges. There was no sign of anyone around. I returned to the cabin, unease settling deeper in my chest. That night, the sounds escalated. There were now footsteps on the roof, slow and heavy, circling the cabin. I could hear the faint creak of the floorboards above me, but the cabin had only one floor. The tapping became rhythmic, almost like a pattern, and the whispers grew louder, forming words I couldn't fully understand. Sleep was impossible. I tried to distract myself by writing in my journal, but my hands trembled, my thoughts scattered. Around midnight, the front door burst open with a violent gust of wind, or something else, and the fire in the fireplace went out. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath forming clouds in the room. And then I saw it. A figure, barely visible in the dark, standing just beyond the doorway. Its face was obscured, but I could feel its gaze, heavy and knowing. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. It moved closer, gliding rather than walking, silent, except for the soft whispering that filled the air. I stumbled back, tripping over the rug, and it seemed to vanish, only for the whispering to come from every corner of the cabin at once. I spent the rest of the night huddled in a corner, flashlight shaking in my hand, knife useless against the impossibility before me. When dawn finally broke, the figure was gone, but the air still felt heavy, oppressive. I packed my things quickly, refusing to leave anything behind. The drive out of the woods was slow, my hands gripping the wheel, eyes scanning every shadow along the roadside. Back in the safety of town, I tried to rationalize what happened. Sleep deprivation, stress, imagination. I told myself it must have been something like that. But deep down, I knew otherwise. I couldn't explain the footprints in the dirt around the cabin that hadn't been there when I arrived, the dragging marks across the porch, or the whispers that seemed to echo in my mind even after I left. Months later, I tried to tell Mark what happened. He laughed it off at first, claiming maybe I had overreacted or that I was letting my imagination run wild. But when I described the cabin in exact detail, details I had no way of knowing from his vague description, his face went pale. He admitted he had rented that cabin once before and had heard the same sounds, but had never stayed the night. I've never gone back. I've avoided that part of West Virginia entirely. But sometimes late at night when the wind is just right, I swear I hear tapping at my door and the faint whisper of my name in the shadows. I try to ignore it, but it's always there, lingering at the edge of perception, a reminder that some places are meant to be left alone, that some woods never forget the people who wander too deep. Even now, I dream of the cabin, not the exterior, the forest, or the peaceful clearing, but the interior. The dark corners where the shadows moved, the fireplace that never seemed warm, the door that opened on its own, and always the whispering, soft and insistent, calling me back. I've learned to live with the memory, but it doesn't fade. Sometimes I wonder if I left something behind there, some part of myself, and if that is why the dreams are so vivid. Because in those dreams, I can feel it again. The presence, patient and watchful, waiting for the next visitor, the next soul, brave enough or foolish enough to stay alone in the cabin. I've talked to people who have rented cabins in the area, and a few have reported strange occurrences: doors that open and close by themselves, footprints in the snow, strange scratching sounds at night. None have stayed long enough to fully experience it. I understand why. It's not just isolation or fear. It's something deeper, something ancient rooted in the forest and the wood itself, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. I still avoid camping or hiking alone. I avoid the woods at night. Sometimes, though, I drive past the area where the cabin is, not daring to stop, but trying to catch a glimpse. And sometimes, in the distance between the trees, I think I see a flicker of movement. Not human, not animal, but something else. Waiting. Watching. It's strange how an experience like that changes you. You notice the small things, the creaks and whispers that most people ignore. You feel the weight of silence differently, the kind of silence that isn't empty, but full of something hidden just beyond perception. I've never been able to explain it logically, and I don't think I ever will. But I know what I experienced, and it has left a mark I can't erase. I've tried to move on, to tell myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by isolation and fear. But deep down, I know the truth. The cabin is out there in the woods, and it remembers. It waits for the next visitor to stumble into its grasp, the next soul to test the boundaries of solitude, and the next person foolish enough to think they are truly alone. Every now and then, when I'm home alone at night, I think I hear the tapping again, faint but deliberate, somewhere far away, carried on the wind. I know it's impossible, too far, too distant, but it feels real. And I remember that cabin, the way the shadows moved, the way the whispering seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I don't know what it was exactly. I've considered calling it a spirit, a haunting, or some manifestation of the forest itself. But the way it knew I was there, the way it moved with purpose suggests intelligence. Not human, certainly, but aware, patient, waiting. I haven't returned, and I don't plan to. But I tell this story because sometimes the warning isn't enough. Sometimes people need to know that certain places are not meant for human presence, that solitude in the wrong place can be dangerous. And the cabin is one of those places. I still remember the smell of the forest, the damp pine and earth. I remember the small, dim interior, the firewood stacked neatly in the corner, and the way the darkness seemed to press against the walls, listening. I remember the tapping, the scratching, and the whisper of my name carried on the wind. And I remember the feeling of being watched, completely, utterly watched, with a patience that defies understanding. Some experiences cannot be explained, some horrors cannot be rationalized, and some woods, some cabins, some presences are best left undisturbed. I will never forget, and I will never go back. Story the end. A few summers ago, I took a job as a caretaker for a property deep in the Allegheny Mountains. It wasn't a glamorous job, mostly just mowing overgrown grass, making sure pipes didn't freeze, and keeping an eye on an old hunting cabin the owners only visited in the fall. But the pay was decent, and after a rough breakup, I thought the isolation would do me some good. No neighbors, no noise, no distractions, just me and a few thousand acres of thick Pennsylvania forest. The cabin itself was older than it looked in the pictures the owners had sent me. Logs darkened with age and weather, windows framed in flaking paint, and a roof patched with mismatched shingles. Inside, it was sparse but functional. A wood-burning stove, a couple of sagging couches, and a radio so old it still had a hand crank. My cell service cut out 2 miles before I even reached the property. That first night, I sat by the fire with a book and felt strangely at ease. It was quiet in a way the city never is, like the whole world had muted itself. By the third night, the woods had changed. The quiet wasn't calming anymore. It was oppressive. I started noticing little things, shapes in the tree line that disappeared when I looked directly at them, twigs snapping in deliberate patterns, like footsteps pacing outside the cabin. The first time it happened, I told myself it was deer or raccoons. But deer don't stop and start, moving from one side of a building to another without a sound. Deer don't tap on windows. That night, something tapped 3 times on the kitchen window. I sat frozen in the armchair by the fire, heart thudding, telling myself it was a branch. Then it tapped again. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I didn't move. After a few minutes, it stopped, but the quiet that followed felt heavier, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside. Bare footprints. Small, like a child's, leading up to the window and back into the woods. They disappeared into the underbrush a few yards from the cabin. No sign of where they came from. I hiked half a mile in every direction, calling out, thinking maybe some lost kid had stumbled onto the property, but there was no one. Not even an animal sound. No birds, no insects, nothing. By the end of the week, I was sleeping with the axe from the woodpile beside me. The tapping came every night now, sometimes on the windows, sometimes on the door. Always 3 knocks. I tried shouting, tried swinging a flashlight into the trees, but the moment I looked, there was nothing. The woods didn't even rustle. It was like whatever was out there could stop the forest itself from moving. One night, the tapping stopped. I sat awake until dawn, waiting. Just when I started to think it was over, I heard breathing, slow, ragged, coming from the other side of the bedroom wall. The sound of someone dragging a hand slowly across the logs. I wanted to call someone, but my phone was useless out there. All I could do was sit there in the dark, clutching the axe and praying. When I finally worked up the courage to leave, I found my truck wouldn't start. The battery was dead, though it had been fine the day before. I packed a bag and started walking down the road toward the main highway. As I left the cabin behind, the woods grew unnaturally still. Every step felt like it echoed, even though the ground was soft. I didn't look back, not even when I thought I heard footsteps behind me. It took me 4 hours to reach the nearest town. By then, my hands were trembling so badly I could barely hold a cup of water. I told the sheriff what had happened. He gave me a long look and said, "You're not the first to leave that place early." Then he told me the cabin's original owner had vanished in the 1950s. They'd only found his boots, neatly placed on the porch. No sign of him. No sign of a struggle. Just gone. I never went back for my things. The owners emailed me weeks later saying they'd found the cabin exactly as I left it, except for one thing. On the kitchen window, smeared in condensation, were 3 small handprints. Bare, like a child's. Story the end. It was mid-October when I decided to take a week off from my life in the city and rent a cabin deep in the woods of northern Vermont. I had always loved the idea of solitude, of stepping away from the constant hum of traffic, the flickering lights of endless billboards, and the perpetual anxiety that seemed to follow me everywhere. My work as a freelance graphic designer allowed me to be anywhere, and for some reason, the image of a small, weathered cabin tucked away in a thick forest kept replaying in my mind. I found it online, a rustic log cabin described as remote, secluded, perfect for a digital detox. The photos showed a small structure surrounded by trees that seemed endless, the kind of place that promised nothing but silence and the occasional whisper of wind through the branches. I arrived just before sunset, the car crunching over layers of fallen leaves that had turned from bright red to deep brown. The forest itself was quiet, unsettlingly so, the kind of silence that felt thick, almost physical. I pulled up to the cabin, and it looked exactly like the photos, though in person it seemed even older, more worn. The logs were dark and weathered, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. I brushed off a thin layer of moss covering the steps, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and something older, something that felt like it had been sitting there for decades without being disturbed. The cabin had a single main room with a small kitchenette, a wood-burning stove, and a lofted bedroom above. The furniture was sparse, a rickety wooden table, 2 chairs, and a couch that sagged in the middle. A stack of firewood sat neatly by the stove, and I noticed a large, dusty bookshelf lined with old, faded novels. I shrugged off a chill running down my spine and set my bag on the table. I figured I would light the stove before night fell and make myself a cup of coffee. The logs sparked with an angry hiss as I fed them into the fire, and the room slowly began to warm. That night, I slept poorly. Not because of noise, but because of a feeling, a sense of being watched. The loft bedroom had only a small window, and though the woods were black outside, I thought I saw shapes moving, shadows slipping between the trunks of the trees. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the air shift, like a soft exhale brushing against the back of my neck. I tried to convince myself it was the wind or a deer passing close by. By morning, I was jittery, but the sun broke through the dense canopy and bathed the cabin in light, and the unease settled. The next day, I decided to go for a hike. I didn't have a specific trail in mind. I wanted to explore to see how deep the forest went. The trees were tall and thick, and after about an hour, I realized I had wandered farther than I intended. The path disappeared beneath layers of leaves, and I had to navigate by memory and instinct. Birds called occasionally, but there was no other sound. At some point, I stumbled upon an old, crumbling stone foundation half covered in ivy. It looked like the remnants of a cabin or some other structure that had long since been abandoned. Curiosity got the better of me, and I walked among the stones, imagining who might have lived there decades ago. That night, when I returned to the cabin, I noticed something strange. The firewood I had stacked neatly in the morning was scattered across the floor. At first, I thought maybe I had knocked it over by accident when I was moving around, but nothing seemed out of place otherwise. I shrugged it off again, telling myself I was on edge from hiking. I restacked the wood, lit the fire, and sat down with a book. But every few minutes, I felt a presence, a weight in the room that made my chest tighten. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone or something to be standing there. By the third day, my unease had grown into outright fear. It started small, the sound of footsteps above my loft bedroom when I was sure I was alone, the faint creak of the door hinges when no wind was blowing. I told myself it was the cabin settling, the house groaning under its own weight. But then I noticed other things. My backpack, which I had left in the corner, was moved slightly. The firewood would be in a different arrangement from the night before. I even found a small stone on the windowsill that I hadn't put there. I started keeping a notebook, recording every strange occurrence. Footsteps, whispers I couldn't make out, shadows moving across the walls. Sometimes I heard something walking in the trees outside. Slow, deliberate, always just at the edge of my vision. I thought about leaving, but the roads were distant, and every time I drove back, the map on my phone seemed to lose signal for miles. The isolation, I realized, was complete. On the fourth night, it escalated. I was sitting by the fire trying to distract myself with a movie on my laptop when I heard a voice. It was low, almost a whisper, but distinct. "Get out." I froze, my stomach dropping. The voice didn't come from the woods. It came from inside the cabin. I checked every corner, every darkened space, but nothing was there. My phone was in my hand, and the battery was dying. I tried calling my friend back in the city, but there was no signal. The fire flickered violently as if the air itself had shifted. I felt the presence again, heavier now, pressing against me from all sides. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire, gripping a kitchen knife, listening to the sounds of the cabin. Around 3 a.m, I heard the door creak open. The wind was calm, and I hadn't touched it. I strained my eyes, and I thought I saw someone, or something, standing in the doorway. Tall, thin, featureless, just a shadow against the faint moonlight. I screamed, but no sound came out, and when I blinked, it was gone. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation, stress, the isolation. It had to be that. I packed a small bag and decided to hike back to the nearest road. As I left the cabin, I looked back once and my stomach sank. The stone foundation I had found days before was no longer in the woods. The clearing where I discovered it was empty, the ground covered in leaves as if it had never existed. A sense of panic overtook me, and I walked faster, feeling the forest close in around me. I wandered for hours, the trees all starting to look the same, and my sense of direction failed completely. It was late afternoon when I stumbled onto a narrow dirt road almost hidden beneath the overgrowth. I ran, my legs burning, until I reached the first sign of civilization, a small gas station with flickering neon lights. I rushed inside, my voice trembling as I explained I needed help, needed to call someone. The attendant, an older man with tired eyes, looked at me strangely but handed me the phone. I called my friend, who agreed to pick me up. As we drove back toward the city, I looked back at the forest, the cabin somewhere deep in its heart. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was a prank, maybe a local legend, maybe I had just lost my mind in isolation, but the memory of that shadow in the doorway, the voice that had whispered, and the impossibility of the vanished foundation stayed with me. Weeks passed, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. But I started noticing odd things at home. Items moved slightly, doors left open, faint scratches on the floorboards. At first, I blamed myself, my absent-mindedness. But then I would hear footsteps at night, just outside my bedroom, slow and deliberate, always stopping when I moved. Months later, I found myself driving past Vermont again. I couldn't resist the urge to see the cabin one more time. I took the same narrow roads, the same dirt paths, and eventually came close to the area where I had left it. But when I arrived, there was nothing. No cabin, no clearing, nothing but endless forest, dark and silent. I never went back there again. I never spoke of it much, except to friends who thought it was a story to scare them. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I swear I can hear the creak of old hinges, the whisper of leaves against the window, and the faint, almost imperceptible voice telling me to leave. Even now, years later, I have nightmares of the cabin. I see the shadow in the doorway, hear the whispering voice. I dream of wandering through the endless forest, never finding the road, never escaping the isolation. And I wake up drenched in sweat, heart racing, knowing that some part of that place followed me home, that some presence, patient and patient, waits just beyond the edges of my perception, ready for the day it can pull me back into the woods. The cabin may no longer exist in the physical world, but it exists in memory, in fear, in the way the shadows gather in my peripheral vision. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of wood, every whisper of wind sends me back there, back to that week of isolation, back to the weight pressing down on my chest, back to the feeling that I was never truly alone. Even now, when I hear a door creak, a branch snap outside, I know the cabin is not a place, it is a presence, and it will not forget me. Story the end. It was late October when I first set out for the cabin. The leaves had turned that fiery shade of orange and red, the ones that make everything in the woods look like it's on fire without flames. I was tired of the city, of fluorescent lights bouncing off concrete, and the constant hum of cars. A friend of mine had mentioned a cabin tucked away in the mountains of northern Georgia, a place that hadn't seen anyone for months, maybe years. He swore it was the perfect place to unplug. I'd always been skeptical of things like that. Cabin retreats in the middle of nowhere usually came with more bugs than peace, but I was desperate for solitude. The drive took longer than expected. The highway ran straight through the last small towns before the mountains, little patches of civilization that quickly dissolved into dense forests. The GPS on my phone worked for a while, guiding me along winding back roads, but eventually it blinked out entirely, leaving only the faint promise of a dirt road ahead. I had enough gas and a decent flashlight, so I pushed on, telling myself this was part of the adventure. The road narrowed as it twisted up the hillside, flanked by thick groves of pines and oaks. By the time I reached the top, the sun was low, a bleeding orange over the horizon. The cabin sat in a small clearing, almost swallowed by the surrounding trees. It wasn't large, maybe 1.5 stories, with dark wood that had weathered decades of storms. The front porch sagged slightly, but the structure seemed sound. I parked, took a deep breath, and stepped out. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of wet leaves and pine resin. For a moment, the world felt untouched, isolated, and perfect. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and damp earth. Dust motes floated in the shafts of sunlight coming through the single front window. The place had basic furniture, a rough-hewn table, 2 chairs, a small bed pushed into a corner, and a stone fireplace that probably hadn't seen firewood in a long time. There was a stack of old newspapers on a shelf, dated back several months. Nothing felt threatening, yet an odd silence pressed against my ears. No birds, no wind stirring the trees, nothing but the hum of distant insects. I set down my bags, lit a small lantern I found on the table, and explored the place. The kitchen was tiny, with an old stove that looked like it might work if I could get it started. A rickety staircase led upstairs to a loft where another bed sat under a skylight streaked with grime. Everything about the cabin seemed abandoned yet intact, as if someone had simply walked out and left it untouched. The first night was uneventful, though I slept lightly, haunted by the wind, or maybe it was something else, whistling through the cracks in the cabin walls. I woke at odd hours, sure I heard footsteps above me in the loft, but each time I checked, no one was there. I chalked it up to imagination. By morning, the sun had burned the shadows off the trees, and I tried to shake off the unease. Over the next few days, I settled into a rhythm. Mornings were for walking the surrounding woods, noting the twisted trees and the carpet of leaves that muffled every sound. Afternoons, I chopped some wood and read old books I found in the cabin. Nights were for quiet reflection by the fireplace. That was the plan, anyway, until the first real disturbance happened. It started subtly, a low scratching noise like fingernails on wood coming from somewhere behind the cabin. I froze when I first heard it, straining to identify its source. It stopped as suddenly as it started. I convinced myself it was just a branch brushing against the siding. Later that evening, I heard it again, closer this time and more deliberate. I grabbed a flashlight and walked the perimeter, scanning the shadows. Nothing. The forest looked empty. The following day, I noticed something else. Footprints. Fresh footprints in the dirt leading from the tree line toward the cabin, but none leading back. I hadn't seen another soul, and the nearest road was miles away. The prints were large, uneven, as though the person or creature walking left without care. Panic set in, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a hunter, someone camping nearby. Still, an uneasy feeling crawled up my spine. By the third night, the noises had escalated. The scratching returned, louder, more persistent, and now accompanied by a soft thumping sound like someone walking inside the cabin itself. I didn't sleep that night, sitting upright in bed with a flashlight across my knees, every creak of the floorboards making my heart leap. I told myself I was being paranoid, yet every instinct screamed that something was wrong. I decided to investigate. Flashlight in hand, I checked every corner of the cabin, every closet, even behind the beds. Nothing. Just the old dust, cobwebs, and shadows stretching from the corners of the room. I started to think the isolation was playing tricks on my mind, that being alone in the woods for days had broken my sense of reality. The next morning, I noticed the front door. It had been slightly ajar, though I was certain I'd locked it. A breeze could have done it, I reasoned, yet there was no wind. That evening, I tried to call a friend using my phone. No signal. The thought of being truly isolated, completely cut off, made my chest tighten. I checked the windows and doors multiple times, bolting them as best I could. On the fourth night, the situation worsened. Around 2 a.m., a thud echoed from the loft above me. Not soft footsteps, but a solid impact, like something had hit the floor. I froze, flashlight trembling in my hand, listening. After a long, silent minute, the noise came again. Something was upstairs. I forced myself to climb the stairs, each creak screaming under my weight. The loft was empty, the bed untouched, no signs of anyone having been there. I examined the floorboards. One looked slightly raised, but I couldn't pry it open. Then I noticed something chilling. A small, rough circle scratched into the wood, almost like a symbol, crude and jagged. I'd never seen anything like it. My stomach dropped. I couldn't explain it. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I stayed in the living room, eyes darting to every shadow, every corner. Around 3 a.m., I heard it. A whisper, faint and almost indecipherable, coming from the fireplace. I could feel the air shift, cold against my neck. I strained to listen. It sounded like my name. David. The voice was soft, coaxing, almost familiar. I bolted upright, that adrenaline flooding me. I grabbed the flashlight and swung it across the room. Shadows danced along the walls. The whispering stopped, replaced by a low groaning sound, deep and guttural, coming from somewhere behind the walls. My logical mind screamed at me to leave, to drive down the mountain and get out. But the road was long, dark, and unknown. Fear rooted me in place. The following day, I explored the woods around the cabin, hoping to distract myself. I found a small creek nearby and tried to calm down, letting the sound of running water drown out the memories of the night. But even in the daylight, there was something wrong. The trees seemed to lean inward, like they were watching, waiting. Every rustle in the leaves made me jump. I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision, but whenever I turned to look, nothing was there. That night, I decided I couldn't stay. I packed what I could, planning to leave before dawn. I locked the cabin, stepped onto the porch, and paused. The air was unnaturally still, heavy. I saw footprints again, this time circling the cabin in a wide, deliberate loop. I hadn't noticed them before, but now they were impossible to ignore. They weren't human, not entirely. As I made my way to the car, a sound stopped me cold. A whisper, louder this time, not my name, but a warning. Don't leave. The voice came from all directions at once, as if the forest itself was speaking. I ran, stumbling through the leaves, not daring to look back. When I finally reached the car, I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The drive down the mountain felt endless. Every shadow along the road, every sway of the trees made my heart hammer. I didn't look back, didn't stop. When I finally reached the highway, the familiar sounds of civilization washed over me. The distant hum of traffic, the lights, the city smells. Relief flooded me, but it didn't last. That night, back in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the building, every hum of the refrigerator sounded like the whispers from the cabin. I kept imagining shadows at the corners of my room, shapes moving just beyond my sight. I told myself it was paranoia, that I had been alone too long. Weeks passed. I avoided thinking about the cabin, but the dreams started. In them, I was back in the clearing, standing in front of the cabin, but something was wrong. The trees leaned closer, the shadows darker, and the air heavy with the same oppressive stillness. The whispers came again, calling my name, promising I couldn't leave. Each time I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat, and the sense of being watched lingered. One night, I received a call. No number, no voice, just static. I hung up, heart pounding. Then another call. Same thing. And another. Each time, a faint whisper I could barely make out, repeating one word, here. I haven't returned to the mountains since, but I know the cabin is still there, waiting. I've read about similar places, cabins that seem to exist on the edge of reality, where isolation warps perception and the woods themselves become sentient. Some say the forest holds grudges, that it remembers trespassers. I don't know what I encountered that night, and part of me doesn't want to. I can still feel it sometimes when the apartment is silent. A cold draft that isn't there, shadows stretching in impossible ways, whispers curling at the edge of hearing. I avoid the woods entirely now, every drive through rural areas a reminder of the isolation I barely escaped. I've tried to rationalize, tried to tell myself it was stress, that being alone in the dark does things to the mind. But deep down, I know what I felt was real. The forest doesn't forgive, the cabin doesn't forget, and the whispers never truly stop. Even now, I can feel them, calling. And I know one day I might not be able to resist. Story the end. It started as a trip that was supposed to be nothing more than a simple escape from city life. My friend Matt had found a cabin listed online, tucked deep into the forests of northern Pennsylvania. The pictures were rustic but charming. A small wooden structure surrounded by dense pines, smoke curling lazily from its stone chimney, and a front porch that looked perfect for late-night stargazing. Neither of us had been to the area before, and the thought of a weekend away from work, responsibilities, and cell service felt like a dream. We packed our backpacks, a cooler full of food, and my old camping gear and set off late Friday morning. The drive itself was uneventful at first. We laughed over old memories, turned the music up loud, and tried to navigate the twisty, unfamiliar roads that seemed to stretch endlessly through the forest. Eventually, the GPS gave out. No surprise, given how far into the woods we were. But the directions Matt had printed out were enough. By late afternoon, we finally spotted the small clearing where the cabin was supposed to be. The forest pressed in close on both sides of the road, the trees forming almost a tunnel, and I remember feeling a prickle of unease even before the cabin came into view. It wasn't much from the outside. The wood was weathered and gray, the porch sagging slightly on one side and the roof covered in moss. But it had a kind of secluded charm, and we were thrilled to have it all to ourselves. We unloaded the car, lugging in our gear, and started exploring the inside. The main room had a stone fireplace, a wooden dining table, and a few old chairs. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, each with thin mattresses and faded blankets. The whole place smelled faintly of mildew and something else I couldn't identify, though it wasn't unpleasant, more like the scent of damp earth after a rain. We unpacked, set up a small fire in the fireplace, and settled in with beers. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees and the sun sank lower, casting long shadows across the clearing. It was beautiful and quiet, too quiet maybe. For the first few hours, we were content just to drink and talk. But as the night deepened, the sounds of the forest started to feel off. At first, it was subtle, the occasional snap of a branch, distant rustling that might have been an animal, the way the wind shifted through the treetops. Then, we began to notice things that didn't quite fit. A scraping sound outside, faint but deliberate, like someone dragging a heavy object across the ground. We joked about it, probably a raccoon or a deer. But the sound repeated, circling the cabin, stopping, then starting again somewhere else. I went to the window and peered out into the darkness. The clearing was bathed in moonlight, but no shape moved among the trees. I told Matt it was probably nothing, but he didn't look convinced. The scrape came again, this time followed by a series of soft thumps, almost like footsteps. My stomach dropped. The forest wasn't supposed to be this loud. We tried to shrug it off, but sleep didn't come easy. Every time the fire crackled or the wind gusted, it felt like the cabin itself was listening. Around 2 a.m, I woke to a strange smell. Iron, like blood, mixed with the damp woodiness of the cabin. I sat up and glanced toward the window, half expecting to see someone standing there. Nothing. Then I saw the footprints. They were faint in the frost that had formed on the porch, leading up to the door and then circling around to the side. The prints were big, human-like, but the spacing was wrong, too long for a normal stride. My heart pounded as I woke Matt, and we stared at them in silence for a long time. "Maybe it's just someone hiking," he whispered. "No one's out here at this hour," I said. "We're in the middle of nowhere. There's no trail for miles." We tried to calm ourselves, but neither of us slept much after that. By morning, we both had dark circles under our eyes and a quiet tension that made us jump at every small sound. We decided to hike a bit, explore the surrounding woods in daylight. The trees were massive, twisted in some places, and the underbrush thick. It was peaceful, almost serene, but the previous night's unease never fully lifted. When we returned, the porch had changed. Not in an obvious way, but the footprints had multiplied. More prints, deeper in the frost, leading around the cabin in loops. Some seemed older, others fresher. Matt swore he saw a shadow move just beyond the tree line, but when we approached, nothing was there. We tried to laugh it off at dinner. We grilled some hot dogs over the fire, drank a few beers, and joked about ghosts and forest spirits. But even as we laughed, we were both glancing nervously toward the tree line. That night, the scraping returned, louder this time, accompanied by a low, guttural hum that seemed to echo off the trees. I had never heard anything like it. We decided to lock the doors, though it didn't feel like it would do much. The cabin had no electricity, and our phones had no signal, so we couldn't call for help even if we wanted to. The hum grew closer, the scraping circling the cabin faster and faster, as if whatever it was pacing, hunting. Then a sound like glass breaking came from upstairs. Matt and I froze. The upstairs bedrooms were empty. Both of us had checked before we went to bed. The noise repeated, a shattering crash, followed by silence. We gripped makeshift weapons, Matt with a fire poker, me with a hatchet, and slowly crept up the stairs. The air was icy despite the fire below, and every creak of the wooden steps made us flinch. Nothing was there, just the broken remnants of a wooden chair in the corner of the room. It hadn't been like that when we went to bed. I swear we would have noticed. We spent the rest of the night on edge, sitting together in the main room with the fireplace between us and the windows, listening. The footsteps, the scraping, the low hum, it all continued. And then, at the first hint of dawn, silence. By morning, the frost had melted, but the prints remained. They led away from the cabin deeper into the forest, but didn't follow a normal path. They curved and doubled back, almost as if the person or thing had been watching us, circling, studying. We packed quickly, but as we loaded the car, I noticed a figure in the distance, standing between the trees. Not moving, just watching. We left without a word, not daring to look back until we were on the main road, miles away. When we finally did glance toward the forest, the figure was gone. We didn't stop until we reached a gas station in the nearest town, still shaken, still silent. Back home, we tried to make sense of what had happened. We scoured the internet for reports of cabin break-ins or forest disappearances in that area, but there was nothing, no signs of anyone else having been there, no news reports, nothing. It was as if the forest had swallowed up whatever had been circling us. Months passed, and I tried the experience behind me. Matt moved to another state, and we didn't talk about it much. I told a few close friends who laughed nervously and called it a weird camping story. But I knew it had been more than that. I could still see the shape of that figure, the unnatural spacing of those footsteps, the way the cabin seemed to breathe at night. One night, I got a call from Matt. He sounded panicked, and I could hear the low hum in the background, the same sound we had heard in the woods. He didn't speak clearly at first, just whispered that it had followed him home. My stomach dropped. I asked him what he meant. "I saw it," he said, voice shaking. It was outside my window, the same hum, the same prints on my porch. I don't know how it got here. I don't know. I felt the cold dread settle in my chest. Whatever we had encountered in the woods hadn't stayed there, and now, after months of silence, it had found him. I wanted to go to him, to help, but fear rooted me to my apartment. There was no logic to it. Nothing rational could explain what we had seen, heard, and smelled. The prints, the hum, the figure, it defied reason, but I couldn't deny it had been real. Later that night, I stayed awake listening for any sounds, but my apartment was quiet. Too quiet. I kept the lights on, double-checked the locks, and tried to sleep sitting up. Around 2 a.m., I heard it, a faint scraping just outside my window, followed by that low, guttural hum that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. It was impossible. Impossible, and yet undeniable. I don't know how it traveled from the woods to the city, how it found Matt, or why it had returned to me. All I know is that the forest wasn't just a place. It was a presence, watching, patient, waiting for us to wander too far into its domain. And now, months later, I feel that same presence creeping closer, whispering along the edges of my consciousness, reminding me that there is nowhere truly safe, not even at home. I haven't spoken to Matt since that call. I haven't gone back to the woods. I can't. And yet I know deep down that whatever it is, it hasn't stopped. It's still out there, circling, studying, patient, waiting for the next mistake, the next step too far, the next night alone. And I know that if I ever go back to sleep, I might find myself standing on frost-covered planks, staring out at the dark forest, and hearing that low, guttural hum surrounding me, closer than it should be, closer than it has any right to be. Some nights I still dream of the cabin. I wake drenched in sweat, heart hammering, the smell of damp wood and iron filling my nose. I see the footprints in the frost, the loops they make, and the figure standing among the trees, watching, unblinking, unyielding. I tell myself it's just a dream, but the low hum follows me long after I wake. I've never told anyone else the full story. Most people wouldn't believe it, and those who might, I don't want to risk it. Some things I've learned are better left unspoken. Some places are better left alone. The forest keeps its secrets well, and those who wander too far into its depths rarely return untouched. And sometimes, just sometimes late at night, I hear that scraping, the low hum, and I know that it isn't just a memory of the woods. It's real, and it's waiting. Story the end. The first time I saw the cabin, I knew it was the kind of place people warned you about in hushed tones around campfires. It wasn't abandoned in a dramatic sense, like the crumbling Victorian mansions you see in movies. No, this one was quiet, almost politely invisible, swallowed up by the forest around it. The road leading there had been little more than a trail, the kind that disappears if you blink, lined with trees so thick the sun barely touched the ground. I had driven past the turnoff twice before realizing that the GPS wasn't mistaken. It was out here, somewhere, in the middle of nowhere. I had been looking for solitude. Work had worn me down, and the city was a cacophony I couldn't escape. I told myself I wanted a weekend of quiet, a place to write without interruptions, to think without the constant hum of streetlights and car horns. I didn't think about the stories you hear, about cabins in the woods, the ones that turn into a trap once the sun dips below the horizon. I didn't believe in that. The first afternoon passed uneventfully. I unloaded the car, dragging bags that smelled of wet pine and gasoline from the Forest Service road. The cabin was modest. One story, wood that had darkened with age, a small stone chimney that looked like it hadn't seen a fire in years. Inside, the air was dry but stale, the kind that smelled like it held every winter that had ever passed through. Dust coated the windows, and spiderwebs clung to the corners. I set up my laptop on the small table near the window and tried to lose myself in writing, but the forest seemed to press against the glass, staring in. By the second night, the quiet was deafening. There was no wind, no rustling animals, just the occasional crack of a branch somewhere in the distance. I told myself it was deer or a raccoon, nothing more. But there was something about the stillness that made your ears ache. I tried to sleep, but the walls seemed too thin, and every little sound, branches snapping, leaves shifting, the distant creak of wood echoed like a warning. I woke around 2 in the morning to the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, outside the cabin. I froze, heart hammering, ears straining. The steps paused, as if whoever or whatever was out there was listening too. I wanted to convince myself it was an animal, maybe a bear, but the steps were too light, too calculated. They circled the cabin, each step measured. My first instinct was to peek through the curtains, but I didn't. I couldn't. I sat there, frozen, waiting for it to end. Eventually it stopped, and the silence returned, heavier than before. The next morning, I found the front door slightly ajar. I remembered locking it the night before. My stomach turned, and a cold sweat broke across my back. There was no sign of forced entry, nothing stolen, no footprints. No footprints, at least none I could see in the soft dirt around the cabin. I convinced myself it was a mistake, that I must have forgotten to lock it. I told myself that, but the unease settled in my chest like a stone. The rest of that day was a blur. I tried to write, tried to read, even chopped some firewood to keep busy. The forest, however, didn't let me forget it was there. Shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, and the wind carried whispers I couldn't place. At first, I thought I was imagining it. I wanted to believe it was stress, the isolation playing tricks on me, but then I heard it again. Footsteps, soft, circling the cabin in the same slow, deliberate pattern. I didn't look. I didn't want to know. I sat frozen, listening until the sound stopped, and eventually, I fell asleep from sheer exhaustion. The following morning, I noticed something odd. There were scratches along the doorframe, thin, deep lines as if claws had raked against the wood. They weren't there before. My mind raced with possibilities. Bears, wild animals, or maybe the cabin itself was settling, but nothing about the marks made sense. They weren't random, they were intentional, deliberate, as if something was trying to get in. I decided to leave. That afternoon, I packed quickly, ignoring the stories I had come to write, the solitude I had wanted so badly. I drove down the trail, but the forest seemed to twist around me. The road that had been clear on the way in was now a maze of fallen branches, overgrown roots, and shadows that seemed to lean toward me. I pressed on, determined to get out, but the feeling of being watched intensified with every mile. I finally made it back to the main road around dusk. The relief was immediate, almost painful. I swore I would never go near that place again. But that night, back in the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me. The sound of footsteps, soft and deliberate, haunted me. I would wake in the middle of the night, convinced I could hear scratching at the edges of my apartment door. Friends laughed when I told them, but I knew it wasn't a joke. I could feel it, lingering, patient. Weeks later, curiosity and a stubborn sense of guilt drew me back. I told myself I had to see the cabin again, had to understand why I felt the way I did. The drive back was long, the forest more oppressive than I remembered. By the time I reached the trail, the sun was setting, and shadows bled into every crevice of the woods. The cabin appeared in the distance, exactly where it had been, but it looked different, more solid, more alive. I couldn't explain it, but my stomach churned with a fear I hadn't felt before. I parked the car and walked up the trail. The air smelled damp, rotten almost, and the wind carried a low, mournful sound. The cabin was exactly as I left it, yet somehow changed. The scratches on the door were deeper, more pronounced, and I could swear I saw a shape move inside, just at the edge of my vision. I called out, but my voice sounded small, insignificant, swallowed by the forest. No response. I stepped closer. The door creaked as I pushed it open. The interior was unchanged except for one thing. On the floor, in the center of the room, were footprints. Bare, human, leading from the doorway to the fireplace. They were wet, fresh, and as I stared, I realized they led nowhere. They just stopped, mid-step, as if whoever made them had vanished into thin air. A sudden chill ran down my spine. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind me. Hard. I yanked at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The air in the room grew colder, my breath visible in the dim light. Then I heard it, a low, guttural whisper, coming from all around me, in every corner of the cabin at once. It wasn't words I recognized, just a sound meant to paralyze, to terrify. My heart raced. I pounded on the door, screaming, desperate, but the whispering only grew louder. I don't know how long I was in there. Time seemed irrelevant. I lost all sense of direction, my mind fraying under the weight of the fear. Then, as suddenly as it began, the whispering stopped. The door swung open easily, as if nothing had happened. I ran. I didn't look back. The forest seemed to close in behind me, pressing against my car as if trying to hold me in. Back in the city, I tried to return to normal life, but normality felt alien. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus, and every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that cabin, the footprints frozen in the middle of the room, the whispers echoing in my skull. Friends tried to talk to me, but their voices were distant, like they were speaking underwater. Months passed. I stopped going near forests entirely. I moved to a different state, a different city. I avoided remote places, avoided camping, avoided cabins altogether. But every night when the lights were low and the streets quiet, I hear it. Footsteps, scratches, the whispering. And I know, with a certainty I cannot deny, that the cabin is still out there, waiting, patient. And if I ever try to go back, it will not let me leave again. I never told anyone the full story, and I never will. People would think I'm insane, that it's stress or isolation or some other rational explanation. But I know the truth. The cabin is real. The footsteps are real. The whispers are real. And one day, if I'm not careful, it will come for me again. Even now, I check the locks on my doors, the windows, every little crevice. I still hear things sometimes, just outside in the quiet. I pretend it's the wind or a neighbor or a stray animal, but deep down I know better. It's the cabin. It never stopped waiting, and I know it never will. Story the end.